isn't just like a one-time project. You got it right the first time. Like when you guys so good, and like when you look at the experiments, when you keep up the minute for Trump, but we're not just yeah, even though Trump was there, but this is like I guess from 2000. There's just been videos of people doing things to them. Still get them to the moment. You know, he went to my but it's on one thing. The top, you know, that's a weird thing about there. And I'm like, I was like, okay, never been really like that. And it's not there. That's good. That's why there's also like my player down there. It's too much. But I mean, when you see these things, like you're doing something because when you see some of these, when you see some of these pyramids like that, like it's so different. It's so sophisticated. It's so we got a really good guy there. He's showing us this one here, like this whatever psychedelic plants, like some takes some really plants, and he was telling me that it's not totally understood what they were doing, but it is what accepted that some of what they were into had to do with psychedelic rituals, and he thinks that had to do with why they were able to make these kind of insane complex structures. And that's the weird thing that I also kind of like realized after just talking to people and going down there and was seeing some of the artifacts. A lot of the psychedelics they think actually took were self-harm and mutilation, bloodletting type of activities. And a lot of the Aztec priests, and you're seeing depictions of them pulling what's the word? Such extreme pain and such a bizarre state of mind, which matched up perfectly with some of the Catholic when they arrived. When you look at a lot of the religions in Mexico and see that they've been kind of like a perfect culture. Catholics are Mexican people, and they're reading very honest. Humans first. Which a lot of people like most of them exaggeration. It's like propaganda. When you they're like still commemorating actions of the good companies and the nations of the just right had been sacrificed people on the European works. There was a statue at the top and that's on the edge. They were explaining to me that that's what it was sacrificed. I mean, it makes sense in the way that in the can't figure that. What was the story? Was it the completion of experiments where they sacrificed the thousands of things for whoever they had numbers of 50,000. Kind of figure out those numbers. Right. But we do counts of some of the Spanish the smell. It's like it's uncanny. Something about that smell. We're monkeys and we probably have some genetic memory, but that's not it. So they came over here. About why they were subsided. Culture became allies of the elite. You're now the title owner of the area and the royal decree. 60,000. Channels. Several people like a fighting sacrifice, type of sacrifice. Intelligence, cruelty, bizarre. So, torture, just one, two, four, just pure. Just show cruel, uncaring, or in front of everybody, cutting people's hearts out while they're still alive. Just keeps everybody else's attention. Yeah. This is a show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years. Usually I like to talk about routine. Don't get me wrong, routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily routine that can help you feel healthy and to get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, it's nice to switch it up a little. Well, here we go. After 15 years, the original AG1 is introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still a routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that the only thing that's changed besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I've talked about AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes all 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical, citrus, berry, or the classic original. Use my link. You also get a free bottle of AG3 gel and AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. This is I'm sure. Yeah, there we go. So on the people. So yeah, we get the same amount of money in the US. We're people. It's like you don't Bows and arrows. Favorite thing was to go to restaurants. It was a fun time. It was your people, your folks who work in ways in the summer, which is amazing. And they would capture, they were cutting our arms and legs off while they were alone. So they would look down and immediately hack their arms and legs off and throw them on fire to watch them flame. You got it. Yeah, that's that was let's say they did that in front of me. But they just come crazy. He's one guy alive watching don't tell nobody. Some people so everybody else gets butchered. You let go. You can tell everybody, no, we're out of here. No. So if you think about it, some of the wars that are still happening. You send this message last night of these 6 because it's pretty crazy how often it's done. How we ever hear about it, we don't really hear too much about these insane mass murders that take place down there. Was the beginning, it's a safe, historically safe Mexico. This doesn't happen that much. Things are changing. Culture. There's some sort of genetic memory. I bet there is. That makes sense. I think there's genetic memory. 6 every from the sun. Rothschild message. One of Mexico's safest religions. What part of Mexico is this? I think it's because it's just too many just don't work for the cartel. This is an interesting thing I heard from somebody. One of the first jobs I did was cut somebody off of the bench. One of the older guys was like, but like 16, 17, okay. Don't be kind. No, it's kind of somebody from a fucking rich his family. So it dawned on me that was the act of kindness. So having somebody be in it is he's so it's yeah, because nobody they have nobody there. There's a lot of coffins with just the head. Buried how insane it has to be to where they're hanging someone from the bridge is an act of kindness because at least you find money. It is the evolution of what is considered Mexico. Look at shots, bodies, dozens, get displayed in this work, and just go back to work. And that's the scary part. I where he some of his regions. And I think that's the first time Americans kind of look at like a small glimpse of underground brutality, monster, religious, and just torture and murder that has going on down there for but it has that in the past 30 years. So this is always still going on. Always this brutality in Mexico. But cartel brutality, when did the cartels really start to brutal? I think the 70s, 80s when they start seeing the formation of organizations and federations that are working to produce and to traffic substances through Mexico into the United States. Was it originally marijuana? I think originally heroin actually was at the start or the initiation of a lot of stuff. I think where were they getting? They were planting poppy in the Sierra for because they were running up morphine. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like making progress here. And it was still Vietnam. Yeah, that's when you start seeing the initiation of planting certain seeds in the 40s, 50s, 60s, yeah. It's like Vietnam itself is connected there. Because that's the secret about why we're interested in the area of Vietnam. That was the trafficking. Coincidentally, a lot of people got insanely rich somehow or another connected to them. But we have, some communism or something. It's interesting that you bring up Vietnam because it has something to do with so that it is Mexico has been a place that has been years. And then this is the problem. Brazos no balazos, that's how they start bullets against the cartels. Which one of the group is super effective. It's not bullets. But this is coming on Mexico's levels too, I guess. Mexico's really Mexico has many things. Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's rural. That's where all the people going out to get issued into law. That's where violence against women specifically. And then it's not, it is now. You can get locked on no law. You can kill a dude. If you kill a woman, that's way worse. So that's where a lot of that comes from. And then Mexico, I guess, conservative. That's where all the factories are. People that kind of like things that are used to be the case, but now Mexico was retired from the drug war that had been going on for 20 years, and I was part of for 12 years. They still become the wrong bring the military into this fight to fight the cartels. They had just keep that China. Really didn't. He was not going to kick off. He had the idea that if you just put the military out, we're not corrupted. They would. And the military was a lot of policing going on. Many people until this guy's gone, this guy's gone, and just this area. It's been just basically gremlins, into the war. Cut money off it. It's just a bunch of heads coming out. So Mexico through that for approval. And this president comes in and has a little bit with this plan on and they'll stop because we'll stop. How'd that work? It's one of season history. His main he criticized his handling of it. He matches it during his administration. We saw in his administration the politicalization. They were already in politics, but now they're freaking about it. They're telling like candidates running for office. The mayor of a city and the police chief members and the police their own phone. Mexico, killing Mexico because there's a bunch of John F. Kennedys out there that are trying to change things. It's because that cartel is right now. And this cartel is found so there was so insane amount of solution. It was like 30 plus murders. City of that sounds about it. That's what it is. And these organizations, they figured out that how can we operate in this region of the two issues? Let's leave them here, Oregon. Right. So that was what we do with folks who are drug companies sponsoring them is they get surveillance. And those people get in with a specific understanding of what kind of laws you need to push through, what kind of mandates need to be in terms of mandating the use of certain medications. It's a different type of corruption. It's not corruption. It's still drugs. Yeah. Up 60 for general local elections, 60 for citizens. What's going on in America? Fucking great. This episode is brought to you by Visual. Your incredible district carrier does not know about this because this is the no confusing ads with surprising fees, no nonsense, just fast speeds, great coverage, no premium calls with Visual, online wireless with monthly data, powered by providers, $125 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. Wasted money back, no fees on top of that. What do you see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visual plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So, Visual. Now you know. Switch today. Visual.com/terms apply. See Visual.com for plan features and attachment details. And it is a clear sign that division will be one of their as well as hotels for this organization. They're getting done. Political stuff. Something happened last year. Your president, one of the biggest hotel in history from Mexico, the finest of last. He was illuminated in Texas. He flew into a private airfield on airport. Interesting. He was arrested there. Picked off on the flight. So there's different around it. He's told it. Stories that he talked about. Maybe have no survivors and something like that. Speaks about it. He was a good. No one was legitimate. He was saying, not really. The cartel was a federation. A lot of them big reports of the cartel kind of divided this figure. The one is about 150 years. They were arrested. God would hear about them in certain circles, but everybody knew. here he is. Deal with so law enforcement for 2 decades. He was taken into custody after a robbery in the Texas airport with Guzman's son, Joaquin Guzman Lopez, is pleaded not guilty to federal drug trafficking charges in Chicago. His brother, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pleaded guilty last month. Mata said that he was kidnapped in Mexico and hauled to Florida. The shady stuff that happened. Ohio gets brought into a meeting. And it's why he is not what it came to the drug. He's not one of the drug. He's kind of so it's not when he comes to deal and steal. I'm going to get this guy on a plane and fly over. Yeah. Big deal. That's a story. As in, here's the one that comes to me. Somewhere else in the law. I'm going to give him the see what was going to get. As a brother who is a member of the country, that's one of the agent of the state. Between him and a man named Webb, who was the director of the university, had some sort of dispute in the line to be brought in. Gets killed. Station. Supposedly, this man was the director of the university. But it's the state police again. They're trying to make this. Meanwhile, all this stuff starts unraveling. All being done in Ohio, and that's why they kill this guy. There's no confirmation. The governor of was in there, but there's no federal laws on it. Really, it's a shit. Somehow, or take his body parts. Like 40 years, and they're gone, and nobody knows where they went. That's a word. God help him on a plane. And that's Gary would involved in it. I mean, they may have been involved. But I was talking when I was yours. At some point, you can see either less interested to military actually religion. After that happened, the German response to these 17 members of the group with suitcases and were put to suitcases. They rescued them from everywhere, and they took them out of the country so that under some kind of protective custody. And if you want to know, like all the ins and outs, the wires are brothers. He's the guy. I think he's in New York, and I think he just was helping, and he's only going to cut a deal. He's diabetic, so he's not going to spend money. Which is wild. How long he runs, how many people died, how many drugs got. And he runs his straight. August 25th, so soon. A Brooklyn federal judge on Monday scheduled for August 25th change of plea hearing for Solana. Long time later, Mexico Sinaloa cartel development comes 2 weeks after federal prosecutors said they wouldn't seek the death penalty against him. There's a deal see military action recently, but what we see is a very calculated strategical operation. It don't look like, I don't know, you see, they took out the hat, you know, it's, you know, as ever since. It is a warfare between the sons of Jehovah and the sons of light. I've seen videos, it's bananas. It's how so straight. So that's a little video trip consensus. Shocking. When this working between these two factions. And you know, schools, because cars would get jacked, get brought and put in the middle of the street. Companies closed. And these organizations that they built up. I mean, organizations that have taught them with exotic cars being sold and stored in dealerships. They have them playing by music in the places and these exotic seafood places, all these places are just how really sustain themselves. This economy is starting to crash. It's the Mexican government comes out, the current president, Sheinbaum comes out and this state being on fire. Here, the one of the Mexican national charge small operating to make a number of charges high treason. Shooting the laundry houses and the torpedoes. It's using protection. I think we're fighting each other. No hearing protection. A lot of them have severe YouTube channel. He talks to drug dealers. Shine the government tell people from life and so yeah, we talked that was 6 months out. Currently, I think priority the new generation cartel, a lot of these clips. This going on between the two factions. Business for them. Now they're keeping businesses. This is officially on. Basically, he was involved in tank warfare on the borders between police codes. He was firing at his house. They make if you get the trucks, the one up here, Mexico, basically, so you really are. That's what the same here. It's pretty cool. But what they do is they make these tanks, and he's to be in the back of one of these with a 50. What they do is to like this destruction of the hills and shit. That they basically 50 and they're like, oh, somebody's telling me you like Avatar, and they'll tell them. How come no one's figured out? Like they years, I've seen that. Like plastic years, but realistic. They don't get shit. Expect yeah, like years on Amazon. It's not that expensive. But this kid away from his group. Life where he's protection is got to the first person that showed up to his blood. And when he was on, what you say? Right. Yeah. Hearing loss from when you went. Fighting over drug amounts, basically. Close to each other. It's taken over at like 10-foot distance. The drones are of course. So he's an Uber driver. Okay. He's 23 right now. Looks like crashes into somebody. Doesn't have he's like, what am I gonna do? On TikTok. Sees an advertisement on TikTok. We're like, hey, how much we pay? The cartel uses TikTok. Yeah. Yes. Facebook, TikTok, of course. Specific TikTok. And that's in the open. So it's like, you have to access. So he we tracked. They drive a place where they train. He said, stop on the road, beat the shit out of after they so that was what it was for. So it's just to see if you were That's a pattern. At least American specialist themselves to force them. But there's a clear indication of technology. AD IEDs are come over here. It's not from an Afghan. I can come in over to do IEDs. It's from some sort of that has some experience and know how to make some of these. That's one place where they were learning them from the ground. Another one is Colombia. Colombia's operators have been showing the great parts of the world. I mean, they're in the Ukrainian war right now, right? Some of the operators from Mexico that went to fight in the Ukraine. In Mexico, they showed what they learned about warfare in the Ukraine war. So this is where it's the army. We're marching around. We're getting trained. And get people brought into this training camp and like, hey, let's see if you're army. And they look at it like, just kill some random person. Yeah. And this kid is what I'm telling you. That's the first thing do that was trying just drag it. Because it's I mean it's basically like the military, but there's you it is a job. It is like a structured job. You get up, you get body, the other one, get selected for certain activities. To fight the hill. Some people get this, like the 2B2 managing some of the stores. But it's a giant thing. This region, this new generation. People into it's not, you don't have to search for it. It's there. It's like people smugglers. Yes. They'll have videos of people here in Texas that went through the border recently and look at the newspaper like, hey, you live in Texas, now look at the newspaper. They were like a few hours later, the news before with that newspaper. So what's the best thing about what they're again? Because they were this is on TikTok. How big of a tool it's Mexico is propaganda as well. That's what to each other. This kid get out. He managed to prove himself. Managed to get and he want to be here. Don't come back. Not everybody gets it. So it's just like he got that organization. Eventually said they get back to his ethics. How long was he? I think he said something about 6 or 8 months. He when he went through something between the territory. It's basically one of the corridors up into Mexico, through Mexico. So that's people. So things are unknown. Health insurance. When I talk to him about that, it's like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, you try. Yeah. Nightmares, yeah. zombie movies. Where they have all these people missing people because of outbreak happened. It's like that, except it's already over 100,000 official numbers of Mexicans working the same. It's gone. That's another aspect of this. That's what more than realize the numbers are scary. Because there's no confirmed dead person or number of people murdered and there's no body. Mexico has become getting rid of these the cultures and Mexico. I was in Coahuila working with a tax group there. They showed me from 15 different regions on different ways of getting rid of things. Some just kind of throw away fuel on it as they can burn in this part of the country, the country will heat up with diesel. And diesel can get ignited. And that's why they put the bodies inside. Basically, essential business. And there's it's what they tell me. Even though my hometown people call diesel to dispose bodies. Yeah. People that are phenomenal. Look at people caustic soda, chemicals that you could find in a hardware store. They would make with the big slurry and they just dump the big slurry out, just cover it up. So like the worst that you see is worse than dead. There's it's not a real number. There's a place where we go into some towns and there's just a bunch of females. You'll see like these abandoned communities in some places that's not too big. Some of these there's these organizations all over the country now that are grassroots organizations that are basically just dedicated to finding clandestine bodies in places. That's the people were trying to make it seem like this was like an extermination camp. High concentration of just the presence of crematoriums. Yeah, not the Auschwitz thing. Yeah, so they're just killing the time. There's nothing left. You want a place where you're come and get. But this is territory that I worry embodied. There's no forensic services in some of these places. Like, here's some misfit from this all from this hill. This giant hill peaks at the end. This is evidence longer, right? There's no kids on the arms. 90% of all the vaccine you're dead. Yeah. You're not going to do it. 90% of the workers are maybe. So it's you have somebody alliance with the nation by the negative. It's about if he would be alive or not. People thought they would like be kept alive. Because he's he's very much exposed himself in almost recently. And the federal police really took off because the purity of the operation again. It's the second, third in general, we've been all the way up to Mexico. And you can hear this word, like, how is it going to be kind of like it's Asian? That's a lot of things. Politics or compromise at high level. Recently, the rest of say as about this convention, compromise is one of them. So the Queen has American force that is trying to drugs in this country is the excuse for this desperation. Flight track. One of them said this suspicious American drone were the state of Mexico. And they dropped it. I think I was one of the first ones. And of course, briefing almost immediately. In Mexico, we asked it's not a military problem. Yeah, that's right. I don't think it knows what's not different. I don't know, but if they get out, whether there's a drone flying wherever, I don't know. Either or either. Didn't happen any times recently. The drone just flying off, so they pulled out and say, Mexico. Speaking to somebody like Mexico, what is the military going to do? The question is like, we're going in without your group. He said, if you start fighting at hotels with Mexico, sure, organizations that are frequent fighters. I don't know what the start points because some of them have done for us. So, just an interesting theory. It seems like it. Yeah, because there's like the U.S. already in its signals, closing the borders. It's perfect. We have Trump is in Mexico. He has been trying to spare clear like enemy, like this is the enemy. You know, that's just competition out there. It's pretty easy to just build one like the inside stuff. You know, why is Mexico has pressed them. The U.S. is responsible for this, and they're kind of wiping their hands from it. And the U.S. keeps pointing their finger at high-level government, which is something again I think 5 years ago I spoke about this on this podcast, and I got a lot of shit from it. I said, there's no point going after Mexico without going after the government. Because it's the same entire country. If you have that's when you have a lot of conflicts happening in the Philippines. It's a cartel operated very efficiently. You know, they want to change the path. And it was the politics don't change. They're going to you saw a change in this when the aspect of position change in Mexico. That was against members of the Italian families. Cartel or during the job goes on organization. And they had this asset. They had this asset to create sort of what we want to build job to make it as a robot. He seduced this what a fuck. Against gang violence, which is like very reminiscent of some of the stuff that kind of happened up here during the gang era, or some of the Al Capone era, shootouts between people. The Zetas changed the game. They started bringing guerrilla warfare tactics into this realm. They started doing all those torture videos and cartel execution videos. That comes from them. They realize that part of a guerrilla warfare campaign is propaganda, and how can you make propaganda of shooting a guy in the field? So they changed that game. They started realizing that it's one thing having a kid with like sneakers on the back of a truck with an AK whose dad was part of the organization and he brought his kid in. But it's probably a better idea to have militarized or paramilitary groups working with us. So they started getting these evolutions of ideas of what criminal organizations should be. And all that, the members of the new generation cartel that are now kind of like dominating Mexico started off as a Zeta hunting force by the Sinaloa cartel form in Jalisco. And they said, like, well, we can do this for ourselves now, too, as well. So that's how they originated in a lot of ways. So this organization has taken the textbook learning process of all these other cartels and is now this cartel with all this foundation, educational foundation, as far as how to set up an organization, how to set up all these transnational groups, how to operate on both sides of the border, how to augment their capabilities constantly through technology. Drone warfare was first seen, I think, in Mexico. You saw drone dropping bombs and shit like that in Mexico before Ukraine conflict. But they got really good at it. The Ukrainians have fucking taken that shit to an art form. There are Mexican nationals fighting for their foreign services, their foreign brigades in the Ukraine. And some of them have gone into that realm, drone operators. And some of them are coming back. And you started seeing this sudden sophistication. It used to be bomblets dropped from these commercial drones and the explosives of them were probably lining up explosives. You start seeing these bomblets made. They're more reminiscent of Colombian explosives or IRA era explosives. And now you're seeing these coordinated drone attacks on military forces in Mexico. I think they recently got it, sometime, and the army official, they got him with the drone. I think they killed him, they almost killed him. So we started seeing these drones now being operated as scouts, so you can't get close to them because the drones are in the sky. So now you're seeing drone cartels fighting against other cartel drones. So now you're seeing cartel guys with these futuristic anti-drone guns. And you're seeing those things, yeah. They look like space guns, but they have the cartel guy wearing like sandals, which is what the fuck's going on with these people? So you start seeing all this augmentation of capabilities. This single cartel now has all of this history behind it, all of these lessons behind it, all of this training behind it, all this technology, and it is poised to punch a hole right through its territory and go up north into the United States. Right? There are no segments of the border wall currently that are actually controlled or a city that is controlled by the new generation cartel that is on the border. That's not the case now. But there are places that are starting to maybe look like they're going that way. Tijuana being one of them, where I'm from. You start seeing the last remaining sons of El Chapo, who's one that are free. Archibaldo is the strongest one. And his faction, Los Chapitos, is what they call themselves. This past year, announced that they had reached an alliance with this new cartel, this new generation cartel. So it's a cohesive force, and they had historical ties and a part of the border that they owned already that they inherited from their dad. So that nightmare scenario, having this cartel now having a clear doorway into the United States is pretty close, if it's not there already.
And how wild would it be if the border was still wide open? Because they've cut down on illegal immigrants by some high 90%.
Yeah, it's way down. They're still crossing so well. It's really expensive. It's really expensive.
You gotta get that guy off TikTok.
Yeah. There's a bunch of ways they do have. I saw one where they were like, hey, they'll grab a portfolio full of copies of IDs and like, oh, you look like this dude. And then they'll give you, let's like just get really drunk before you cross, and they'll pretend you're asleep. And they'll give you paperwork that looks like the dude, that looks like you, and that's how they cross some people. And it's very expensive. That's how they cross you. Fast boats, There's a bunch of videos online, just boats just arriving on the beach and just dudes jumping out. It's a classic. Running. There's like
they're in.
There's a shortage of those wave runners. There's a shortage of them in Mexico because they just buy them
a short trip. I mean, if you get on one in Tijuana, you hop over to San Diego. Yeah, it's not that far.
No, and they'll swarm it now. They'll do many of those boats. And if you were in TJ, you can see off the coast. There's a bunch of Navy ships now off the coast there. So, which is a cause for alarm for a lot of Mexicans. When I say Mexicans view any sort of intervention by the United States with fear. Although they are also fearful of what happens if this is allowed to continue in Mexico and they don't see any solutions from the government.
So it seems like the opposite. It seems like it's going more and more towards the cartel.
Yeah.
So what would happen if the United States didn't infiltrate? If the United States didn't attack? If something didn't happen? If they just
I think I stepped away. I think we're already involved. This arrest of Amara Zambada, this designation that allows a lot of things, safety's off type thing against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico and in the eyes of the Mexicans, I guess, the fact that there was a promise of no negotiating terrorists, or at least it's something that is assumed. You don't negotiate with terrorists. It's like a thing. But all of a sudden, one of these factions just made a deal, and now they're negotiating with them, and now all these people are crossing that border. Their family members are crossing that border now with the safety of the United States. The dude that the United States made a deal with is responsible for the death of a few special operators that were part of his arrest. What are they going to tell their families of that loss and why they died? And also the piles of bodies that were around after both of the arrest attempts. So there's distrust on both sides. Mexicans don't trust the government to solve it because
What's the deal with your president? What's her deal? Shame on. Woke, very woke, very to the left. A few guerrilla forces in Central America have come out and said that she was one of the resistance fighters with them. Jewish. That's kind of odd. It is very odd from Mexico. Very loved by large segments of the population. What is her about that she's loved? Like, what is about her policies? Or I think she's feeding off a lot of the love that they have for AMLO. AMLO was our Trump. That's the best way to describe him. Populist guy, trained to swamp rhetoric, like all these other guys. The conservatives can go, God, we're gonna win this. He won by a landslide. But he kept talking about conservatives and the previous party, and that the Morena party is made up of all these other politicians just switching sides and joining his party. So, Shame on came in with a big job on her hands as far as security. She immediately reversed the whole balazos. I mean, there's balazos on the table now. I recognize that. She brought into office with her man. What did you mean by that? When you say balazos, it was balazos, like hugs, not bullets. She got rid of that. Now there's a lot more. There's a lot of balazos. There's more bullets now. There's a man in power right now, a security official named Omar Garcia Harfuch, who has a sordid history in Mexico. He comes from people. He has been in circles of people that have been involved in some shit, but he himself has not been. There's nothing on him that we know of. And what is he? A super cop is what he calls him. He's very well loved by his men. I actually talked to a few people that work directly with him. He seems to be like a guy who's willing to go up to task. And he's receiving all the pressure from the United States that, like, we need results, guys. Like, what are you doing? So he has been heading up operations against some of these organizations, specifically in Sinaloa. And we've seen record-breaking fentanyl seizures and high-level politicians being caught up in some of these things. And specifically, the interesting part of the operations he's conducting all over Mexico is he's actually going after municipalities. So he's going after, like, municipal presidents and some of the local governments that are basically all corrupted. He realizes that, hey, where's the cartel here? Oh, the cartel's local government's cartel. So they do these mass swarm operations on some of these places where they arrest the police chief, they arrest the mayor. He realizes that this is the front that he has to now fight, because the cartel isn't just these organizations out in the hills anymore. They're inside, they're infiltrated, they're in politics, and people think about drugs only. But drugs don't. These cartels are fighting for what you call as well fuel trafficking. There's a fan of avocado. If you go to Chipotle and order extra guac, you're putting money in the pockets of this new generation cartel or the Familia Michoacana. It's wild, and it's fuel theft. And the fuel theft part of it, what you call it, they call it in Mexico, is interesting that catches that puts in a lot of people in the United States that are involved in it, taking illegally siphoned fuel from Mexico by some of these criminal organizations, putting it on a ship and flying, and doing a lot of magic with the paperwork, and then it ended up ending up in the U.S.
Welcome. How are you, Juco?
So that's another side of it that people don't.
What's up, Pimp? How'd you find out about me, son?
I didn't see you in the other group chat, in the other shit.
Word, dog. How's your day going?
It's going good. How your day going?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah. It's going good. I'm chilling.
Amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
All right, well, it's essentially people who have their entire life on camera, and that's what mine is. It's essentially a time capsule for society or timeline for society. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want you to be able to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds good.
Excellent. So I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. What are you up to?
I ain't doing that. I just joined your server. I see you in the e-girl world voice chat. I was wondering what you was doing. I just see you on your phone scrolling.
Word, dog. That's what I do, baby. That's what everybody does, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So just chilling. It's early. Do you have any plans for today?
I'm probably going to the state fair later on.
Oh, that's amazing. What are you going to do there?
You go on a couple rides, grab some food with a friend. Probably just chill for the whole day.
Dog, that's amazing. Are you going to eat like crazy foods?
Hopefully, yeah. You know it's expensive there, so
yeah.
Hopefully, I'll probably spend about $100 to $200 there.
Oh wow, you got deep pockets. All right, good for you, man. What are you gonna? Yeah, what are you gonna? If you had to eat something crazy, what would it be?
Probably the corn with the Cheetos, with the hot Cheetos on it.
That's your jam.
Like a spicy corn or something.
I got you. That's your jam.
Yeah.
Word, dog. Excellent. All right, so you've got the flaming hot Cheetos corn dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
What else would you eat if you could?
It'd be hard because I'm hard to pick food. Like even if we was to go out to a restaurant, I would not know what to pick.
Okay, what are your favorite foods?
What do I like? I like chicken. Oh. I like to eat. I don't like pizza. Hamburgers.
Hold on one second. Why don't you like pizza?
It got played out.
Oh, dude, it's classic though.
Yeah, probably like from Little Caesars. I'll probably eat some pizza.
All right, so you like Little Caesars pizza, the hot and ready?
Yeah.
Word. Okay. Do you like sauce with it? Do you like ranch or buffalo or butter?
Nah.
No, just plain. Nah. All right. Do you like it with just cheese, sausage, supreme, pepperoni? What do you like?
I like pepperoni pizza. Sometimes cheese if I'm in a mood for cheese.
Word, son. All right. So you like chicken. What kind of chicken do you like?
Fried chicken.
Word, dog. All right. So do you like it really crispy or do you like it not crispy?
Really crispy.
Word. Excellent. Okay. Do you like any sauces with it? Oh, he's gone. He's like, fuck your food questions, Rabbi. I'd be like, dog, this isn't fucking 20 questions. That's cool, though. I hope he has fun at the state fair. Hey, Rabbi, if you could eat anything at the state fair, what would it be? I'd get that crazy shit, like deep fried pickles. If you could eat it, everything was kosher at the state fair. They should have a national fair. That bitch should go everywhere. Anyway, there used to be world fairs. I wonder what kind of crazy shit they have at world fairs. Like, deep fried sushi. Anyway. Cray in a good way. Alright, what else would you eat? You could eat anything. If they had like turkey bacon that was kosher on one of those fucking like a turkey leg with turkey bacon all around it, I don't know. What else? I don't know. I've been to fairs and things, but we never ate on them. Alright, but if you could and did, what would you have? I don't know. Every year, the deep fried Snickers. That seems like it's a thing. Fried everything. How about French fries? God, I hate French fries daily. I have yet to have anybody come in here who's like, oh yeah, I saw you on Twitch. Let's check out how many views we have. What do you think? Do you think you have any but 10? Maybe 6. Whispers. Dude, you could spam Spotify. What's going on? Nobody's checking that shit. Views, high to low. Wow, one got 33. Why didn't I get an award for it? Sucks. That's good. Dragon Balls. Alright. Watch, they consider pushing people on my YouTube to be fraud, but pushing people on my Discord is fine. That would be fucking hilarious. Dude, I'm surprised no one just sells breading. Just straight up breading. Like, just breading. I can fucking eat breading. Dude, how many? Dude, the goal is to get 1,000 on one. If I got 1,000 on one, we'd be in Baller World. What's Baller World? That's pretty close to Pimp, though. Oh, you little bitch. Fuck. Is that it? That's good. All right, let's check the next one. What's your favorite animal? Unicorn. Create a dashboard. I have to say everything about. Ooh, what's this? Notifications. You're not eligible for the games battle for Fortnite. Doug, why wasn't I eligible before? It should tell you, oh, because you did this, you are now eligible. You are now eligible for the games thing. Well, like, why? What did I do? Shit doesn't get explained. I need explanations. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. I never. Yeah, I want to hear you say. Tell me why. I can't believe Instagram forced you to have 1,000 viewers, 1,000 friends. That's so stupid. But these bitches are gonna marinate? Cool story, baby. Two chains. This motherfucker off the chain. It was off the chain. I'm off it. Hey, there she is. How you living, girl? Hope you're having a good day. Hope it's amazing. Tell me why. No clips? Come on, baby. Give me a 10. 9. Okay. Tell me why. I never did that. Oh, Audie, you're muted. Oh, no wonder. You're like, hey, why do you mute me? Girl, 'cause sometimes you talk goofy. Yo, can you hear me? How you living, girl? How are you? How's your life been? What's wrong?
How's my life been, Rabbi? Come on, man. I've been struggling every second.
Okay, can you get to a shelter?
I'm not going to a shelter. I'm not using a community shower. I'm not sleeping in not even beds with people that don't fucking bathe themselves. That shit is. I can go to a shelter where literally it's everybody showers in one big shower. I have to bring flip flops for that, and I've already been. Some fucked up shit happened. Okay, I'm not trying to go to one of these places. I'm telling you. The other option is the other thing is assisted living, which is for people who have mental illnesses. And technically, I could do that, but I don't have to do that because a law was passed saying there's plenty of people who need help, but they don't need to be in a fucking assisted living shit thing. That's fucking stealing their rights. So I'm waiting for my fucking diversion funding, and that's how this is gonna happen. Other than that, I will be in the car and I will be meeting with those people on Thursday. How did court go? Absolutely fine. These people lied on me again. Do you know what they said? They said that his father, it appears, has done more than you. And I said, oh, this has to be a joke because he hasn't even completed an assessment to be able to visit the child. And by the way, this is not a competition, but that really fucking pissed me off in the courtroom. You must be absolutely nuts. He literally doesn't even, you don't ask him anything because, Jesus Christ, everything's going fine. It's going fine. I want to be in the car. I explain them. Some people understand because they understand what I have to choose from. That this might be this choice for somebody. Okay, so I'm happy when I meet those people who understand that I'm making the choice to be in the car for my safety. I'm not. I don't know what I'm a smart, but I am not that smart. So I'm trying to eliminate a lot of issues and garbage that could come about from associating with the lowly. Pardon me if I have to say it out loud. Okay, thank you.
Certainly. Certainly. Okay, so we've got something on Thursday. I'm just asking, just a question. Do they have any women's only shelters you could go to?
They do have women's only shelters, but I'm already so close to this. I mean, literally the lady that I talked to on the phone yesterday, the one who is the manager out of 5 of them, that will visit me and shit. Yesterday she told me that we've completed such paperwork, and although she's new to the program, and to her it could happen any day. She just needs to wait for the response. I mean, life is just what it is. How much longer can I take this? I don't know. Obviously, I cannot be in here and it's cold.
Right.
So my master evil plan is I need to get my driver license.
Yeah, you
It's
do.
been so long I need to take the test. I need to Uber this man's car. But he won't let me do it like already. He's so stingy with everything. Anyways, he only wants to buy me things if it's food. He barely wants to buy me soap. And at least he wants to buy me food things to this. What the fuck do you think this shit is? You're gonna starve to death? Anyways,
All right. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And I'm just going to tell you what I would do if I were in your situation and I had nowhere to go. I was living in a car and I couldn't do that for the rest of my life. I would start escorting.
For the rest of my life.
I understand.
I'm about to call you this man's name because you're telling me some stupid ass shit right
Hold
now.
on. Just hold on.
I have a son.
No, I understand. But I would be
The point
escort.
was to make my car work, and at the same time, I need to find some place to live. But there's only so many jobs a girl can take before they give her the thing that's in that fucking program. I just have to wait a second to meet with Dawn. I think she was trying to speedy order and focus on some paperwork for a second. Then my ass went to the hospital and they're doing this other shit like, are you okay? To here, let's go get your medication for you since you're hanging in the shit.
Yeah, I mean that's really probably what you need is mental health care.
I have mental health care. That's the problem. I see a therapist once a week and everything's fine, but this guy over here, so if I get in any type of just I'm telling you, man, it would be very simple shit like I need to eat, I need to bathe myself, or you're not gonna fuck me because you didn't let me do these things today. What an asshole! And you talked about another woman, and I'm not talking about another woman from the past. I'm talking about another woman that you're trying to fuck right now as you're fucking me, telling me that I'm not clean because you can't wait for my second doctor's appointment. Okay. Thanks for listening. I always started complaining about this motherfucker. But I have a big heart, I really do. And I will make friends with just about anybody. And so for many reasons, I do not need to go to a shelter because I will not be able to focus on myself. Not only that, but the shelters and assisted living, they have extra graduation classes. You can't leave whenever you like, and then it's just like another barrier for me to get to my appointments, which is I have to get to my appointments for my mental health in order for me to see my son. Because my mom's trying to make me out to be crazy, not feeding her son lady. And I snapped at these people, and they seen a side of me that they said that's not healthy. And I said that it's not that this isn't healthy. This is a regular snap because you just didn't do your job for one whole month. I don't see him, and you want me to act like everything's normal. And now you're telling me that I need to do parenting classes. And guess who hasn't found me parenting classes? It has been over 6 months. And this is the second agency that is supposed to be facilitating the visits. Before I went into the hospital, the last time I was supposed to have a FaceTime call with my son, I was so excited. And, they're like, yeah, you, because basically I don't have to go to therapy. They just want my medication prescribed by a psychiatrist. So this last time, yesterday, I just literally told the lady, oh yeah, by the way, if you're going to be about it, I'm not on Prozac anymore because I was getting side effects. So now I'm on Zoloft. And yes, I'm still taking the Seroquel as needed, and I'm still on the medical cannabis. She wants to pull some shit with me about, well, you were recommended to stay off of cannabis because of cloud psychosis. I said, that's absolutely not true. Who told you recommended it? Because you're still telling me that you haven't talked to any of my doctors.
Oh, so you're talking about the first time that I went to the hospital when we started working with DCFS. Oh my God. Are you talking about Dr. Patel? Who I asked if I could use the marijuana while I'm on syrup. Well, and he told me, you already know what he told me. Listen, I didn't have to tell her that part. I'm like, yeah, when I prescribed it to myself, and I agreed that I'll take that to help me sleep. And I said, why don't we also add the Prozac? While we're at it, doctor, I'd like to add the Prozac. Well, trying to talk to me. Yeah, and by the way, I never talked to your primary. Why did she never call her bitch? Because the fucking lady from the first agency talked to her. At least she did that, right? Oh my fucking God, this is actually crazy. You know what? I'm actually going. These people are actually evil to the point where this isn't. I have to actually give the judge all of my evidence for real, because she's really about to not let me go off of their word. But basically, everything is jacked up because I don't have a psychiatrist prescribing my medication. And for that reason, and the reason that the lady won't give me parental classes, I can't see my beloved son.
I understand.
This is driving somebody crazy.
I understand that. Okay.
I'm not a crazy person
Look,
either.
I understand. I understand. I understand.
Because I keep threatening his father with, I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to put you in jail. I'm going to put you on child support. Who is Kiara and Erica and Colleen? And what the fuck are you talking about? You want to go inside of my body after you think it's too gross to go in there? How about this isn't even what is supposed to be going on, and you have made me into a whore.
Audie, listen.
Yes.
I'm just asking. Okay, so my advice is to get help. I know that's easier said than done. So if you can't do that right now, just hold on. If you can't do that right now, I'm just asking. You're between a rock and a hard place, and if I were in your position, do you know what something called private delights is? Okay, so it's basically a place where you can escort. And I'm not saying that I think that's the best thing for you, but it will get you out of this situation.
Don't even talk to me about that.
Okay, well, you need money, and there's no like way.
Yeah, also, I have to survive as myself.
Okay.
That makes me feel disgusting that you would even mention that to me, Rabbi.
Well,
and you should know better than to give me recommendations that are against my good interests.
It's not necessarily that. Look. It's not necessarily that. It's not necessarily that. It gets you out of this situation. And I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life. I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life.
Hard work and patience, and apparently, according to Mr. Aquarius, prayer, even though I told you I ain't supposed to be doing that. Besides saying thank you for not sending me to jail this time, and I now don't have a warrant. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so if that's out of the question, that's what I would do because I'd be that desperate. Then go seek the people who.
Then you won't look for me anymore.
I absolutely will. I have known women who have had to do that. And I still respect them.
I don't want to hear about that.
Okay, I still respect them, and I think it's. I honestly don't think it.
You're so fucked up.
I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. Look.
Respect my struggle, Rabbi.
Look. Listen to me. I respect those people more than I respect a lot of other people, and here's why. Basically, you're in this.
Respect me more, just like this. Watch this shit. I'm never doing that shit, Rabbi.
Okay.
I'm worth more than that shit. Are you fucking crazy? I give a fuck what anybody who they think that they are, that they need somebody to talk to about it. I am the bitch that will slip up, Rabbi. I know myself. I can't do that.
Okay, I don't.
And I'm not a fucking whore. And watch how real quick and accidentally went across the street, Rabbi. And that was not consensual, Rabbi. No. While it's happening is not consensual, Rabbi. And I'm the person who has to live with that and deal with that. I'm the person who has to question, why did that happen out of desperation? Do I want to create any more situations like this? Absolutely not. Ew. That sounds like a trap. That sounds like a money trap to me. And I don't want to get lost in there.
I understand. Audie, you're basically doing that now with one guy in a car who is barely providing
Yeah,
for you.
but
And I'm
the
saying you can
thing
become.
is that we have a child together, and when I do this, I increase his life for him to be with his son. So right now, that's correct.
Okay.
I am only having sex with the father of my child because it's sanitary, and he's forcing me to.
See, that's
So why would
the
I
thing.
go to somewhere else where I'm going to be forced to be gross?
Because then you can get a hotel room, and then you can get on your feet.
Yeah, but here's what a hotel room is. I have all the things outside of the hotel room besides the microwave.
I understand,
And
but that car is going to be unlivable in a few months.
yeah, in a few months, I'm not going to be in this car because Jesus loves me.
Okay.
Okay, and I have paid the price for at least to get up from the place. I'll be in a heating and cooling center. I'll be sleeping in a shelter if I don't have a place to live. If I can't make this work,
Okay.
then I'll be living in a shelter. I'm not about to freeze to death.
And we don't want that. I don't think that sex work is anything to put down. There are many people who have to do it, and it gives you an.
Well, if I was going to do sex work, it would be more like actually having sex with people that I actually want to have sex with.
And that's what I'm saying.
And then
And you can do
people
that.
that I want to have sex with, they don't want to pay me.
Wait, hold on.
And they're like, oh, this isn't real. Or what am I supposed to do? I'm just supposed to have sex with people, and then I'm supposed to ask for stuff, right?
No,
The problem is I'm not used to doing that.
I mean,
Usually I just have sex with them, and then I'm like, thank you.
you can do that too. I mean, it's whatever. I just think that, hey, look, you don't have many choices. As I said, a shelter, mental health, that's the way to go. But if you aren't going to do that right now, and I understand, I don't think that there's any disrespect in considering sex work if it is a way out of your current situation.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying,
I'm not going to do an escort.
wait, but it's not that bad. I mean, I know that there are some aspects of it, but you don't have to do it forever. You do it for a month, and then you can buy you can get a driver's license, and you can start to Uber.
Well, I can do that now. I just have to let this nigga give me $30. I'll get my license.
Okay, so about that, isn't it possible to go to your social worker and get a a pass for a free driver's license?
Free one?
Yeah.
I already asked, and no, I can't because, well, basically, because my license is expired, I have to. Honestly, I think the guy's just being a piece of shit. You're right. I should ask these other people, where can I go besides this place? Because this dude is he gave me a hard time just to give me a hard time the first time. And he was nicer to me the second time. But the second time was when I went to go get my birth certificate and my social security number. And I had asked them, and he said no. And I really feel like he was lying. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you got to go back and then just try again, and ask them to speak to someone else. So you don't.
I'm gonna make him pay for it. I already told him he was going to for weeks, so he can pay for it next week. I got 2 doctor's appointments on Friday. Tomorrow I have to take the paper to the Social Security Administration.
Okay. All right. Well.
The positive thing about if I stay in this people, then I actually have a right here to do anything that I want. Otherwise, for instance, if I were to be in the shelter and have to have gone to that place and then be directed to another place, that would be so much for my body right now to walk that fucking far. Like, I really think I would like have a seizure. Because I need to have my weed. You know what? I had a seizure in the hospital, and realizing that it's because I start to come off my weed when I'm not in the right way. Like, tapering is something different. But
Can't your social worker give you bus tokens?
yeah, but you know how far the fucking bus stops are. You don't understand. Man, this shit is terrible.
It's true. I'm not familiar with the Chicago bus system. But
First of all, we call them bus tokens. This is not nice.
okay, well, whatever they're called, bus credits. What are they called? I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
You know what does matter is the fact that I can't smoke marijuana right now. I just can't.
Okay. Well, I'm here to support you with whatever your decision is, and I want the best for you.
Best decision ever. Are you fucking crazy? I'm not about to be choked to like I'm a piece of shit.
I'm not talking to you that way. I did want you to know this isn't.
It's called That's Never Gonna Happen.
What's never gonna happen? Okay, so
Sorry,
that's fine.
I'm never gonna sell my time and attention or my fucking. That's still selling myself. That's weird. I don't like that. I don't feel comfortable, and it's not. I'm not saying. I'm saying it's something I wouldn't do because it's something I'm uncomfortable with. And if I would be comfortable with it, I would consider it. But for those reasons, that it makes me feel super gross because I can't do that. I might be a little wild, but I can't just be in that situation entertaining anyone's energy. That is totally against my will and against. I will not be nice. I will slip up, and I will fucking tell someone off. And they will not like that very much.
Okay, nobody wants that.
I'm supposed to be nice to customers.
I just want you to get out of that car. I want you to get out of a bad situation. And
I know what I have to do is I have to be good.
you're going to sell exactly 0 records.
It's not about selling records. It's about fucking records.
Okay. I mean, do whatever you want to do. If you want to be a rapper, I'll support you to be a rapper. All right. So I added this thing to the server. It may not be important to you, but I just want to make you aware. It measures everybody who's been in here the longest time. And because you've used 2 different accounts, you don't have the highest amount, but if you combine your 2 accounts, you're just about at the highest amount of any person in here. So you should know that you are doing well on that tracker, and I appreciate the amount of time that you spend in here, and I'm always here to support you. And if that means that you go get mental help, go ahead.
Is that what you would tell your fucking sister or your daughter?
I would. I was just thinking about that. I'm going to tell you this. Wait. You asked me a question. You asked me a question, and I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. If you had absolutely no opportunities, which I think you do, that's why I said you could go to a shelter, you could go to a women's care area, whatever. But let's say that wasn't available, and she was living in a car with an abusive person, having sex with him for nothing, then I would say to her, you have no other options. If you can't go work at McDonald's and you can't go Uber and you can't do these other things, than to create a profile and start giving hand jobs if that's what you have to do.
I would say, why don't you get your ass back over here to the house right now?
Wait,
then I would not be my mother. That's what would happen.
wait, but I'm saying that if I didn't have the opportunity, I'd give hand jobs to be able to help my daughter.
You're not in charge. This is why you guys don't make the fucking rules. You're stupid.
I understand, but you just don't have a lot of options. And this will get you out of that car. It will get you out of an abusive situation.
Patience is a virtue.
I understand, but it's going to start to get cold. Good. And that's the advice I would give to my daughter, or to my sister, or to my mother, or to anyone around me. But if they weren't going to do that, I would tell them that I would still respect them and I would still understand the position they were in if they had to basically just go on dates with people for money. I don't see that as that immoral at all. Especially, I don't see it as immoral at all if you have no other choice.
I think there is that immoral either. Like I could have a conversation with one of these people, but are they gonna be my best friend? No, because that's not the best decision actually. I mean, it's a decision that could have been made. Yeah, that's how I feel about those people. They're okay. I thought about being a stripper. Okay, I went as far as applying many years ago, but now we're not thinking about that. We're not thinking about that. We could be a cocktail waitress, but we have to actually take actual pictures of ourselves when we look good, because that's what they're gonna fucking ask for, and that's about as far as that shit would go. But other than that, I'm not going to be an escort and allow myself to be one-on-one with some fucking creep, because I don't want to. No amount of money is worth that. I don't care if somebody was like, I'll give you $1 million. They'd have to give me $1 million. They'd have to give me $100,000. They'd have to give me a lot of fucking money, and they're not ready to give me that much. I'm not talking about in the hundreds. That's what I'm saying. Is this as much? You must not understand. I gotta erase this shit from my memory when I'm done with it, because otherwise I'm gonna be sitting there not laughing and acting like, listen, I'm way smarter than you, and I don't give a fuck how much money you have. There is a disparity in this land. I don't even need to go to school to prove that I'm fucking smarter than you. The problem is that I'm in before you right now. That's what's gonna happen. I'm not saying I'll scream, but I can't do it for me, because that's not me. Me doesn't like that. Me wants to touch who me wants to touch. Me wants to be around who he wants to be around. I don't want to be around many people at all, as you can see, to begin with. Why would I want to be around weird people who want to give me money so that they can be in my vicinity and try to possibly give me more money to put their pee-pee in one of my holes?
You don't have a lot of options, and if you were rejecting going to seek help, and you're in an abusive situation in a car right now, it's a way out.
I'm not rejecting help. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Is right now, it is as if I'm in a assisted living facility, but I am doing the process for applying for that same funding for someone who's in a mental health crisis and needs housing. But I will be getting it funded to me, and they're going to help me find a fucking apartment to go and apply the housing towards.
That's great.
And I will have it a lot. But I have to wait for that process. And essentially, by me doing the interview for the assessment for the assisted living on the phone, because I took the time to do that, and I thought, well, I'll at least do this assessment. Once they told me about the graduation process, I said that I was not interested. But the fact that I keep going in the hospital and that I was working with these people has made that process so much quicker. So I'm fucking gonna wait until that fucking happens. And in the meantime, I will be figuring out if I need to go into a shelter where it is, like I said, community showers and where I don't want to be. But if that's where I have to go in the winter, because I can't live in my own car in the winter either.
Right.
I've thought about this, don't worry.
I'm sure you have.
But you're talking to the girl who wanted to live in a tent outside this summer and the previous summer, but everybody wants to be an asshole and let her cook in the car instead. Okay. Thanks, Doris.
Absolutely.
Being nice.
Absolutely.
You have to understand, you can't just force somebody into sex work. That's called sex trafficking. It feels like that's what you're trying to do. And you should know me by now, Rabbi. Actually, you should know me very well by now that is not something that I would do. Rabbi, when somebody says they're crude, they don't do that. Come on now.
I understand.
It's like
You don't even necessarily have to have sex with the people. You could just spend time with them. There are men who will just pay you to spend time with them.
I know, Rabbi, but you don't understand what it's like to be me. And sensitive and all this. And I don't want anybody to look at me. And I can read their brain when they're looking at me. I don't want anybody that close to me when that's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's a date.
Exactly.
I am not a whore. It's still whoring yourself out.
It gets you.
It's so
It gets you out of a
I
car.
don't like
It gets you out of a car.
hey, right. Into a hotel room alone.
Yeah, but then you can get from a hotel room to an apartment, and then eventually get a serious job and get on your feet. That's all I'm
I
saying.
have to get a job. I thought it was going to be on public assistance for the rest of my life because I have mental health issues.
Or you could do that. Well, okay, so that's an option.
Which one am I, super smart or a whore?
Look, I'm just gonna say that there are a lot of people, both men and women,
Which one I am?
who've been
Quit fucking telling me.
who've been in your situation, and the way that they are able to get out of it is the way that I suggested. Now, because of the issues that you have you sought disability?
Yes. You know what? I was just actually, I need to go online and I need to create my new account because, and I was just in the middle of that yesterday, but the car wasn't moving, so I wasn't able to do my ID. But I need to get access to that because my phone number has changed since I started the case.
Okay, well, why don't you do that now? Why don't you do that now? That'll be $1,000 a month. That'll help you. Okay, you do it on your own time. Look, I just don't want you to be in a bad situation, and you're not currently in a good one. And I want you to have options to get out of it.
Yeah, I'm seeking all the viable options. I'm trying to live. My spirit has to live in my body. It's gonna kill my spirit, and I'm gonna not be able to do something that I don't want to do. It's gonna put me in a bad mood, and then it's gonna ruin my child's relationship with his father, and I don't want that to happen because, like, I mean, it's to the point where I'm telling him that I have kids with people, different kids, and they'll send them back to you, and another kid with you. You know, his response is if I'm gonna cheat, while I'm gonna cheat on my boyfriend, not like they're gonna leave me and can't leave or nothing like that. All right, I think exactly what I thought. You don't love me, okay? Well, you know, I don't have to feel bad. I mean, the signs were right here, but I didn't know. Maybe you just didn't know how to treat somebody. No, you don't full well how to treat somebody. This is not it. So, on the bright side with that, it's that I have pretty much, like, I could just leave it any minute. It's not going to be, I mean, like, yeah, he's going to be upset. He did just cry on the video. So it was some weird shit because I don't believe that after everything that I've been treated like during this process. And I feel like there's nobody to run back to or hug after everything happens to me. And so the point I'm trying to make is if I, you know, disrespect myself, his dad isn't gonna be as involved with him because he's not gonna wanna involve and talk with me because he's not about that lifestyle. And then when he does spend time with the child, you know, I didn't have to worry about him bad me rather than us being, you know, like extended family to an extent because of the child. Um, I can't do that. I can't be a whore. Like for my son, I can't be a whore for myself. I don't want to be a whore. You know, that's all the same thing to me. And
It may be. I don't consider those people whores, and I don't think being a whore is that bad at all. I think we're all whores in our own way.
I'm like, you're not here either. If I had the ability to do it, I would, but I don't have that ability.
Okay, I understand.
I want too much of it.
I
That
understand.
I actually am not about to even get that close with my energy because that's weird to me that somebody would pay me for my time.
Okay.
And you're not. This isn't like. You're not supposed to do that. That's weird. That shit is weird.
It's not weird. It's the oldest profession in the world.
It's not the oldest profession in the world. It's not that. The oldest profession in the world is mother. Okay, and I'm trying to make babies, not just spend time with weirdos. I'm about to make another baby with this nigga, I guess, because I don't know what else to do. And I'm not anytime soon. I'm doing this. But I'm gonna be old soon, and I'm not gonna be a baby. I was born at a time when I was a baby. So I got to do it. I got to do a baby children. Just kidding. Actually, I thought about it. I did technically did. But you know what? I get scared all the time because it's going to be from my vagina. In my vagina, why are you even in there if you don't even love me? You could be another baby in there? Crazy, right? So I just got to be okay with it. And I need to think about it like, he's Victor. And like, I can't leave the children. Does take good care of them. Said it there, that's what I'm doing. The children would be beautiful with them. And no point that we actually sit in and look at a child. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So, I can be real children. Or I could just look at what's before me. Don't let that guy do it. Actually, at the end of the day, I just lie over like a dog, start crying. And I act like I'm in love with this nigga. After all this bullshit. Yeah, how about I just do that too, Rabbi? Yeah, sounds like bullshit to me as well.
What's that?
Sounds like I'm not doing either of those things.
What's that?
What?
What are you saying?
I could just, you know, stay with this man and have another child with him. Because I thought, how bad could it be? Like, I can make him be nice to me. I know how to act right, to be treated right. But listen, things have been said and things have been done that are irreparable that make me go absolutely crazy. And I'm not in love with this person. But you don't need to be in love to make babies. And babies don't come from love. Babies come from sex. And you do sex with anybody. And I have to do sex with this guy. Chance of making a baby all the time. And does it scare me? Yeah, because I don't have nowhere to put the baby right now.
Exactly.
But if I knew another one, wouldn't they be beautiful? Yes.
It would be a terrible situation. It would be a terrible It would be a terrible situation for you right now. I'm not saying in the future, but you don't want to bring a life into this world. You can't take care of the first one. You don't want to have to do it with the second one.
I can't take care of the first one. My mother lied on me. Don't even go there.
Honey, you can't take care of yourself at this point, let alone a baby.
Oh, I'm taking great care of myself. What are you fucking talking about? They wouldn't let me out into the world if I wasn't able to.
Okay, that's fine. I'll support.
Just because I don't cry very much, don't mean that it don't hurt, Rabbi. You know, but you come to me with some hard shit, for real. Talking to me as if I'm not. How am I disabled, but you're gonna talk to me like I'm not disabled?
Well, that's why I said, if you can get disability or support or anything like that, that's the best option.
Okay, well, we're trying everything all at once. Last time the lady asked me if I ever fucking hit my head hard. I said I don't remember. And of course I have a lot of times. What the fuck? The lady was a bitch. Swear to God, she just didn't like me because I was light skinned. These people don't want to do their jobs either, Rabbi. I'm telling you. They don't like me. They don't like Autumn. They don't like what Autumn has to say. Autumn comes in with no opinions. All fitness about it all like a terrible situation. Then they don't want to give her the fucking. They want to. Some of these people are absolute demons, you know, and then others are not. Others are just right there with you, not beat off. And that's what tells me that I'm not crazy at all. It tells me that nothing is wrong with me. I'm just fine. And you know, it might look like it's a weird decision. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if I live 15 minutes away at my grandma's house. This guy is not going to be on time for my doctor's appointments and shit. But if I sit in his car at those doctor's appointments are how I'm going to see my son. And I can't trust him to come and pick me up at the shelter because the day that I was raped, he was supposed to come the next day at 9 a.m. and he wasn't there. And I wasn't until the day after that I went to the fucking hospital. So.
Can you live with your grandma again?
No, I cannot because there was an order of protection and I just went to court the other day for her. And they asked her if she wanted to shorten it from a year to 6 months or a year. She said, yeah, only a year. So that's good. Both my mom and Mary's order of protection will be up around that same time. My mom has no ethics or reasons for it. And I will absolutely get a fucking public defender to open up a new other case as to why the fuck are you doing this to me when you have my son? This is illegal and I'm kidnapping you.
Okay, so when is your mom's order of protection done?
It's up in August of next year, and so is the one for my grandma.
Okay.
Now my mother, I just saw her at court yesterday, but I'm not allowed to talk to her and stuff. When I left, I said bye to her. She tries to avoid eye contact. But I did tell off the caseworker that was sitting right next to my mom, and the caseworker lied and said I didn't answer. I turned around and I said that she told me not to text her off the phone. The worst I told her is do your job in all caps. Yeah, I've been trying to prepare some classes for her. Please, quote-unquote neighbor girl location. I asked her if I need to date up Illinois. She spent 6 months. And my therapist doesn't understand because she previously worked at a DCFS entity. And she's saying, you know, this lady doesn't make any sense. You should be doing both of these things at the same time. Absolutely. I don't need to see a psychiatrist and get my medication prescribed by a psychiatrist when there's a doctor that's fully incapable and is doing it, in the meantime that I could be saying. She sent me like 4 or 5 different resources that I called back on. One of them, she told me that the lady was going to call me back, and I called her, got information. It's not, none of these places do those parenting classes. Only one of them actually did those type of parenting classes. She lied to me, saying, "Oh yes, she is going to call you back." So days later, when I was asking again if she had any new leads, she tells me, I said, "Oh, by the way, what happened with that other lady? That yes, she is going to call you back." I'm like, "Well, I'm sure she didn't just explain to me a bunch about something that doesn't exist and tell me she has no idea why you would say that for no reason." Anyway, so that's the caseworker who's supposed to be sending me pictures and videos of my son, and she sees him every week. Yeah, she sent me pictures. And I'm fucking 10 seconds ago. One time. Yeah. I can only do as much as I can do, but these people are like deliberately driving me crazy. What are you talking about? I didn't answer. I said, when I was turning around, I said, you sent me one email this far with medical documentation about my son and talking about how this vaccine waiver needs to now be notated by a doctor. That's all that you sent, one email. And you only started emailing because you don't want to text me anymore. What the fuck? This shit was so crazy. And then they're like, yeah, she's made unreasonable action towards him. Last time they said I made reasonable. I'm like, I'm doing the exact same shit. This makes no sense at all. But whatever. Absolute garbage. How can they fucking keep their jobs? I gotta talk to that building's boss. I got her phone number.
Audie, can you apply for disability? Like now?
Yeah, I already did.
No, you
I
didn't.
already applied for it, and I did the interview like back in June or July. So
Okay.
now it's at the point where it's just gonna wait forever, and then during this time, I need to get some tests ordered by my doctor and hopefully by my psychiatrist, because they're gonna have like 6 months while they look at it. And so I'm gonna get that documentation is there, and then what happens is they give you kind of have like an agent where you can call them and let them know, like, hey, I've just submitted new documentation. Like, you can give them documentation directly, or I guess you could tell them to like look for it, like, at this date, at this facility or whatever, to help like prove my case.
Okay, didn't you say that you had to? Didn't you say? Didn't you say you had to upload some document to the website?
No. Oh yeah, that's like because you can go into like the Social Security administration website, and there's like you can check like how much like you worked like towards your retirement, and then you can check like when you're applying for retirement and disability. There's like a little like time calculator bar that fills up, and it lets you know what percentage they are done looking at your medical records. Yeah.
Okay, so can't you work on that process?
Yeah, I told you I was going to do it tomorrow, which looks like it's today because it's sunny. But I thought I was going back to sleep for a little bit first.
All right, you go back to sleep. You do that.
As the region that the Arabs call Jebel Musa, or Mount Sinai, right? Of course, we're not sure that is the specific designation of the great biblical Mount Sinai, but yes, it's a reasonable possibility. And then moving their way up through that is. So they've all left Egypt. Amazing. They turn the location. Halachic dilemmas that I will read. But indeed, class, Jewish civil.
Just process to the essentially, you're acting like you're an expert. You're just a comedian. It's like, that's always been the point. Like, yes, I'm just a comedian. I'm not an expert. Still, being an expert can help be your favorite. And I just tear them to shreds because it's actually not that hard. Like, these people aren't really experts either. There it is. These people that are people of this sort of common okay, not experts. They are not experts. There's no, still have any great English. But there's all these different people who, expertise in one area that is pretty much outside geopolitical, politics and international relations and chaos and war and industrial conflicts. These are very complex, sophisticated discussions that we talk about so many different factors in play. There's so much money, there's so much bullshit in terms of like what's the truth, what's the narrative, who's pushing the narrative, who's being paid to push the narrative, which is really weird. There's so many of these fucking online influencers that I don't even think are really human beings that have like prominent accounts. Yeah. But then there's also it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss how first thing that was just really funny to me was that so like the last time.
Welcome. How are you? What's up, Cat? How you doing? Can you hear me? Hello? How are you? Cat, can you hear me? Yeah. How's your day?
Good. This is this.
Oh, excellent. How did you find out about
It was being spammed with
me? Amazing. Okay, very well. Well, apologies. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? My friend?
Yes, very interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, it's very interesting. Cat. Thank you so much for being here. Again, apologies for the spam. My spam.
I apologize.
Okay, I'm Rabbi.
Correct.
Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. Absolutely. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of a young, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Pat, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family, all become financially independent if you're not already, that you can have generational wealth, and most of all, that you're able to start 30 some philanthropic organizations to help the world. How does that sound?
It sounds like that way.
Absolutely.
Actually, extremely 24/7 for all
Really?
years.
Yeah, actually pretty close to 4 years.
That's fine.
Absolutely. And not just
Must be like 4 years.
absolutely, and not just on one stream. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously.
That's interesting.
Absolutely. And you see in the corner, upper left corner, you'll see some red dots that say 24/7 YouTube stream. If you look that up in YouTube, you'll see it. I'm having this conversation on 22 different YouTube streams, 360 degrees, so that basically it's archived in perpetuity.
So we have 24 devices or it's a stream. We don't have something device or
Great question. I have like 33 different devices, so they all basically have a lot of them have different angles. Some of them have multiple, and then I multi-stream as well. So I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on Twitter, I'm live on Rumble, basically everything but things. And I talk about things about the world. That's why I do this. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help this world through. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for restart technology and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump drinking water onto drinkable. How do those ideas sound to you, Kat?
I have here about Prophet Rothschild, really interesting. At least revolutionary. Like this might actually be the future, but I'm not like definitely about this subject to actually say much about that.
That's okay. Absolutely. I understand. I talk about other things that make you like. I'm a futurist. I'm someone who studies the future, futurology. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, space tourism, things like space elevators and terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar travel, things like perhaps anti, um, anti-aging properties, things like perhaps quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibis, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a Yeah, the Dallas Fans Club, none of the colossal scientists. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, and by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant circus, which I think is an incredible opportunity. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, following the introduction of the woolly mammoth, which I think would be really exciting to be able to witness. They recently made headlines with the direwolf project, where they brought 3 direwolves that are about a year old now. Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things to help you and your friends and your family. If you want, this is only 30%. Everything I say is 30%. Things like life extension technology. When you were born, average life expectancy for you is probably about 80. I want to increase that to 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, nootropics, things like gene therapy, and perhaps erosion therapy to increase your average life expectancy to be about 80 to 120. But eventually, you might be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, I remember in that conversation when I first met you, all the things that you said came true. It's been a wonderful life. But what's the next one? And again, this is with your consent if you want. There's something called mind deployment technology. If you want, we'll be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner, knowing where every nerve is in your nervous system, your peripheral nervous system. We'll later download as an android, a person or a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, a ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But it's what you may have an opportunity of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
What means because
Yeah, basically, you're in the top 1% of the world. You may not consider it that, but to be in the top 1% of earners on Earth, you just need to make like $32,000. And I know that you have internet, I know you have a device, I know that you have social media. So all those things really put you at the top echelon of human society. And the fact that you had the courage to come here and learn about what I do, made you record it on the street, and you'll essentially be seen as a hero in the future.
one different question for you. He almost like sounds like much animal. There's so much information I don't get. What do you like learn all of this information you're talking about right now?
Yeah, great question. Well, I've been using large language models, really ChatGPT, since its launch, November 30th, 2022. In fact, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. By trade, I am a rabbi, but additionally, I'm a certified project management professional. I have certifications in big data. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies that basically integrate international projects. I am someone who has learned a lot, certainly from artificial intelligence in general, or artificial intelligence. Um, Specifically, where did I learn that which I discussed? A lot of it has come from large language models. So what I like to do is whenever anybody comes into my stream or into this Discord and they have a question and we don't know the answer to it, first thing that I do is go to ChatGPT and ask the question, and we get the answer. So I've learned a lot through um, this, this, this I would say, journey I've been on through my life. And so that's how I learned a lot about futurology. But other ways that I learned about futurology, I am an advocate of like alien life and perhaps alien disclosure. And so I study a lot of science fact and science fiction. And when you learn about how those types of civilizations exist, if they do exist, I learn about what kind of technology that they have, and then do my best to utilize that, best utilize it, and how we could use it here on Earth.
You actually have a point of view.
100%, absolutely. I daven or pray on stream. I like Philip. I've got Philip right here. I'll do that in about 45 minutes. Currently, if you came in, I was watching Jewish history lecture.
Yeah, it's actually interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do everything that I addition to teaching
Yes.
on some religious topics, I certainly teach on some scientific topics as well. But at the heart of any teacher, we're learners. So I like to learn with people as well.
That's very important. Like, if you want to progress in this world, you have to like should do other things, not just to be eat. You want to do things like you're doing that.
That's right.
Interesting goals. Is the surname from like Rothschild? Like, you know, it's very prominent through his family. It's like actually related, or is just like political strategy, or why it's surname?
There are about 3,000 of us in the United States alone. It's a big family. So do we share the DNA? Yes, but my
Also, it's actually your legal last name.
my legal last name.
That's amazing.
So that's what I do. Um, the way that you were able to find out about me, I've created quite a few different types of social media. So I'm live on 100 different, or I have over 100 different YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Facebook accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. And more social media than any person ever. I'm basically the most. Go ahead.
No, I can listen. I can.
Certainly, I'm the most archived person in global history. I'm the most videotaped person in global history. I'm the most photographed person in global history. And I am making my mark on the internet and for the future of society. And I do that one person at a time, basically. The way that you found out about me, I created robots that automatically create accounts. They create clicks on people. They follow the person and they spam the person, and then they move on to the next person. And if they never ban one of them, they automatically create a new account the same. So you're quite effective.
Do you like face a lot of job tests? Like I do something about automation, but I know that no social media does a lot of job tests. Like do you step in something you pay for, or do you go to do a job test, or how do you do that? Because you have a lot of bots, so
100%. Yeah, so I have done more captures than any person in global history. And when I say that, I mean it. For the last 6 months, just recently was doing them on different platforms. I got kicked out. So one of the reasons why I utilized kick is because it doesn't have captures. It does have email verification. It does not have captures. Yeah, it does not have captures. Yeah, neither does Twitch. So those are two opportunities to really automate. Um, what ones do are a lot of times YouTube will, a lot of times Instagram will, a lot of times TikTok will definitely. Um, Twitter has the most difficult one. So Twitter definitely is. Blue Sky, that's the one that I was doing most recently, and I did those for like 6 months straight. The way that I would do it to be most effective, which is very smart, is I have handheld devices and I have computers. And basically, I would create the account on a handheld device, and then I would do the captcha, and then have that information automatically stored in a large spreadsheet. And my computer would take that data from the spreadsheet and log in with it. And so they were just going constantly 24 hours a day. I've never paid to have captures done for I can so I can tell you this, I've been doing captures now for years. I've been doing captures. Any person, perhaps on earth, and certainly any person who has a VPN.
Yeah, but these are that some people from more companies that they don't make that much use of job tests, but you're not doing that. You just
Yeah, I mean, it's really not that difficult to do if you have the time and the energy. And, I think a lot of them, I worked for a company one time, and one of the projects that we built, basically a scraper for a website, and we would pay or looking for something like 1 cent per capture. And
Yeah, I know.
and yeah, but like in order to do all of that, there's, there's a lot of trade-off, and especially when a company can just come in and ban all your accounts all at once, it can be a waste. I mean, if they're 1 cent each, then it's not that much, but that was a really good rate. Sometimes it's as much as 7 or 10 cents each. So I can all that up. I like to have control of what I do, and I don't want to give other people my credentials. So, in order to avoid all of that, I do the detection myself. But what doesn't have captions, I've even suggested to kick that they need captions in order to avoid having someone like me who comes in and scams everybody. Um, and I think the reason why they don't do it is because Twitch doesn't, and they basically do everything Twitch does. So the fact that Twitch doesn't
Yeah.
do it means, but even if they did, then I just have to create capture or just do capture. I mean, I'm still a human, and I still will have the, and I have the fortitude to be able to complete them. So it's just a little speed bump in the way, but it's certainly within what I do.
And you said because you had a scripture, so how do you handle that? You automate that?
Yeah, that's all. So I use temporary email service, and like Twitch, you have to use something with a Gmail account and temporary Gmail accounts that you can get. So there are ways around that. With it, they don't require that type of characteristic. You just need to be able to have any email that you can receive a stupid code. So it's all automated. They sleep, they're going, while I'm awake, they're going. And I'll show you here just for a moment. I'll show you what they do. So what these accounts will do. So you see the pointer, and that is it's a clicker shot, and it's going to do
It's easy to see.
it. As of right now, which is I already have it there. Chat is technically for the following Google and my Discord. So what it's going to do, it's very smart. It has optical character recognition, and so wherever there's a live, and wherever it happens, it's going to take a little bit of Discord link. It's going to create a clip on it. And the thing that's good about the clips is if somebody from fans my account, the clip stays. So I have clips from years ago that are on this website that are associated. It's going to create the clip, and then it's going to create that big wall of text. And once it's selected, it will copy it from the spreadsheet. Okay? And minimize the spreadsheet. Press the follow button. Recognizes where the follow button. And then it's going to split. And you can already tell people know about me. They have my name attached. They basically it's a band word. But that's fine. It's just, people still, it doesn't, it's still says Google Rabbi Discord. I mean, Google Rabbi Discord. My Discord shows up, and that doesn't get bashed. And so that's the process that we do. It's very efficient. And I've got 3 of them. So those 3.
It's very interesting. Like, I have seen like say but like actually like the automation needs all models and like actually looking at that be seen and thinking based on that. That's really interesting.
It is. I think it's very unique. I don't know of another person who does that. Everybody else creates scripts and server side, but um, to me that is inefficient because the things change. Website
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't really stay up to date with something like that. You have to change the code all the time.
exactly, exactly. But with mine, I can create that bot. I can make a change instantly. Let's say
That's no problem.
exactly. Let's say I right now I only target people who have their quick account registered for them registered categorized in English. So I'm not looking the rest of the world. Not because I don't care about the rest of the world or not English speakers. It's to get people to come in here and they don't know what I'm saying. It's just difficult to communicate with them. So it's easy for me to just categorize everyone. And also my spam is in I go into someone who's let's say they speak Japanese and they don't know any of that stuff. I mean, it just looks like gibberish. So it's not that efficient for my boss to do. But if I wanted to, let's say, and I'm just thinking about it because you said you were the Finnish streamers, I just change for one to like you or no languages now, or to change it to be just engaged. Like I used to just people who have just that. So, but then I expanded it to everybody on it, and all of those little changes if we're creating a script would take perhaps days or to do with mine it takes less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. I was like by this approach, but it makes it a lot faster than
Absolutely. And if other things change about the website, just slight changes will cause issues like let's say you have something maybe this and Mr. Beast is doing that on and it was like hashtag one. They had like a banner on the front page that normally they don't have. Well, if you have that banner to prevent your script with my strategy, all I have to do is just program it for just a few minutes to click on whatever click on to get past that banner. The rest of the robot works. Really, it's not a robot. I mean, I guess it is. It's automated, but it's just a macro recorder, and I do it for free. So I actually figured out a way how to use software for free, and that I do it for free.
how much is the electricity cost for all of these devices and this
Yeah, so it's actually we get a rebate at the end of the year because of solar, so we actually get paid. So what that means, like normally you have an electricity bill, but at the end of the year, because we have solar and the sun shines, we can sell the excess power back to Southern California Edison, and then they give us money back.
yeah, so really nice. So is it like you have to pay something though?
No, so it's free.
So it's amazing.
Yeah, because of solar.
Where are you actually seeing all this stuff from? Like you probably don't use the location, but like it's Windows or anything. This is like because it's set up like German camera or something.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'm based out of Brooklyn, California, and the reason why I have things covered is I have a projector behind me that projects on the wall. That's what that is. So it needs to be dark in order for me to be able to see that. And I've been doing this now for 3.5 years. I do IRL content as well. Occasionally, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara or south of San Diego. Welcome. How are you? Kakitas, how are you? Can you hear me?
I just enjoyed it. It's very interesting. Oh, this stuff.
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
think he has the opportunity to speak, but
Okay, that's okay. Um, I'm speaking for North of Santa Barbara, as far south of San Diego, as far west of the Pacific Ocean, as far east of the desert and mountains. I stream in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. I streamed at Disneyland and everywhere in Southern California.
he's includes things like what you do to represent as well.
Absolutely. So, Kakitas here.
He doesn't have the opportunity to speak, but
Okay, absolutely. So thank you for being here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the beginning. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the formation of and everything in between. This is essentially a time capsule or timeline for society. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was the number one resource more valuable than petroleum. And I have data archived in anyone which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, that Kat, and everyone else who's helping me along the way, not only financially and informational growth, but most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and nonprofit organizations of your own. I shoot my life first and foremost because I want work peace. Additionally, I want to help end local technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, feeding. I want to help end world thirst with use of technology as well. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100. That's what all of my pillows and all this stuff, all this is merchandise is there. And we build wealth in developing nations of Nigeria that are less fortunate. I am someone who is advocate for the water program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump water onto land and make it drinkable. I talk about things that are involving the future, future of myself. Things like, oh, that you came up with, nevertheless, things like anti-gravity manner faster than my travel faster than my technology, artificial generalism, artificial super intelligence, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like the extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pirate event, which was a goat located in northeast Spain, southern France. Fast forward in the year 2021, a company that announced the Texas is founded, known as Galapagos Bioscientific. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing elephant markets, which I think is just they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird, following the woolly mammoth, which I think is really exciting to be able to witness. I talk about other things that may be of benefit to you and everyone else, like life extension technology. This is all set, but if you want, you may be able to make it that way. Oh,
connection. But no.
I, uh, I talk about things like life extension technology, which may be beneficial to you, your friends, and family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about 80 years old. You would increase to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as oxygen therapy, hormone stem cells, chronics, transgenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy, and ambrosia therapy.
Yeah, these approach issues getting what you say. I don't know if it's easy or but it must be easy that
Okay. Well, I talk about things that basically make you look longer if you want, and then eventually you may get to be 120 years old, and you may say, "I'm gonna." I understand. I completely understand.
yes.
Trust me, it's anything.
It's just not that he's actually in school right now.
Okay, that's all right. like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, nootropics, cryogenics, things like red light therapy, cold shock therapy, perhaps even erosion therapy. But eventually, when I get to be 120 years old, and you say, Rabbi, everything that you said is true. It's been a wonderful life. I don't want it to end, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next way? I guess I want to die in life again, but you may be able to utilize the type of technology known as mind ablating technology, where with your headset, and your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan on. Remember, every ad uses your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. For later downloads, Android and Avatar, Cyborg, or Cybernetic Beat, cloning yourself, or platform and theory, whatever you want to do. But essentially, not safe for you is that you may be able to have a future with immortality. I just think that's really cool.
Yes. Easy and describing it and all that I was actually starting. I think he had motivate excellent and saying but that that's very interesting about them with uploading technology. Is that something you have available right now or in the future?
Yeah, excellent question. All right, so there are multiple ways of this. Directly, we have um, started the process of memory transfers in mice. Basically, we'll have a set of mice that do a maze, and there's a way to transfer their memories into other mice so that the other mice who have never done the maze before are able to do it successfully. So that is quite an amazing uh, scientific breakthrough. And also, utilization that isn't somewhat similar to interfaces. This is like Neuralink. This is where people want to know the first successful Neuralink took place a few years ago with a man named Noah Astro. His uh, issue was that he was a quadriplegic. He lost the use of his hands and his legs, his arms and his legs in a diving accident, and was unable to operate anything more than basically anything from the neck down. He was unable to operate anything. And he was the first person to have a neural implant that was gave him the ability to be able to move a mouse cursor on a computer, and eventually made him one of the best video game players in the world because, if not the best, because he had basically like an auto aimer in his hand and was able to move his mouse cursor faster than anybody else can using traditional anime coordination. We have several other successful Neuralink implants that have taken place in the years since then and upgraded models. And then most recently, Neuralink has developed a cap that you wear, just like a hat or a helmet on your head, and it doesn't require any implants into your body, and it allows you to be able to move a mouse cursor just using your mind. So with those types of advancements in technology, we have made some major strides towards eventual mind uploading.
So that's new to me. Like calculating just a bit of the government testing you like know that this is like a scam.
Yeah. So just so you know, like I said, uh, one issue where I don't know absolutely, look it up and know information on it. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about the Neuralink cap? Basically, the device that you wear on your head that does not need to be implanted in your skull and how it works. And please provide this info. All right. So, uh, it's often referred to being GCAPs. These are electroencephalography caps or non-invasive BCIs. So that's non-invasive. Great computer interface. Unlike Neuralink's implant, they sit on top of the head like a swim cap with sensors. However, it uses electrodes to 60 to 256 Gauss sensors pressed against the scalp. These electrodes detect tiny electrical signals neurons firing in brain. A computer processes the brain waves, looking for patterns that match thoughts and mental states. The signal type is really picking up EEG signals, electrical activity in the cortex. Lower resolution compared to implanted electrodes, since the skull and scalp block or blur some signals. Data processing. Software translates raw brainwave patterns into commands. Example, thinking about moving your hand can move the cursor on the screen, or focusing attention can select letters. Applications. Medical, helping paralyzed patients communicate or control robotic limbs. Consumer or research. Meditation, monitoring, retraining, gaming, or human-free control of devices. Neurofeedback, showing users their brainwave activities so that they can learn and regulate stress and physical relaxation. Advantages versus implants. It's much safer, cheaper, and accessible. Portable and can be worn and removed at will. The limitations are that it has lower signal quality, it can detect and really precisely implants. It's sensitive to noise, muscle movement, blinking, or electrical interference, usually slowing its accuracy in invasive BCIs, brain-computer interfaces. Examples of devices: Open BCI Ultra Cortex, now part of Snap. So that would be Snapchat. Research labs also built custom EEG caps with higher electrode times. So basically, the Neuralink I'm referring to isn't necessarily anything groundbreaking, but it is an EEG cap, not invasive BCI technology. It's already on the market and widely used in labs with big potential for consumer uses. How does that sound?
It's like, especially the last one, device, like, like, I think just get ideas about something like if you had a piece, it sounds like it is a lot of information all the time. It's developed to this crazy theory. Oh, the neural links control it's on the attention because you see it not like they are also like something external that's not anyway.
Exactly.
I don't know if I put that so clear. Like the same as the moment.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. I had that worry as well. In fact, I didn't want anything implanted in me. I wanted to be the last person on earth that had it implanted in me. However, if it were a cap that I could remove, I would be fine with that.
That would be like at least easier starting point, you know, because then it's fun in us might be something initial that's something and based on not maybe something it's not that
Yeah.
especially if you have something to test.
Yeah. I'm still not comfortable with it. They literally have to drill into your skull. And I just don't know how modern devices work. The first few questions I would have would be, well, what's the battery life? How do you replace the battery? Many of the devices that we have today have lithium-ion batteries that explode. I want that happening in my brain. What happens if I get wet? Can I shower with it? Can I go swimming with it? If not, then that prevents a lot of things. Other things like what happens if I accidentally hit my head and it breaks it? What do you do then? How do you replace it? The idea of it being implanted to me raises all types of questions. And unless I were in a situation with no Astro or someone who basically did not have that high quality of life because they were quadriplegic or something like that, I would not want to experiment with that. However, if I were quadriplegic, then I would say, sure, I'll be able to the world for this. That's one of the reasons why I think Nolan Astro is a hero amongst the human race. That he has the courage to be a gift for this type of trouble.
It's like like what you're saying is that you don't really have like you don't really advance these points that you just eventually show the public images in different. Like there's a lot of more questions that are probably asked about this.
But with cap that I can just remove if I need to shower, I don't have to wear it all the time if I don't want to. If it hit my head, it'll only damage the cap. It won't damage my brain. I'm fine with all of that.
I want to know it's very interesting to hear about it.
How new of an invention are these caps? The first one. Okay, so EEG caps, the non-invasive brain-computer interface devices, are not new at all, but the modern consumer-friendly versions are much newer. Here's a breakdown. So in 1924, German psychiatrist Hans Berger first recorded human brain waves, electroencephalography, EEG. This was the birth of EEG technology. In the 1950s and 70s, EEG became widely used in medicine, epilepsy diagnosis, sleep studies, brain injury research. Apps with electrodes were mainly research clinical tools. 1970s and 1980s, the first experiments in brain-computer interfaces using EEG command. People could move cursors or select letters on a screen, but it was extremely slow. The 1990s, computer processing improved more reliable EEG-based BCI apps. 2000s is the introduction of portable EEG capture gel-based electrodes, since mostly for scientists. 2010, rise of virtual EEG headsets from Emotive, Neurosky, and Open BCI. These made EEG capture and more accessible outside labs. In 2020, modern EEG caps and dry electrode systems became available. Some even look like regular headbands or VR headsets. Companies like NextMind, before Snapchat acquired it, pushed towards consumer-grade brain control devices. So EEG caps are technology that are almost 100 years old since the 1920s. But the idea of using them as a wearable device you can buy and use outside hospitals is only about 10 to 15 years old, and they're still rapidly evolving. Does that answer your question?
Yes, there's a lot of information again about the I don't know when that was introduced. I wonder if these have something to do with, like I have seen some caps that are placed on the bed when you sleep and then you monitor your sleep and you be part of the study or something. I don't know if this is all related.
Absolutely. Within that information I just read, those started with sleep studies in the 1980s.
Yes. Yeah. What was the, it's a little bit different subject, but what was the crypto called that you were thinking about?
Sure.
Crypto related to this.
Absolutely. It's Harry Potter on side. This is a novel. And it is a cryptocurrency that I found out about on Twitter Spaces. I go into Twitter Spaces and just tell people about my project. And a group of people thought what I was saying was really interesting. And they invited me to their Telegram. And I've been live streaming my life in their Telegram for more than 2 years. I'm in the fantasy football league with them. It's a wonderful community, and we're very close.
Interesting. Can you please repeat the name?
About known as Harry Potter, Obama, Saga, and Inu. Its website is HPOS.
Yeah, it's easy. Easy.
Yep, that's correct.
Right now, I'm at 8 minutes. Oh, yes. Like 600,000. Oh,
Yeah, so it's interesting. Its appeal is that it doesn't really long and all the other the current administration, but it allows people to remember it. People are really positive about the project. I mean, most of all, it's the community. The community is really great people in there. We have great leadership, very generous people. The token is t.me/HPOS 0 and on live stream there. At least 70% of the money there. And you'll see if you ever join it. It has tons of people bringing in new meetings and people having fun with each other. And so it's really cool. It has an associated project with NFTs that comes protos. They were worth about like $10,000 each. And I'm not exactly sure what they're worth now, but basically the leadership from President Obama Sonic 10 email I've been wearing it every day. Not always the same stuff, but for like more than 2 years. So I mean, I talk about the project quite often, but as you can tell, this isn't a project. This is a world peace project.
Yes. This is something just not about to bring even more attention to this.
100%. Absolutely.
You mentioned something about working with some companies before the script. For example, you published some apps in Barcelona.
Absolutely. So, I can't mention like companies or the apps per se. I can tell you what we did, just because I've signed a non-disclosure agreement with them. So, I created the first Uber for car washing. So basically, anywhere in Los Angeles, you press the button on your phone, somebody comes to your house and washes.
Did you get an idea about this, or did you just make the program for this someone's idea?
Yeah, so the idea has been around.
Creating
Yeah, the idea has been around for at least mobile detail and mobile car washing for over 100 years, where people would have basically trucks or equipment that would be mobile to be able to wash people's cars. In the 1990s, it became a telephone. And when I started with the company, that's where we were. We just had a telephone number that people would call. People would come out and watch their vehicles. But they brought me on before we had an app or anything. We created an app. We created the largest car wash app in the world. That's especially in Los Angeles and California, people's time is very valuable. And imagine you're a lawyer and you could be with a client and charge them $1,000 an hour, or you have to take time out of your own day and go wash your car. That takes time. So we save people time by having someone come to their address, wash their car, or either their home or office or wherever, and clean it inside and outside, other than anybody else can clean it. And then everything is charged through the app. You can tip through the app, pay through the app. It's very successful.
Yes, it's very interesting point you mentioned time, because like time is very important asset. You have to reach people, and when you have reached people, you can also make money. And rushes.
Exactly. At least our app was used by the busiest of the people in California, all the celebrities. We would watch Kardashian's cars every Friday. We watch Tarantino's cars weekly. We would watch Brad Pitt, Jennifer Aniston, Angelina Jolie. Just basically sports icons of sports spokespeople personally. Very big sports personality. So became a phenomenon. And, it doesn't work every year because a few reasons. Not everybody has these detailers who are in their area. So, for instance, if you're in the middle of nowhere, let's say in Wyoming, nobody in Wyoming is doing mobile detailing, let's say. So we aren't open there. But in places like Miami, Los Angeles, Dallas, usually in warmer weather climates, Chicago in the summer, this is the budget. And we didn't employ the retailers like Uber, where they were independent contractors. And so we allowed people to be able to start their own businesses and be able to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in their first year. We would have people who came from another country, barely spoke any English, who would get the equipment that was needed. We walked them through the process to get insurance and a business license, and we would be able to get them unlimited customers, and they made over $100,000 in the first year. You can't beat that. That's the American dream.
It's amazing. Like I mentioned it before, I started doing this, but there was a problem. And something like this would be a bit problematic in Finland because the start of the year is very cold. So you're pushing a car outside, like in a cold environment like this. But in USA, like but I think it's pretty normal. So you can open here.
Absolutely true.
Interesting. This was one of the apps you heard of, and you said you had multiple. It's very interesting idea like this. Like when there is in your everyday life, you don't think about other possibilities, but some people just think about them, and it's very amazing.
Absolutely. The dealers come with everything that's needed. So, like, literally, you don't even have to do anything on your, like, you know, they can all be done hands free. And they come with their own water, their own soap, their own power washer, their own generator. You can unlock your car remotely and clean the inside. Um, the other thing that you need to do is really beautiful. And this, I will say this, it's one of the nicest things that you can do to treat yourself. To have a very clean car all the time, especially in Los Angeles, is a privilege. And for those people who have the ability, it's a nice service, and it's not that expensive. To have somebody to come out to you and wash your car starts at like $20.
Not bad. See, you like how much you can get this, but you pay a lot more than $20 to get an actual ride.
Yeah, you have to drive
Car
there,
wash.
and those scratch your car because they have
Yeah, they have the feeling to do like that.
exactly. So all of our washes are hand-washed. So basically, it wouldn't scratch your car at all, and really just save people a lot of time. I mean, you know, we had busy moms and dads who didn't want to put all the kids in the car to go to the car wash. They wanted to be able to stay at home and watch Netflix and just hang out, and somebody would come to their house and wash their car. Or busy doctors and lawyers who want a clean car. Maybe they have a client or somebody want to have in their car, and they want to make sure that their car is pristine, but they don't have the time to be able to go leave and come back to the office. Somebody just comes out, washes their car, and it was all they had to do is pay and tip through the app.
Yeah, that's interesting. Also, like about yeah, like this is quite a little thing, but you know, watching something you have purchased like a car, it can keep up the excitement of the new product. Or, like when I just recently purchased a very expensive computer because I believe that computers have a lot of potential. So I just don't want to be hitting that by my hardware. I've been almost like weekly taking all the dust microfibers out of it because it can keep up the excitement of the new product if you keep it clean. So
Absolutely.
you're telling me why they're buying the service. Like, I mean, you're telling me why they're choosing this exit service. Well, the reason why they want to
you're absolutely right. One of the things that we have is fall in love with your car again. Basically, it's your second biggest purchase of your life aside from a house. Reinvest in it. There are people who their entire day change because of their car wash. You wash yourself, and it's important to keep up good hygiene. Why not with your car? And it totally changes your day where you get in your car, and there's no trash. Everything has been detailed, even the little spots in your cup holders and in your door handles. There, it's, it's really important to keep your car from a safety standpoint, especially with cars and the cameras. You have to make sure that those areas are clean. And then the windshield, making sure that the windshield is clean because if it gets dirty, it's hard to see. You can get glare. It's important from a safety aspect to keep your car clean as well. And this is a service that literally, just like Uber or Lyft that come to your house to pick you up, it looks like Uber or Lyft for car wash. You press a button on your phone, and you get your car detailed from top to bottom, and it's very inexpensive. In fact, in its own way, it can be cheaper than going to a car wash.
Yes. At least people many things are really expensive.
Yeah, and the reason why it can be cheaper than going to a car wash, many times car washes, especially Los Angeles, are in prominent positions, and they have to pay for the real estate, and that can cause a lot of money
That's stuff.
in electricity. And what do you do when it's raining? So with our system, everybody wins where somebody comes to you. It's only temporary. They wash your car in your driveway or wherever you have access, and they're gone in about 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how thorough you want them to clean it. Oh, and the people, they would just have the greatest reviews on Yelp and on App Store and Google Play. Just very, very happy with it.
It's amazing.
So,
There was also something that you mentioned, like the costs adding up. And think about something like one of those very classic things, rating that's gonna also cost a lot. So there's a lot of expenses and stuff like that, and I end up buying a lot better one car, which I don't even get it. All of that. But
absolutely. And then you have to pay sometimes because of damage to the car. That spinning can break something on the car, then you have to pay that person out as well. With ours, it's a hand wash, so it's very soft and very gentle on the car. It doesn't scratch it. There are no moving parts, essentially. The only thing that really is at a high speed is the water pressure from the hose, but that's to clean up all of the dirt and debris that's on the exterior of the car. And then everything from the inside is dealt with kid gloves, basically in a very gentle fashion. And then you get in your car, it smells good, it's completely clean, there's no stains, there's no dirt, there's no rot. Front, the trunk, everything is clean. It's like when we get to a sales, it's like that was a brand new car.
yes, this is very interesting conversation because it's interesting. I wonder but there's not many more people in the world right now this big secret that use it to be more to date and in the last 3 months.
Thank you so much for your time. And most of all, thank you for your great information. You what is this? Somebody's spamming my friend. What is this? I have to check it out. And you learn about everything from brain apps and brain computer interfaces to mobile car washing apps to life extension technology to de-station technology to all the data in the world being archived. I say it to people, when people find out about this, it will be a big successful.
Are you familiar with the project Rothschild?
Absolutely. Right. Absolutely. Yeah, it's archive.org. Internet archive.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than
my favorite websites. I feel it's really important to preserve.
Yes, it's really important actually. Like, and sometimes when I'm actually looking for some information, I'm just, Google Dorking.
Google what?
Google Dorking.
Please enlighten me. Google
So
Dorking.
basically, Google search. You can search, not in Google search, but if you want to really more basic, you can add some search parameters. For example, if I want to look only
Yes.
something,
Yes.
I can do
Absolutely. Reddit colon.
check the site.
Yes.
Sometimes when I want to find some information, I might just do that in Rothschild.org because there is some information shown there that's not casted in the
I agree. One of my things to do, just Googling that, is to just write file type, call it PDF, and
yes.
you
So,
you get all kinds of books in there. It's like an entire library. It's all,
and if you don't want to pay for books, you can also get Rothschild.org. I think almost anything you get for free from Rothschild.org.
that's right. That's right. Or use their digital where they come out and check it out.
Yes. But I guys are like that, but also like physically with me, it's easier to actually do something. Or you self. Do you prefer digital or do you prefer physical books?
I actually prefer text, so I can go much faster with text to speech. So I like to get the PDF version and then just get a PDF reader. I can read much faster that way. I can multitask that way. I do like books. Trust me, I do like books, but I can't read a book as fast as I can listen.
Yeah, and I think listening to a book is something you actually like developing much faster than developing reading. So you can, like what you're saying there. I used to use the books as well, but like it brains and stuff, but like somehow I'm hoping that I can actually understand what I'm hearing. Otherwise, it's just
I understand that, and there's a difference between. I understand there's a difference between text to speech and an audiobook. I like audiobooks. That's great. You can listen to somebody melodically read a book, but I don't mind just having a PDF read to me. I understand if the pronunciation isn't always going to be correct. I listen to PDFs. Well, like I have one set of PDFs that goes 24 hours a day, and when I go to the bathroom, I listen to this PDF all the time, and it just goes over the vocabulary words to increase my vocabulary, and it goes through. Um, like, what I'll do is I'll go to ChatGPT and just get glossaries, just of new words, scientific terms, and then just have it read to me. The more and more I listen to it, the larger my vocabulary and my lexicon becomes. I just get more intelligent.
you think it's more effective to learn from text to speech. Like,
Great question.
which one you
I would say audio. I would say audiobook because the pronunciation is more accurate and it's literally a real person generally who's reading it to you. However, I don't always have that ability with many of the PDFs that to which I want to listen. So it's very easy to just have a text to speech reader upload the PDF to the text to speech reader, have it read it to me. And I know that the pronunciations may not always be accurate. That's if I ever hear a word that doesn't sound correct, I can always just look at the PDF and review it and understand it. Or it's just mispronounced, whatever this is. Ideally, though, I think audiobooks are probably better because it's human pronouncing things correctly. But text to speech is much more efficient. So if I had to only choose one, I would much rather have text to speech because I can use it for websites, I can use it for PDFs, I can use it for any types of optical character recognized text.
traditional switch. Yeah, that's the switch.
That's correct. I do use AI text to speech occasionally, but it's still in its infancy. It still takes a long time. It's not always that accurate. So just traditional methods I find to be incredibly efficient, and it saves me a lot of time. I will sometimes be on a website. Well, like for instance, articles. Many times, even websites are starting to integrate this the ability to listen to their articles, and as opposed to having to go through and read it all. I find that much more beneficial if I can listen to it, or even listen to it as I read it. The more I get the information to myself, I feel the better.
Yeah, so you think you can actually take the information better to read what you're getting.
Absolutely. Yeah. Because even as accurate as a reader as I may be, I'm not always right, nor is anyone on earth. So if you're hearing it as well as reading it, it just helps for you to absorb the knowledge better.
Yeah. Can I ask you which type of books you like? I would assume, like, I'm not sure that assumptions are bad, but given all what you said, I would assume that we have very large variety of books. But what's your favorite category of books?
Glossaries. I love glossaries. Basically, a word and then a definition. Word and definition, word and definition. It just allows me to learn new words quickly. But that's not necessarily like the category that it is, but not a traditional category. I love history books. I love biographies specifically. So I would say probably biographies. I do like science fiction books. I do like history books. I like religious texts. Um, I like, kind of somebody who um, to be really efficient. So what I'll do is if it's a subject that I don't know about, which I don't know about, I will get somebody's study guide from it on the internet, and I'll just listen to people's study guides.
So now that we explain what currency is, so far I don't know what currency is, but explain what word definition, the other thing I understand much better than text speech thing now because that makes a lot of sense to listen to something like that in that way.
Exactly. And it's another thing too where I don't have to be listening. Like if I listen to an audiobook, I have to be focused on the audiobook, what's going on. But if I'm just going to the bathroom and I just want to have something so that I keep learning while I'm basically on deadline. Last year's another great because it's short. It's like 10 seconds and you can learn a new word. And then a lot of times that'll inspire me to go look something up or just, you know, to research another topic and it can lead me down a rabbit hole that may take me down for hours just because I was inspired to learn this word.
Yes. In my case, I have a very usual project.
Go ahead.
If you want to hear it.
Sure.
Do you think there is any pronoun the history is written like that?
I think it's 100%. History is written by or as they say, when is a history book.
So if any history already on we see here, do you think there will be acts or do you think there will be one side of the story or how do you like read this history or read it?
Yeah, so the phrase history, when it's like the history book, has been attributed to the Bonaparte, and we recognize that may be true, and so I have to take things with a grain of salt. So when I hear about someone who, let's just say, won quote unquote a war, I have to recognize that it didn't necessarily always go the way that was explained. I also recognize the idea that one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter, meaning if you listen to one side, the hero, people is actually makes him heroic, but if you listen to the other side, they may sound very terrible. And I recognize
there is a huge silence in history that we're fortunate to just get the amount of history that we've been able to get throughout, you know, 2,000 years of written history, basically. But there is a major amount of silence that was not recorded. We haven't had the opportunity to work or be able to transfer. And so I'm just giving a small amount of what actually happened in the past. And the way that I justify it is I appreciate it to have new information being written to me or reading it in whatever opportunity that I can. But I recognize that this is just one person.
Yeah, but there are definitely some facts too that like can also accept if something is actually not happening.
Absolutely. One of the reasons why I do the project that I do, and I record my life, 24 hours a day, as I record my life, I keep a radio going from here. That always has the news going. So that basically, even though that news is just one person's opinion, so this is like a time capsule or a timeline for society. And you can go back to my life 3 years ago and find out what's going on in the world at any given of any given day. And I think that that's beneficial to people. It's like a minute by minute update of what's going on. And in the past, with history, there's just been an issue where people either put the right facts enough or their works got destroyed. And we haven't had a huge, comprehensive overview of what life is like. Like I feel with my video project that I give people a view into the past as well. It's almost like a time capsule or a time machine in its own way.
Yes. You said what happened, so I think that we did some about like is like on the argument of history which is something happened, you can just look at the event that is documented and there is a lot of opinions around that are there. History you have to emphasize.
Absolutely. And you can get my reactions to it. So, for instance, I remember the first time I used the language model. It was in November of 2022. It was before ChatGPT was even officially launched, and it was really bad. And I was like, "This is super good. This is that good." And then all of a sudden, when it launched, it was much better. After getting feedback and things like that, and I literally see the dawn of large language models and been able to document it on camera. And so I've been able to see ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 2, and 3, 3.5, 4, and now 5. And I can tell you that I have a lot of issues with ChatGPT 5. And they've even let, Sam, Sam, maybe Sam, all the things you had, even ChatGPT 5 has gone the way that they want. People will be able to watch the struggles of that. But watch this in 5 years and see where large language models are and how much they've improved. And it would be quite interesting to see. Additionally, I remember where I was when the Queen of England died, or the UK model, and what that was like, and being able to archive what the events were around that time, or when the war in Ukraine occurred, or when October 7th occurred. I mean, I was live for all of these, live streaming when we had an assassination attempt against Donald. I was live streaming when we had three Olympic games. So I was live streaming when we did the 2021 games, which were delayed a year because of the pandemic, the 2022 games, and the 2024 games. And I look forward to being able to do the 2026 games, but also we've got the 2028 games that are going to be in Los Angeles. And I want to be able to perhaps document that in real time because that's my city. So I feel like there's an excellent opportunity to be able to document history in person as well.
Yes, you said yes, in the so there is your actual reaction has been programmed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Put it on the radio, and I immediately did my best to archive my thoughts and the thoughts that I had in the subsequent days, and the reaction on my face. I've been in earthquakes, cloud on stream, so I've been able to get those on camera. There's a lot of really interesting aspects just about daily life that I've been able to archive in addition to world events.
You said you don't peak. Do you think about
Yeah, so I used to. So what happened? So my big thing hack is I want my data to be archived. So what does that want it to store? And the reason why is I want it to through 30 days. And that's just not that good. And the reason why it's not good for me is because I do a lot of cool things and I want them to be remembered that they only stuck for 30 days. It's not good. But when I first started streaming, I first started really multi-streaming, which like a bunch of different platforms at once. I included Kick in this. So my story with Kick, what happened is I have a bunch of different devices, and I was live streaming on Kick from like 10 different devices at once. And Kick basically told me to keep it to one account, that we don't want you streaming on 10 different accounts. So I said, well, there's nothing in your terms and conditions that said you can't stream from multiple accounts. And they were like, just stream from one account. So I streamed from one account for a little while. It's really hard to get seen on Kick because Kick is so full of bots. Same with Twitch, or same with they all are. And I just wasn't getting that much attention. Where I would get attention is in people's Discord. And I figured, you know what? If I have the opportunity, I could just make people aware of my Discord on Kick. So I would tell people, hey, join my Discord, by telling people, and literally they felt that was spam. So they banned my account, and I didn't think that was cool because I didn't spam with all my accounts. I just spammed a couple of them, or a few of them. So then what I did was like, okay, fine, you're gonna ban me. If you're gonna have to let stream, then I'll create a bunch of accounts, 10,000 more than any person you've ever met, and all I will do is spam people. So I did that for like 8 months last year, up until January 1st, 2024. I did it so well that I would get hit influencers to interview me. So I've been interviewed by Sam Bond and Ori and Extreme Savage. I've interviewed a lot of extreme as well. And had the opportunity to meet some really great people. But I basically became very well known on Kick, even though I wasn't streaming on it. So I figured, you know what, if I stop spamming them after a certain amount of time, maybe they'll let me stream. Additionally, in one of the interviews that I did, Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, saw it and friended me on Discord. So we're friends on Discord. And I felt, you know what, if they would let me stream again, I'll stop spamming people. So for 6 months, I stopped spamming people on 100%. I did not spam anyone. So I had a friend of mine from Kick who came to my Discord in June after about like 5.5 months of not spamming anybody. And he said, you know what, Rabbi, you didn't do anything that bad. They've let a lot of people back onto the platform for doing a lot worse things than what you did. You just spammed people. You didn't have anybody. You didn't hurt anybody. You didn't do anything illegal necessarily. Like, why don't you try this stream again? So he said, okay, maybe I'll try. So I did. I was able to stream for like 24 hours. And then I reached out to Kick and I said, look, I haven't spammed anybody in 6 months. Is there any way that you'll let me back? They said, you can ban indefinitely. And I said, okay, well, what's indefinite? And we went back and forth. What's indefinite? I said, is this a lifetime ban? Eventually, they said, yes, it's a lifetime. I said, okay, that's fine. So you're telling me that it's the year 2025 right now, in the year 2075, 50 years from now, if it's still a thing and I'm still alive, that you won't let me stream on Kick anymore? They said, that's correct. And I said, if you leave me no choice, there cannot be peace. I'm going to ban you guys because you're not giving me any other option. So then I told them I'm going to come back with bigger and better box, which I did, and I'm going to continue to spam. And so I put that up now for the last month or so. And I've gotten a lot of new people in here, really great individuals as yourself. And I explained to them, though, I gave them some opportunities. I said, look, what if I take a year off of you banned me for a year? Is that good enough? No. How many years? No. I said to them, well, it's in your best interest, essentially, to say that you reevaluate my case in 1 year, because if you do that, then I'll be on my best behavior and I won't stream anybody. But you're just basically telling me right now, in 50 years, we're not going to let you stream anymore. When you left me no choice, there cannot be any peace. I'm going to stay my people. Not only that, we create clips of them, and these clips are generally permanent unless somebody deletes them and your entire user base. I don't think that that's in your best interest, but if that's the choice you want to make, that's the choice you make. And that's what we say.
Like it's like really think about this. What kind of content exactly content drives it's just these crazy sites and people harassing other people as well as watching this stream that very actually this knowledge streamer who basically finish drunk in Norway, the feeling in those stupid stuff when it's drunk. It's like a big nutshell. This is the type of content that drives them. And it's not very intellectual if you think about it. It's not something like, yeah, you might find some people there, but maybe you don't want to be part of it. It's not that relevant.
That's exactly. So I just use it as a for me to be able to do free advertising. And if they ever ban my account, they do several times a week. My bots create a new account automatically. I could be asleep, I could be in the bathroom, I could be outside, I could be doing anything, and these bots are working 24 hours a day. And generally, like these temporary email services, best to stay as anonymous as possible. But they know where I live. They know all about it. I'm the most well-known troll, so to speak, on the platform. And I told them how they can stop me. And they're not a big enough organization to be able. I've said to any interviews with their own creators, you need more staff. You're competing with Twitch, which is awesome. You have 800 people working for stake, your gambling site, and only 200 are working on Kick. If you increase the amount of people working on Kick, you have the ability to pivot much faster. You'd be able to develop better software, and you have more people using your platform. You have set up to interviews. You have something that's yeah, so that's basically the secret about Kick is once you get to be a big streamer on Kick, you just will give you free credits to gamble on stake. That's what it's about.
Yeah, so it's not that websites. It's like almost even I say you take it, even streaming, but it's always take
And that's the way we run it. So if they don't care that much about their platform and making it quality, then why should I? I will. I feel like the nicest troll that anybody will find because if anybody ever comes in here, like quit spamming, I tell them the settings that they need to make, that they need to utilize, so that they never get any of my spam. It's very simple. If they turn a 2-minute delay on for new traffic, they'll never get any of my spam. So I do my best to be as nice as possible. And a lot of times they come in here with one also that then like this person's going to be deranged, mean, and they only in the really not. And
I think it's I was thinking that someone is whatever. It's just the kind of thing that something people that also have such simple terms like everyone is individually understanding how to feel them. It's just easy to call someone dumb or someone crazy, whatever.
Exactly.
Like,
and when people come
it's
in
easy
here,
to approach, but it's never reality.
when people come in here and get the opportunity to do, they find what I have to say, not just be cool, but they know that this is going to change the world.
It's like like I have time to like watching that stream or whatever. I don't know how it's not that much, but I close it to actually continue because yeah, it's pretty much more interesting this conversation than having that stream. Okay.
Absolutely. And if we had people who listen to the conversation that we had, they'd be fascinated by it as well. It's very difficult doing what I do to mask a lot of audience because I'm going 24 hours a day and people just don't have that much time to be able to watch it. So over the course of the day, I make it dozen people to watch me, but it's not all at once. So people think, well, I'm the only person watching this, and then they go to somebody else. When other streamers who only stream for 1 or 2 hours keep all those people together, and it's much easier for other people to see, oh, I'm not alone in this, and the chat's going, and there's a lot of interaction. But I understand that. I also understand that all you people on or YouTube are botting themselves. And I when I first started this, I botted myself. It doesn't, you get lost in that whole world and in the algorithm and everything. And I recognize that my best strategy is to spam people and create clicks on people. And I get big streamers who know who I am, and then they eventually on their stream go to my YouTube or they come to my Discord and they talk to people who join all at once. That's the best thing that I can do for myself.
Oh yes, so it's just that being more attention. Okay.
Absolutely. And what they'll do, I hear all the time, almost every day, this person always spams me. What do they want? What do they want? And they always say, I'm almost tempted to go into their Discord and see what it's all about. Eventually they do. I use a psychological approach known as lyrics. Basically, the idea is that if you summarize long enough, it will eventually become familiar to them, and it will eventually have general positive connotations. So even if I just keep doing this more and more, it's exposing them to the same stimuli, and eventually it will cause them to get curious about what it is and find out about what it is. And once they're in here, I have to go because I know what I'm doing is very interesting, and I know what I'm doing is for the benefit of the world. And I know that I'm an intelligent individual and that I can captivate them with the things that I say. By the end of the conversation, they become an ally, and then they spread it to their community. I have over 1,900 people in this Discord who started with zero, and it's just been organic generally of just people telling other people about what I do. And it's just been amazing growth. It's an amazing growth just through that strategy.
Are you aware of like Discord these sites that these Discord servers
Yeah, so the big one,
which become these keywords
yeah, so the big
for
this
media
Discord, Top2G, yeah, I'm on all of it.
is so you talk about that myself I have developed that can basically not any keywords. So only you get exposure for that keyword. So if you wanna sell something in Discord or you want attention to your specific subject of Discord, you can just launch these websites with your own servers, which all main server, and you can have a box up automatically in there, so you can get a lot of advanced page. And it's running on my GPS 24/7 server.
That's a beautiful thought. Generally, I do my best not to endanger my Discord with bots, just because this is my home base, and this is where I point everything toward. Though I'm not against it. So what I mean is, I don't spam people on Discord. I don't send out invitations on Discord because it's very easy for Discord
Yes,
that this
they
is
they can block it easily, and even they shop, so it's difficult shop actually. But easily you can file I think also stand on DMs and everything like this. It's just the server listing themselves, so when people actually search on it, they only find my option.
I understand. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Do you have a Discord?
Yes, I do. I spent some time on this. I actually sell botting services myself.
Oh,
But
dude,
it's really not in business, but
it is.
something you could spend a lot of time on easy. Just do it. But AI is not going to be so that's the thing that mass botting by programs is really not.
It's
Patience. I have like 4,000 members in my server.
Well, that's Actually, like AI is getting so good that they're able to detect this stuff, and you can't even really get it off the ground. However, the strategies that I implement, I feel that organic. And like for instance, the person who you were watching that finish person, they don't have a clip. Generally, my bot works correctly. It's not even the bot works correctly. The bot works. Kick sometimes has some kind of glitch that it doesn't always save the clip. However, 90% of the time it does. And now they have an advertisement on their clips on my channel from now until the whenever from now until the indefinite, basically. And sometimes I click somebody so much, especially some popular streamers. If you go to their clips, they have 46 of them are mine.
Yes, yeah, but I feel like it's just hard for the psychological to get people going. I got 3 years. I joined.
Exactly.
So one message I saw, just like instantly realized I joined.
Exactly, but you're 100% right. And another cool thing about these bots is that when you use Google, the clicks go up. So I'm off Google. Google rate is really strong. So all I tell everybody is to just Google Rabbi Discord and my Discord.
Yeah, because you have so many factors.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's
For
quite
example, cake. Many things, and
exactly.
because it's I wonder how much Google about something like that.
Well, they rank it very highly because I'll even just do clicks from a couple days ago. Sometimes it's the top result, just depending on what it is. And I know that Google changed that. They're always changing their algorithm. A few years ago, um, they made video have a much higher rank than text or audio. And so I'm like, comes up way top. Now, there's another thing that these clips do sometimes, especially on TikTok. People have automatic clip, uh, automatic clip system that whenever anybody clips their their stream, it automatically posts to YouTube and to Twitter and to Instagram and to TikTok. So sometimes I'll click somebody's stream on Twitch, let's say, and word tick, and it'll automatically post to like 5 different social media accounts. And on top of that, it uses my text, so it just says like join Rap Discord with my Discord link and my link tree link. And then also, it's not on my account. It's on their account, which means I don't. It's not like my account's are spamming. It's their account's are spamming. So that's a really, I think, brilliant way to be able to market yourself as well. And the big thing is when you spam, you want to avoid being seen as a scammer because if you get caught, they're going to ban your account. So somebody else figures this out, and you get the same result. And it's on their channel. Their channels are usually very popular. So all of a sudden, you've got this link that's very clear as to what to do and where to go. And even if somebody doesn't join my Discord, that's fine. There's the link tree that they're going to look through. Many times they just type in Google or YouTube. They'll find out.
I just put your. I didn't put your name. I put Rabbi Discord, and I see the rest is just some random Twitch clip that has your Discord link.
Exactly. That's what happens. Go to YouTube right now and type in Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD,
I know that.
and then filter by live.
It goes forever. And the funny part is, these are all different cameras.
Exactly.
Some of them share the same camera.
Yes. And some of them share the same camera because I want to have redundancies. If anytime, let's say, account one gets taken down for copyright infringement or whatever, account two is still going. Yeah, so you can watch my life 23 and 64 hours a day. And when people start to find out there's somebody out there who cares about them, who cares about the world, who is quite intelligent, especially in terms of futurology and science, it's very popular. And people are going to, I already get people who sleep to me, who just want to know that they're not alone in the world. And so we sleep alongside each other, thousands of miles away from each other. And I don't necessarily know what they're doing.
It's just on the cover that I can see that projector. But wait. Yeah, something to display now.
Yeah, so if you see this is
Show the lights.
it's a Jewish history lecture that's being projected on the back wall. And what you're seeing with this other Discord account is it has a camera pointed at the screen as well.
Yeah. Is this Hebrew?
No, it's in English. Some of it is in Hebrew, some of it's in Arabic, some of it's in English, but generally it's in English.
I actually have you been to Israel ever?
I have not. I had plans to go right before the pandemic, and I had to cancel them because of the pandemic. Then October 7th happened, and I was doing this live streaming. So we were going certainly after perhaps because I want to continue to shoot the rest of the time. But once I go viral, I'd like to meet people in IRL view of Israel, basically with maybe like meta lenses or 360-degree cameras. And as of right now, although I didn't have plans to do that.
I was thinking you use your cameras here.
Yeah, so at one time I had 4 different data lines through Verizon, and I would just use iPhones, and then I'd also use a GoPro on my hat and just go around that way. But that gets really complicated with the amount of devices that you have or such. So I use like selfie sticks. And then you're doing it at night, you need lights. It gets very complicated. It's very expensive to do as well. Just I have like hundreds of dollars bill every month for my data, and when you're doing that, you've got to worry about power. You've got to worry about power banks. You've got to worry about your lights. You've got to worry about your device overheating. I would run into issues just in the summer. In California, if the sun shines on a camera long enough for a phone, it will eventually overheat. And so that becomes an issue. So it's hard to stay in one position, and it allows me to have, and on top of all the things that I said, you've got connectivity issues. So, like some IRL streaming, generally, recently, I've been doing desktop streaming, and just giving people an opportunity to view my life every day, conversations of things that we do. Like a lot of people here from all over the world, so my sleep schedule gets thrown off. The people are here from Australia, and Canada, and Europe, and Asia, and so at any given time we get people who come here. But we like to play games, so we play a lot of games here. Just like board games, we play a lot of board games. We play Monopoly, we'll play checkers, we'll play chess, we'll play backgammon, we'll play card games like poker and bridge, and we'll play other games like mini golf, and like table soccer, and we'll play like Pokemon, like a bunch of different things. So we have an app called Play-Doh, and so I've got a bunch of people come in, and we do that every night. I've got a very consistent group of people who come in here and play. So those are fun things that we do. I'm really into sports, so I watch like all the major sporting events. Like Olympics, we watch the World Cup, the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup. We've watched the UFC, really big in the UFC, and in the boxing. So we'll watch all those big fights. Super big into the NFL, so we'll watch all of those. We watch hockey, we watch Stanley Cup, we watch World Series, we watch uh, NBA titles, uh, sport related. I do my best to be able to follow. And right now, we're on the fantasy football draft, so that's been fun. And then we watch movies here. I've done my best to watch every major motion picture ever in here. So all the Oscar winners since 1920, which is when it started, and listen to every major music album. So I do a lot of singing in here as well. And I sing a lot of karaoke as well. So I guess to keep it lively and interesting. And then most of all, I love lectures, I love history, so I watch those, and I love podcasts. So all the major podcasts of the world I listen to recently on a weekly basis. Everything from Joe Rogan to Kill Me, which are the two biggest podcasts in the world. The history podcasts, science podcasts, to paranormal podcasts, to true crime podcasts. I'm all about all of that. And then on top of all of that, I've got a radio going in the background that actually archives the daily events of the world, but those are shown for themselves. I should say as well. I got to charge me now, but I've got a device that's Texas that many years ago I created study guides for myself. I was doing streaming, and so I have those reading to the world, be able to teach them a little more about Judaism for anybody who's interested in that. And I just do my best to stay as active and interactive as possible. But most of all, I want people here to be able to learn and allow me to learn, and we learn together and just create a better system.
so I'm back. Yeah, I can do. How
I'm not familiar with all the videos that I've seen, but enlighten me. What are some?
So I don't know what to think about horror movies, but they think a lot of very movies. Like I like to watch these very animated movies that is mentioned because these movies they have very amazing movies. And,
I'll take
not
note.
that much stuff so we have time.
Okay, 24.
Yeah, it's very good.
New one. What are some of the movies?
Horrors and death beats of fear that these are very I would say wild horror movies, but it's not only horror that they make also societal movies like most recent not any it's just psychological movies.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. What do you think about psychological movies? Do you relate that?
It's good. My favorite is probably the top one. Or just all Steve.
Have you ever did also
Who?
Robert Green
Robert Quinn. Good.
makes a lot of psychological movies.
The name sounds familiar. What are some of his books about?
Lost one nature, lost one. Yeah, it's you know,
Well, that'd be a yeah.
yeah. One second.
Take it.
Playing this someone I know, but
Absolutely, brilliant.
it's, I don't know if he's going to speak. Again.
Absolutely.
See if he's going to join right now. It's very interesting. I already knew the other friend that he was in school, but I think he's going to have some time to actually listen. Yeah, he's
Welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for work. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic, recently between the birth of AI and everything in between. In 2018, we accomplished that data and overtaken control as its number one resource. More data archived on the internet than any person ever, which made me an influential person today. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, friends, and family are all financially independent if you're not already, that you have the ability to create generational wealth. Most of all, that you are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own help the world. I talk about things to help promote yourself, like any book on the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farm, cloud seeding, water thirst, project management programs, auto it's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is build wells in developed nations like Nigeria for the betterment of people there, and then benefit for the lifestyle program, and most importantly, for desalination technology, where we cover seawater gravity faster than travel faster than things like nuclear energy, geothermal energy, general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, like space elevators, space tourism, intergalactic travel, disclosure, things like the technology. People know this, but the first successful deep extinction took place in the year 2003 for the Iranian Ibis show, located in Otis, France. Fast forward to the year 2021, the company announced that it was known as Colossus Bioscientific. In the next 3 years, by the year 2028, the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian artificial intelligence, which I think is really exciting. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger by the dodo, but once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth, this is really exciting. They recently had uh, their direwolf project. Joe Rogan has done that. They talk about other things to help you in your life if you want. They have life expectancy for something like probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, producing technology such as oxygen therapy, peptide human growth, stem cells, chronic stress, things like shot therapy, perhaps even nootropics, increase their average life expectancy from age 80 to 120 millimeters. Right? But my body's starting to break down. What's the next? But this is all with your so if you want to be able to do what you account, notice my account where we scan your breathing, like you can't scan that MRI. Every atom in your central nervous system and nervous system. Enjoy it. Being a clone of yourself, robot, you want to be. Is that you may have the opportunity of digital.
This guy speaks, but he said you have two different devices treating yourself right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I ask you something about their family? Like the Rothschild family, is it 3,000 of you?
Yeah, about 10,000.
I see. Or like, wouldn't it just dreaming or you still like witnesses even?
Well, I dedicate my life to streaming. As I said previously, I'm a certified project professional. So occasionally, I get people who want assistance with the project, and I can freelance. But as of right now, I've saved enough. I don't need to work full time, and I'm able to focus on this project.
I see. And none of your electricity comes from solar panels, right? You get paid for it because you focus on it.
That's good.
Once speaking about yeah, can you show them what's a little bit that he made?
Yeah. So I create people, create that's this one, I'm not sure if creation account if it does. Sometimes it comes up. Oh, but it did. We created this account. And it's not a Google Rabbi. 0, it's going to come up myself. It's going to be one here. Just give it. I have to do the scroll front page. And
I did you 5 years ago. Was going from Vietnam.
and if you scroll, and what comes in. Once the page loads, this is page click. This is doing it. We'll paste it. I desire choice. Click. So this one, I like to make this people that publish the clip. And once it publishes the clip, then it will take we'll copy that and over the audit. So some people have like some of the best mechanisms with settings on compare around their accounts so that you should be following them for a certain number of days or your account must be a certain date. But generally, a lot of people have it so that everybody can look at them what they want. And so my device just travels them and it's suspecting them. So that's fine. I won't be able to scale it, but that's cool. These ones they can scale out and let these go through.
Just
Exactly. And that's what they do. And that's what I do. And it's very efficient. I mean, it works quick. And it must need people like that. So that's what I do. If you have any questions, let me know.
you mentioned about the businesses. Do you have do you share any other information on the other businesses you work about projects you work on, or can you disclose anything about these
Yeah.
other than that?
Sure. So I've worked for a Fortune 100 company, big companies, globally, like we're talking like the biggest companies in the world, companies um, those kind of size companies, and launch projects for them internationally. So I successfully launched projects for what's called EPOC, which is the Pacific Island and Australia, like Oceania. I launched projects for the Middle East, including successfully launched projects for Israel. I launched projects for which is Europe, Middle East, and I've launched projects in uh, LAO, which is Latin America, and also North America, including emphases on projects. Um, Scrum Master is, Scrum Master is, you know what Scrum Master someone who hosts and gets updates on where projects are and updates documentation for the project on a daily basis. They're basically just like daily meetings with project engineers and helping them get through any issues they may be experiencing to be able to deliver the projects in time. And that's what I did before I started live streaming my life. I live streamed my life for about a year while still concurrently doing those types of jobs. And I got to the point where I just couldn't do that anymore. It's not at the time I had enough money to be able to pay, but I could be able to just focus on this project. If I do that again, I can certainly contract again. I don't want to say it wasn't very hard, but I have good experience in education. Uh, what allowed me, fortunately, to be able to get the kinds of positions. I worked in the startup world. That's where I launched apps on the App Store to play. So some of my experience that I have works.
NDAs much. Karl talked about this very interesting stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So
I don't think you mentioned you've been staying for almost 1 year right now. Stop.
yes, you're right. Multiple. When I first started, I wasn't doing it from 22 different streams at once, but always about 6 streams at once, in 360 degrees, and every aspect of my life is on camera. If we ever have like a photo footage or anything, it doesn't happen. If it ever does happen, I have GoPros that I can use to back up the video, or if my internet ever goes out, I might get a hiccup every once in a while. But I connect very quickly, and I've got disconnect protection on my devices so that they don't disconnect. That ever happens, or they're connected to Wi-Fi or something like that. I have and I've been able to use, or I have alternate accounts I've been able to use. What else? I'm live on. I have over 100 different YouTube accounts, over 200 different Instagram accounts, over 500 different accounts, over 1,000 different TikTok accounts, over 2,000 different Twitter accounts, over 500 different Sky accounts, over 10,000 different TikTok accounts, and more social media than any person ever. And while much of this doesn't have content, a lot of it does. So I have like archives of myself on Instagram. I created a robot on Instagram that just always updated my life every 4 hours. So I got just hours on Instagram. And I do that to be as diversified as to ensure that I don't, if I ever lose one of my accounts, that I have done backups. And I know that when I go out, even the accounts that I have banned, I'll be able to, because the people will consider what I'm doing, like YouTube and such. This is a newsworthy. When something is newsworthy, you can get your accounts back. So I can just check one tick about data that is archived on different servers. And on top of that, I have a lot of IRL content on SD cards and terabytes worth that I just uploaded. So I have an entire bag of SD cards from when I first started this and any kind of backups that I needed to make. But I'll be able to upload those as well. And as I said previously, because number one resource, it's essentially modern technology. So people don't realize it. It's not just data is number one resource, human data specifically. I have more human data than I do the internet than number, which means that hey, I'm going to be able to model it, some thoughts, perhaps some of the video. Exactly. So that's what I do. Do you have any questions?
So basically, when you go into the film this bed, you just sleep in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do my best to end the stream because that way they're uploaded to YouTube. If you keep the stream going longer than 12 hours, only 12 hours of it will be available on YouTube. Make sure it's always available. So the stream is in like 12-hour sessions. And I do my best usually before I go to bed to try to restart all of the streams, which takes me probably about 15 to 20 minutes every day. And I do it twice a day. Um, and then sleep. And a lot of times I'll forget to do here, and people will come in. A lot of people like to come in and try to wake me up, or or whatever. But sometimes I'll need it, and so I can get better rest. I get people that just come in here and want to sleep with me. So it's fun, and they don't want to be lonely wherever they are in the world. I get people on my YouTube who say they sleep along or they just watch this thing. While I sleep, I keep the history lectures going, and I keep podcasts going, so there's still some type of entertainment value while I sleep. And I eat on stream, drink on stream. I've done bathroom on stream, though I don't always go to the bathroom on stream live because I can get in trouble with YouTube and such because it's a violation of the terms. I'm not saying but so I understand that, but I have so much archive of myself on the bathroom. It's on other services as well. It's on Twitter, it's on Instagram. It's on stream. I people be able to view in the future my circadian rhythms and what I'm thinking, what I'm dreaming. Right now, we only understand like video to be two-dimensional images, basically many different photographs that are linked together. But in the future, we'll be able to use augmented reality to be able to live my life in a virtual world. They'll be able to remove my clothing and have me change different clothing, or they'll be able to remove my skin layers, my skeletal layers, to be able to see what's going on in my brain. They'll be able to know what my heartbeats per minute are, my blinks per minute, my swelling per minute, my breath per minute. Every aspect of the human body will be able to be studied from a biological standpoint.
That's it.
I agree. That's what I'm doing.
Is there a lot of people in these calls and like people watching from the streets?
Yeah, so it's like 6:17 in the morning, so it's early.
Yeah,
So a lot of people, usually or so, um, maybe like 8, between 8 and 10 p.m. We usually most night people. Not as many as people in there sometimes. Um, a lot of times I'll get have one person or two people, and they're just doing whatever they're doing. But we just like to know if they want to talk to anybody. That person there are instances where one person will get good on what I do, and I'll find how my friends will get, a ton of people in here, and I'll be able to tell them what I do. The more people that are getting here, the more troublemakers occur, though, where I'm trying to talk, when the place sounds points, you think, but generally people are,
nice.
generally people are respectful of me and what I have to say. I get some people in here who want to train me, and that's cool. They want to come in here and play fart noises or perhaps pencil noises or whatever. That's cool. I do my best to like warn people, and if they don't stop, I'll mute them, and if they become if they become disrespectful or something like that, then occasionally ban people. But I don't like that. And even if somebody does ban, I have to serve it. If they would appeal, they could be forgiven. Yeah, all I ask is if they can go do it again. And there are a lot of people who have mutual friends who they'll laugh like, hey, they're like, hey, my friend, they were being a jerk. They thought it was funny to, like show porn. Okay, well, I don't want to, even though I make sure I do, I have to make sure everybody's 18 in here. Not everybody wants to see them, and so you may get warned because of that, you might get baited because of that. So I explain to them, okay, we'll just tell your friends to not do that anymore. They need to act immature. But if they like a place where they can have food something 24 hours a day, I mean, I'll ban them for the just generally, uh, mutual perspective. People with a lot of here. I occasionally get people who accidentally leave the microphone on and something like that. Not a huge deal. So I'll send them a message. I do like this one. Have people. Occasionally it happens so where they don't recognize that they're on microphone. Really, people are usually very respectful of everybody else. And I sometimes where I have a section of this Discord right below here. It's called Rabbi Rothschild Arena. So if we ever get a lot of people in here, which we sometimes do, and we're going to max out if we have people in here, I'll go in there. And when I'm in there, I have to let up people who can talk. But that allows us to have a conversation that a lot of people, like I said, thousands of people, like I said, or if it's just something that I want to say, I want to allow people to be able to hear it. Okay, go in there. As you can large server with basically every kind of interest. And
Yeah, it's taking all the interest about
exactly.
scaling, and even all them looking at the crowd.
Exactly. A very diverse interest. When I want people working to make this home, and when they do, I want them to know that they have a place where they can say anything that they wish, essentially. But, I forget, as the saying goes, if you build it, you will come. And that's what we've done this summer.
It is even
Go ahead.
so you said you're curious. I know curious culture is very important. Being very educated. Education is very like basic. The curious growth, everything, but just having a networking curious is also help you be getting more in or is part of the like important education in the future.
Also very important. So, in order to harness what we call like a career or way of being able to support yourself, education is at the end. So we do it as student are educated and not just have secular education, but religious education as well. This allows them to have vocabulary and to just be well individuals generally. And then once they get to a certain age, let's say the age of employment or so, we encourage them to be able to get positions that allow them to become people like. Certainly, there are organizations we may be able to network in to get information or get an initial position. But that's not always there. And there are just some situations where we have people who go volunteer, um, just like in the truth not always get a job. There is opportunity for everybody and everybody but sure that people have the opportunity to be able to support themselves and create a family and live a nice life.
The reason why I even asked this is because in business networking is very important. Connections are very important. But I other communities as well as the Jewish community?
Well, we are a very close minority, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't depend on people who are non-Jewish to employ us or help us. I had Jewish bosses myself. I did not have bosses myself. Uh, I can tell you that we do our best to ensure that we have somebody those who are around us the best way that we can in a positive fashion. And generally, we have issues where we have some history, certainly in finance and entertainment, and, but there are others, certainly education, academia, but there are others that do and are open to anyone. And there are some situations where we have people who are business owners and people who are not business owners, people who are stock owners and people who are not stock owners. If anything, I would say the thing that makes us successful is that we're the best organized minority, and I think that is a my best organized minority is because the strength of our family and our network. So not only do we have
This primary my point. It was not with any negative attachment.
I didn't take it that way.
I like it.
No, I didn't take it that way. But there are other ways that have these types of connections as well. They just make them abroad. But certainly in Southern California, there's a very strong Russian community, very strong Asian community, very strong Armenian community, very strong African American community. So, in the same way that there's strong Jewish community, I find one of the reasons why people may think that we are the networks because we're in many different cities around the world. We have to be many times just because of how we have had comments in the past. So they find Jews in most major cities, at least really only to some extent, but in some cities we have larger influence. You know, cities like London, New York, Los Angeles, or in a city like Nairobi or perhaps Lagos or Helsinki. But we think some type of, as I described it, it's like the world's biggest family. And we have,
Yes, that's what
if we have people in our community who need a position, we can hire them if we think that they'd be a good fit. But that's they have to be a good fit. A non-Jewish person would be a good position. We may choose that person for the benefit of the larger community. But generally, just like you would in your own family, if you have the opportunity to hire someone within your own family who would be a good fit, do your best to help that person.
yes, and about hiring other Jews, I think that Ashkenazi Jews,
Yeah.
and these them, yes, like any group. So I'm almost emotional with that people from California.
Yeah.
I don't know if that take is the
Yeah.
supposed to look at the data.
Yeah. And the data, we average about 116 IQ. I think that that's debatable because that's the predominant Nazi Jews in life. But
It's important topic.
And I also have an issue with intelligence tests because many of them are skewed to people who are educated or people who have taken them before, and thus I think probably the best IQ tests are those that don't include words, that only include shapes, even ones with numbers. Exactly. Pattern recognition is really what we determine to be a high IQ, but even that can be taught to some extent from a young age, just giving children the opportunity and rewarding people for pattern recognition can just skew the results. But I've seen statistics that show national Jews at like 116 IQ and like Singapore 15.8 and Koreans are like 115.5. Very, very close. But again, every person is great and they need different people you might need for certain positions. And we should only hire a Jew. We don't think it's going to be the right fit if it could harm the community. And we think a non-Jew would be a better fit for a position. We'll hire that person.
And about like intelligence overall, I think if it's just one measurement, it's different forms of intelligence. Like we just about that.
It's absolutely true. It's not the most necessarily the most important sense either. Physical well-being is very important as well. And on that case, actually messages don't do it. So people, when it comes to the ability to build muscle, or height, or raw strength, we don't do it. But intelligence, we do.
Like I think US society is actually driving intelligence, and especially the IT type of intelligence in society that we have not seen. It's less about physical strength, more about actually intelligence and the ability to actually.
That's true. I mean, pattern recognition is important.
Yeah.
Do you want to do the questions? Go ahead.
But it should go to our discussion after I come back. Are you going to sleep and are you going to go sleep soon or
No,
are you going to be awake?
I'm going to be awake
So,
12 hours or so.
okay. I mean, this is going to be trying later today,
That's
but I'm going to go have a meet with my mom now.
absolutely. What you do, I'm always here. Whenever you have questions you want to talk, I'm here. And enjoy the rest of your day. And we'll see you soon, okay?
Yes, I must say it's the most interesting conversation I have ever had. Had this conversation with them.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for this. Thank you for sharing with your friends. And bring other friends to the word, okay?
Yes, I will bring someone who actually speaks. There might be, I don't want it troll, but it might be a little bit immature. I hope they can hear it. And of course, he's also interesting person. I discuss a lot of things with him.
Excellent.
I will leave that later, so I will see you later. Okay?
Bye. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
wrote children working. We also, as I mentioned, children's doodles. Just pictures. But what I is that on here, the internet. Right now, there is a second in which you, they are. Never extend. You can have to provide just like we Trump was Spain, his family. Christian a range of great scholars in Egypt. Presentation is unfolding. Teacher passes the residents Jews live at that time. Revelation. Go here. To speak fast begins a period of about years of time of year, massive so 17th of that's later on This day, according to place beginning of black of this era. Many that have
Asshole, not that you can see it from the front. She spun me like my twins in that cow. When the stands in the only he was good. After that, she was like, yo, believe it now. Same pretty girl who I live. Shot to tell she could. Can I have it?
it's definitely. Christian, but for the time, the all what the rabbis meant that so let's have a look. I stress it. I'm sure, but how good that's something published they did, and it would be with something. Quite that I read in the English translation is history which and footnotes. So also looking at is the great creative new material. But looking at reliable, which is it's not really intended as historical. It's just so more specific. The content of the job. Position from which to have especially structure of an example description. Boil it down. We carry forward. First temple has sins were yeah. Rather give up express these idolatry. The second is not just for these but rather for enough. That level of general hatred is removed. We don't break it out into a little bit for and the other one named I can't story of One of the things that we sent for operation accident, other invited that sent now it happened. Invitation to stay. He says, oh, got an I go to the wedding. He's in there. So I got an invitation to stay right now. And wait, out in front of everyone. Allow me to be wedding. I don't. I need you gone. Uh, point just overlooked is that Rabbi they should allow him. They are lack of confronted with this, I went back to the details. They, decided that it had to be really tied into his how anger events but major source of those secrets. Religious oriented. We shall see their expressions of Judah. The leader of the rebel in Calvin, where he put it himself, at least according to Calvin. However, captured by the wits, urban life, forces that was famous for quite a bit after the Joseph artist himself. So let's start with now. I really want to put your 69 all of much early. Where you start? We'll start 66. The house. Much city that built by Herod or by Herod from there. Their best interest. Scandal. Again, uprising. The general outsiders what happened early on is that were held from money to bills. Murdered. So basically,
done in a
smaller activities. Center of the Jerusalem. The larger image this looking at we've already seen some of that. This is quite it is Herodians. So passed away at the end of he was king at the time. He's an unusual character. Like his predecessors, they had no and simply kept up. Actually, not all the but he did want to be on the line with overwhelming world power. Tiny little nation. According to Josephus, creative artistry, not all of it, everything out of action, like at the time. He doesn't look so happy, and a romantic relationship was quite celebrated. A moment where all was all version of it. Which is emerging at this. We call it the old who have connections to one not necessarily habituate to everything. We said negative aspect. Traditional alliance that they've had. You have the so-called cult. I mean, at this point of Judea, the high also a and the revolving situation where adopted by engaged in which is very, very, but they wanted of they especially short knives that short knife while they're Josephus described crowd and assassinate people you associated with the Nazi. We saw earlier, yes, time and many of the silicon. The other side, a lot of people coming from the third was the fair. The 19th century image illustrates that the Pharisees are generally perhaps embarrassed those who alienated by violence, spare the audience, the natural leadership, they are at this time, however, deny the life to college. What they are is getting put it the most of oh, here we go. Exactly. Target. All right. Collective. This content. So, but small, there, that particular at this point get the same space, ritual, regarding as holy particular separates the from exacerbated by the Christianity tile composition reduced charity. That's what happened to those Christians. Truth is, not because they're really comment on Christianity. Later, primarily that the whole ethnos have theological historical source because we are sometimes to parse what we know about Josephus' person. Yeah, Vespasian in the north, and 68. But this time, Scala would to the feeding it pellets so they of followers of also remember this time of the population in Jerusalem. Do for Josephus the some say invite Yochanan who's personally murdering the Herodians. This is entire that we're discussing. To understand, we really have to see a little bit of Jerusalem itself to understand where these various forces see the swing top of the right. They are together like it, which is right. That further apart, it means more of is built on several of these plateaus. There are some considerations about that. Rothschild had this which is significant verification was actually a soldiers at several points. The base for military activity. We don't have this region called the Inner City. Of course, this city where Herod had actually built his own palace. There is the so the lower city, but your expression of the temple wall was built. And finally, numbers to the side. In fact, that would be a little bit of geography. Priests and usual certainly can't happen, right? They the zealots for the temple ground where contract can't get out of a multiple that they have been by the Arab, by the now, Idumea is here in the south of Israel. And in fact, after the never again engage in this is something that kings and results of father was an Idumea. So that's why they regarded it, thought that it was just a bad Aaron wasn't any this population was recognized not Jewish, but recognized say there are not for this organization find themselves in upper it's also have rest these numbers first we have to take that they are held off by the walls and the anonymous passion. We are not, let's do violence. It's not good for each other. Like in our movement, and we try very the tremendous effort to get out of the city. That's out of the city once again. Actually, the city. And then violence just gets worse. Third, and together, south of considered this the term meaning people are going government felt that maybe Judeans what the Romans saying about those you know once the high priest Ananus was murdered, left. Sanhedrin finally, it gets so bad that it's so bad that this thing, if you're and it's amazing discussed. Really, the president and let's share this episode. The point was constantly that you're up chains, live exposure, micro. Up until this time, it's not been introduced which policies that has still Galilee widespread, but literally killed not only regular Jews of Judea, but first often just yeah. It's up. It's a three-way fight. The fight becomes so intense. So, actually, others, other them pouring out from is that themselves. Actually, that's the Congress. Back into this, a very narrowly evade. There people and technology specifically just expansive towers that they can throw the buildings, and there's places where they're really situated. So, the rebels actually and they tend to use laborious place to collapse hugely frustrating just because schlepping out the war is not much longer. The success. If cunning would always fail over desperation, weapons, expertise, over teaches that they, they are a combination the Judean. Therefore, as he says, ask, and smuggled into Jerusalem. He shuts down and the outside. When you combine that with the level of famine, which Joseph describes in other terms. First, Jesus. Behind it, however, Joseph more accounts and said the last rebels, but he was sure that it was possible to see this place very positive here because being assigned the family, but it's preserved. After all, it was great, fascinating, and the attraction pilgrims. So we don't really know, but it's not impossible to. But we did in the region, but fighting detail in the previous lecture, engage the Roman in that context. Piece of burnt wood, but reason for the commemoration. Let's just go back and ensure that structural truths. The lens of relationship by saying that the sacrifice of how the way to God was a good way or it had
I shouldn't say the entire, when someone acts like what you do professionally versus what you're actually doing. Yeah, why not just be what you say it instead of like this appeal to authority, right? You're not an expert. And to ask that question is to answer that question. Ask me a few things in life that I can give you like definitive answers on. You want to ask me about Judaism? I've been doing jujitsu since the 90s. I started in 97, somewhere around there. 96, maybe. I don't know shit about judo. I know I could do a few tosses, but when someone is doing something, I don't know what if I compare with those. Get it right. Sargoshi would be the leg on the outside, the leg on the inside. I got a different these days. Even though it's like martial arts. I'm not totally an expert. Yeah, and there might be somebody who's like totally an expert, like say, a wrestler or a point to the Olympics, right? With like the total expert or which is like like wrestling. I think I still get something about MMA. Jiu-jitsu, because it's like in the last fight, in the last UFC card. And I didn't know about that Rothschild. So he thought this person was fine because they had two limbs in the card. This is a real situation. This is fucking dangerous. There's this guy, Nathan Orchard, who figured out how to do a drawing with two limbs in it. And it's one of the only guys do it now. And there was a lady at the last UFC had it. And I was like, oh shit, and didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things like the body joke. If you know about jiu-jitsu, you got his on his back, he's got his other calls, and he reach onto it his leg. You'll go, but you don't know what's going on with that. That's a fucking joke. I go, right, here's what. I will talk into an Foxville. There's guys, so it's like areas of expertise, even in areas that are expert in, I have to know a lot of people. Like, this is a stupid argument. What are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? What's going on? Are you funding is Hezbollah proxy of Iran? Did Iran give the money to do this when Biden released the funds because they're done with money? Who's part of the expert on this thing? Yeah, and of course there are things like the
who's the person who is working in those fields? There is work in those fields. You know what I mean? It's the problem with that time. That time, everyone was so fearful. And then this motion was clearly there. I forget who it was, but some official was recently said in 2020 and Fauci. And the problem is Americans aren't scared about it. It's crazy to say. It's a wild thing to say. Your goal is to make people fearful. So you're trying to put a narrative that makes people look at which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not fucking laws be scared. I don't know how many people got really sick from COVID because when they freaked the fuck out, they couldn't sleep. They thought they were going to die, and they were running around and things like that. Well, then you go through a solution. Trusted institutions, which up until 5 fucking years ago, I was 100% with everything, with vaccines, with medical innovation, with psychiatric medications, I think I'm pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone is like hoping these people have the answers. Like, this guy can't he's also an expert. Fuck you. It's like an anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, it just became this weird because I think this response to the fucking and all of this and you have to scare people. If you want to implement like a tyrannical policy, it's the only way now. Everyone knows, right? Like you just said, like being terrified is not good for your health. If you have a feel something, it's not good for your decision making. But it is excellent for I will turn my brain off and give me to go to it was great forget about it, but like we live too much didn't change the emotions to fear about it didn't change the responsibility so I don't know president he's sick it's not a matter of being one way there will be another 9/11 they are trying to tell the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear. College, excuse me, this is the threat level. Maybe like it's a TMO, and you can really traumatize them on the ladder. What they wanted to do, they knew the policy they wanted to start voting on. It was the mix of they hate the big lie, which was they hate us for our freedom, which was like really the big lie after 9/11. It's like, because the American people very well wanted to know the meanings. Like 9/11 was like, what is this? What's this mean? And their answer was, hate you for your freedom. And by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second off, they're so around beef you, like your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you would do other than say what the American people said, which is George W. Bush, you would be like to attack whoever you want to and support you. I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, these generals and military leaders that are these are the guys that are going to protect us now. We don't want to overthink them. This shit is real. Let's go on. This is 2001. Was not much of a conspiracy. I was into UFOs. I was into stupid shit. Fun, stupid shit. Right. Me, bro, I didn't watch space documentaries and freak out about aliens. Stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? Like, what is it do? Where they started like, what are you talking about? When it rhymes with cunt. Censorship again on American citizens. It's like, okay. But time we start getting really fucking suspicious. Fuck me up. This book opens Kennedy assassination. Or went on stage. 6 hours. Show like, oh my God, with that book. Agencies that man, everybody works together and I apologize to the man. You have your like it takes time to like then never engage in that. It's terrible, ominous, and but that was just great for me. It was just I was only interested in and I didn't get any of that stuff. September 2001. It was after the initial friends. It's terrible that this thing people do. But it made me think like when you see people like getting in people's faces, even American flag, a bitch slap. What was I doing? I just ran up to that girlfriend. This guy bitch. Fuck. You need that sometimes. Just like I felt like as a country, we've been doing shit all around the world forever. We're happening. We're super lucky because we're separated by oceans. Too much is really happening here. This is real, and everybody had a car. When I was in New York City, we're filming here one day, and firemen were rock stars. Cops were rock stars. Everybody's thanking them for their service. It was bar. These guys were fucking. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. Was it not? Everybody was so thankful. That guy. I was in New York City. So I was in Brooklyn, like a few miles from the Trade Center, like physically taken. So I remember seeing, I think, so when I got out of school, I was a senior in high school, but one of the girls said it was from my parents or something. I forget exactly how, but like I was friends with the security guard. But yes, there was security guards. So remember, I'm pretty sure when we came to Fort something it was there was security every month and hours and fallen by the time we got out. But there were people, so the subways for a while. I was like on Flatbush Avenue. It was Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like it's kind of a straight down to the Manhattan Bridge. The Brooklyn Bridge is there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, they're in the financial district. They just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they were going to never get on the subway. So you'd see just like one guy in a suit and tie, covered in soot, head to toe. Like he must have just been down there, walked up. And but this was in Brooklyn. It was very busy. People were stopping and asking each other. You would pass on the street but never talked. We're stopping and asking everyone, "Have your family? This community spirit that you don't typically get in New York City. I just didn't people. But that part of it was beautiful, and then of course companies do what they do, and you manipulated that technology. Once they fade from before 9/11, something that's going to do with 9/11, which is some of the pictures they try to pass for years, and everyone's like, looking crazy. So this is the thing that maybe it's more like my age because I was 18, it's like my community age. But I would never stop to spend all that shit. Douglas said, I brought it up and then said, I'm watering something because I mentioned Wolfowitz. So that's right. That's good. Yes, you're talking about something incredibly important. The conservatives, why would that be the thing you can't discuss? That's crazy. Rivalries, the marching band, the upsets. Saturday is just gonna be fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and your picks and the big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in the action from kickoff to final whistle. When you're betting on your go-to team, making moves in game as the momentum shifts. Saturdays are your home DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers spend $5 and get $300 instantly. Download the Sportsbook app and use code ROOTED. That's code ROOTED for new customers and $300 bonus bets instantly. Bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Never gamble. 878 open wire text. Have a boot. Additional resources. Behind the safety answer is that those guys get to that really project American football. Safety after they have no cover the Bush administration. 9/11 and if you go back and read the shit that they were, and I will never stop talking about this. This is just too good and crazy. All of these guys, the guys who were in charge of the Bush administration, signatories, voted for the American century for the thing. We're like, dialogues about what's in sorry, was the whole group took over government. And they wrote explicitly American century to do with both. And so we are for the first time a blue super So what we need to do right now is fight the whole wars. Because no one threatens us. So therefore, we should fight them. Right now we have an opportunity to overthrow the old Soviet Communist states, install all of these states there, and guarantee us that the name says the new American century of dominance, the 21st century. These specifics that they want to overthrow scholars saying, and then they specifically say, this is something that Jupiter's really alluded to. I think they might be able to do it a little bit here, but they sit in the 21st century. Find it out. Where they straight up say, that you're this is what we want to do. We're unlikely to get mass American support for it, short of another October event. And so a lot of people, like Jones and a lot of the 9/11 troopers, point to this phrase and go see this. They do the Pearl Harbor, so they plan their own Pearl Harbor. Now, that is not necessarily true. It doesn't necessarily prove that, but it certainly does. When they sit there watching television attacked, and they all had the same reason they all went together. You know how each other in July. Yeah. But that's not quite as unique as some people think it is. Really? Well, like people, so like you know he said it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like taking anything away from that. He was right, but there were a bunch of people who predicted it wrong. And so predicted it perfectly. I was, when I came to believe this was real, I got really into it. I got really into Ice Cube, really into Ice T. I listened to that when I was delivering newspapers. It was like, gangster rap was like a completely different thing. So cut to when people started digging into what intelligence agencies have had. There's a weird disease in rock music in the 1960s. The movie about the Blue Rock painting with that strange thing. I don't know if I'm any problems with it, but there's a lot of weird connections to the intelligence community and music, particularly gangster. And if you want to really don't, you would say, if you want to feel your primitive presence of and have very popular music encouraging celebrating crime and violence, the way you feel your presence of it, some people scared, so you can give them laws and rules and crack them easier to get them to fall in line and what you need them to do. It's massive police and massive militarization of the police and all that stuff. I've heard a little bit about that. I know Ice Cube is still on the internet before, like, it was undeniably his influence. It does. There are things about it that seem crazy, but I do know that, I don't think this is a controversial thing to say. This is just like that. It was like an administration who trafficked in to the United States. They were ramping up drugs. So, like, they were 100% in there for Contras or whatever. Guys are drug dealers, so we make drugs and we can get this money shipments and you're sitting in the creating conditions for the crack epidemic to explode, and then they catch a guy with in jail for decades. It's like just that one piece of information. You almost, if you're like in a sane world, most of the people had a revolution that government and public started over from there. Still for decades afterwards, the Republicans bring up Reagan. Like, back then, it isn't enough to go, this guy should be remembered like as a monster. Do you think they tell Reagan that they're selling crack? I do not think the intelligence agencies let that information inform the took on this in there for 4 years before it's greenlit. Fair enough. George H.W. Bush definitely there. Their guy was the head of the CIA. So, but again, also to a certain point, when you're president, where it's like, it's your responsibility. Like, if you know that it's your responsibility, I don't think you have an access. I do not. I do not think in cases like that, you have access. I think if they're doing something like selling crack in the hood and using it for your punk cultures, there's no fucking way you can ever koshererize them. So I don't think you have the president. No, I think this is all planted. I think there's some layers of bureaucracy for you to get real information. Operation, Nicaragua, got things going on in Iran, you gotta pay attention to Russia, this is happening there. There's some they're selling crack to pay for an army. I just don't tell them, look, you might soon this is not a normal thing to do. I came into this office thinking they're right. I came into this office thinking I'm gonna be American, we're gonna get back to the basics and hard work and trickle down economics. And you're telling me you're selling crack, you're going to jail. And I'm like, well, because that's how they keep saying they're going. So they didn't organize for work. That's how you got caught. Them after it's made complete, and might as well have been. Was covered up.
And the whole thing was set up.
That's really crazy. Intelligence agency set up, or
They operated.
where was the intelligence agent
Before he was ever.
That was his first gig.
Tucker Carlson blew my fucking mind. Rookie
For their first
gig, their first.
You're gonna take down the most popular president in U.S. history. That's
Won by the biggest
March
margin.
29th. He's just a dominant way with the American people. They support this guy, and then Frank Woodward, some 20-something-year-old reporter. He is the biggest story in American history. He happened to just commit a naval intelligence and a weird coincidence.
That's what Bill Murray told me.
So Bill Murray was on the podcast and was talking about Woodward.
Yeah, book he wrote.
What was it called? Well, he's written a lot at this point.
Okay, it was just about Belushi being fucking crazy drug addict. He goes, that's not my friend. He goes, that's not how it was. That was kind of it.
Nevertheless, this was a really transformative. He was drunk. Like, I think he did. That's the first time he died. Yes, got it. So this was fiction. So he read the first 5 pages. Oh my God, great things. Isn't that crazy? I feel like this time about my friend, such a distorted, untruthful way. Now I have to think about what he discovered. Yeah. Now I know. Yeah, my good friend quite a bit, but Scott Gordon, who is, I think, the best in the United States of America, and he's written the best book on the terror wars called the best book on the Ukraine called his latest book. About this, he just happened to be writing this book on Ukraine. He saw this new bomb came out, and they had a quote, and I believe it was Sergei Lavrov quote. Still writing it down. And discussing creating it because it's not something wrong. So, actual quote, he was just researching for his book, and he was the exact opposite of what he's claiming it means here. Like, this part, he wasn't referring to this, he was referring to that. He was like, so you just never trust anything who wants this, because he'll take this quote and just mingle it to the point where he is presenting it as if it is 180 degrees opposite of what the quote actually means. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. And the story of Rutherford. Would you ever imagine that? When all was growing up, hero. He was like a journalistic hero that we know. He was having when Jamie talked to George W. Bush and said, I think we need going up. But he just makes shit up. So imagine that your mom would work, should everybody get to watch Robert Redford while he's around and we'll be like, oh, good one. And they didn't make chicken and also just thinking how much they had. I remember I was in school and I remember hearing like one history teacher talking to another teacher. This was when Bill Clinton was in trouble for 5 points. I was like, what do you think about the impeachment? And I read my history teacher, I thought he was a pretty smart guy. But he was. Now, I'm sure you know it's Nixon, but he's not Nixon. And essentially what that meant, like what he was saying was like, Nixon is the most corrupt president whoever lived. Bill Clinton just got caught cheating with his wife. Like, that's not as big a deal as being the most corrupt. But they just made that, like, that thing that everybody knows. Like, man, at this point, the system works. That's the system works. And because they are I mean to say that the system works like the answer is much more like the intelligence agencies for the United States of America in a hostile coup against John F. Kennedy, and then Nixon comes out like a few years later and is like essentially taken a well, but they get the American people to believe that like what that was to corrupt President Reagan. This episode is brought by ZipRecruiter. There is such a thing as having too many options to use or scrolling on the TV, trying to find something to watch, or have you been to one of those ice cream shops where they have different options to choose from? It's horrible. The same thing can happen when you're hiring and get inundated with applications. It's time to stop stressing and use ZipRecruiter instead of innovative resume database. Can help you find and connect with the best people for your move. Try it for free now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rothschild. What makes ZipRecruiter's resume database so special is the advanced filtering feature process of raise them upload and appropriate to the site. And you find okay? You can unlock their contact info, instantly skip the streamline hiring with ZipRecruiter. See one out of 5 employers on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiters.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. It's just after when Muhammad Ali retired, Larry Holmes couldn't get any. One of the reasons why Larry Holmes was heavyweight champion the whole time couldn't get any love was because he made the walk out of Muhammad Ali. And everybody was saying, everybody hated him because of that. You're never like, you're Nixon, you're full of shit. You're not showing up. Assassinate the greatest president of all time. God was going to really change things. Didn't even see and was talking to the American people like we don't know the dreams, what was on the moon. Anyway, his ugly father. Really, I know. I think it was a great sight. He just did his head. It's like a fucking next people. It's trying to fuck us. It's authoritarian. Which is unfortunate when you have a society where you have some kind of an authoritarian leadership. Not saying.
What's up, Jim? How you looking, Jim? Oh, excellent. Yo, how do you say your name? How do you say your name? Taquitas? All right, how are you, Taquitas? That's what I'm calling you, baby. I'm picking up sticking things every day the holiday every day of the week. How do things in your neck go with sun? Do you not understand what I'm saying? Oh, that's okay. That makes sense. How are you? Okay. Excellent. Very well. Did you have a chance to do what I said? Very bad. Okay, well, can you hear me better now? All right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Like 24 hours a week. I've been for more than 3 years. My students go back to fitness. AI, the coordination. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource valuable in food, water, gold, and air trophies. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person, which may make it too much of a person. If that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent, and make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to touch your philanthropic organization. How does that sound? Excellent. I currently shoot my life but I'm an advocate for everyone through the use of technology, agricultural drones, or the greenhouse itself, or the greenhouse, political parties, party partners, house. I'm an advocate for animal welfare, sponsored by Harry Potter Bob $100 million. We build wells and developing movements for those less fortunate. I'm an advocate for lifestyle technology and most importantly, to go see what I'm going to do. Future topics such as technology, travel, like communication, quantum computing, nuclear energy, thermal energy, fusion, and things like alien disclosure, things like perhaps time travel, like visibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines. I talked about the people don't know this, but the person pardon me, 2003 with a pirate located in northern Spain and southern France. Fast forward to the year 2020, a company on the outskirts was founded known as Rothschild Scientific. It made it that over the next 3 years by 2020, we introduced the dynamic into the Arctic Circle, utilizing ancient elephant series, which I just think is a mind-blowing feat. Additionally, we introduced the test reading following the reintroduction of the banana, and then the cover. Additionally, they have made headlines recently with their direwolves. You saw in the news the direwolves a year old now. Joe Rogan is like that. They created 3 direwolves, 2 male and 1 female. Additionally, I talked about things to help you, your friends, and family live longer. If you want, with your consent, they may be able to utilize type of technology without life extension. You can utilize types of technology like therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, like products, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, red light therapy, peptides to be able to use age 80 to age 100. Let's say you make it to be 120 years old, you have that really run everything that you said came true, but my body started to break down. So that's the plan. And this is again because very important. But if you want to be able to legally detect where scanner and MRI for every for later download. And if you have cyborg aside from yourself, robot, whatever you want to use it. Maybe you will have future at digital mortality. What are your thoughts? What probably within a we're already able to transfer memory to mice. So there's already some studies that have been able to transfer mice memories, basically rodent memories, from one mouse to another, where you essentially take a mouse, you have it complete a maze several times, and you scan that mouse's brain, transfer that memory into another mouse, and then the second mouse is able to do the memory flawlessly without ever having done it before. That's how you know you've had a successful memory transfer. And we're already at that point. So probably within a generation, so 20 years or so, we'll have life extension to the point of mind deployment. That people will have the opportunity to perhaps be able to make that. No, if you're in school, what do you study? Oh, right. Hey, Kat, you said that you have 4 people in your Discord. How do I get it? I get 4,000 people in my Discord. How do I do that? How do I use your bot?
It's not public, but it's to private needs. But it really depends on what you do. Because it's even important for others, it's easy to open in that field and spam it because there's like 170 active in that field. So we can just spam it pretty much. But I don't know, basically, like different for you to get members from the same region as me. But yeah, the development goes.
I got it. Does. Okay. So basically, you in Discord, let's say, have a link up to your Discord,
So
and one of
it's not you can add your server once, but you can create the multiple servers, and then you can automatically, because in this one it's important that you bound the server. So every servers you have to execute a command in Discord to Discord that is to make your server the first server, which means that every 2 hours you can hop to the server, executing a command, and getting some of the code. So we have multiple servers, it just log into the in shorter hours than 2 hours. Redirect to your server by having only your invite and inside those servers.
I understand. How do you bump your server?
So that's
Discord?
what we do. So do you have your server listed on Discord?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah. So basically, do you have any private channels here? So basically, it's like to create activities for actually each one is
Sure. I'll add you. You should have an.
So basically, we have one channel. We have the server listed in Discord. How do we execute this part? And what my does is automatically, and it's cycled through my Discord accounts. It executes the part in every single one of my servers every 2 hours. So this allows me to stay on top of this all the time because I have multiple servers and I think for 7 time. And it's also a server in out, DBS file them, like I found it automatically. So it's some automation and a lot of things you need to know. So,
I understand.
but you can figure out which are the keywords that you want to target, just like when you do advertisement, you have to choose the keywords that you buy, and you're gonna like, would you like to target the community keyword, would you like to like cats, would you like to target sports keyword, or at least your server automatically do that, but if you someone who also set up the bot, it's very simple, but I give the bot private if you want, I can set up the story. If you will some work from your end as well, because I need them accounts for it, so I can.
I understand. Maybe do that in the future. So does Discord have a bot that you use to bump?
This will have your server to this bot. It will have you ask them for the bot to your server, which then is put to the comments, which will go to the website, or to your server on the bottom here.
Okay, so I'm on Discord, but I don't have a Discord server. This bot.
So I think you see my DMs. Here, you go to you go in here and you put in your Discord account. You have to log in with the account that has an email just in this server.
Right.
Manage it from there.
Right. Okay.
Then you should see the server. If you have set it up, and if you haven't, then you can just click the kind of new server and then let you decide a description for your server, and it lets you decide as to what keyword in your things people actually use to search your server. You talk about Google Maps. So
Right.
basically, it all people this what they said something in Google and then they said that this search this me or this way as the first result because we are going to keyword that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
For my server, the keyword followers, TikTok followers, Instagram followers, all of this. And then you use that Discord, TikTok followers, Discord, they find this part website that
have a Discord. I had Discord.me.
Yeah, that's one of them. There's so many sites, but I have I bought these sites on Discord, but because Discord, none of Discord.org, because Discord.org is that. One of them was original, and because Steven was original, one of them was boosted insights for this type of stuff.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna have mine to that.
And you very like you don't need to do that much research, but you need to actually think about these figures and use. So it can be either of us we have to do like social or maybe politics regarding keywords.
Right.
You need up to 5.
Okay.
And you should definitely put 5.
Right.
Yeah. But it's the most important the keywords.
Okay.
This but very small costs. Most likely understand it's very different for the stuff. But you seems to be learning this not be better for you as well.
Absolutely.
Like keywords like community, there is much more competition. If there is much more competition, that means you need which means you need more servers. Competitors to have like many servers which we have right now. We can see what right now we have 20 servers that are like our main server.
How many people in your how many people in your meet so you can
So in the peak, this stuff was a little bit more active. We got 320 people joining every day. And now we get around 40 to 50 people joining every day.
that's good. And what do you do with your server?
So your server, you are adding this server, it's just like when you mix it on Discord, in a direct Discord server, they just do the invite link. But if you want to do what we are doing, then you add additional servers on separate accounts. Then you only place the invite link of this server into those servers, so when people join us, they can stick on it. It's directly in Discord.
Right? Isn't that difficult though? Because it's like people are like, well, what's going on with it?
Yeah, they might wonder what's going on with it, but it works at least for us.
I
Might be that based on the like
you know, I understand. People follow on. Yeah, doesn't Discord do a lot of captions?
Discord does great chapter by a lot. It's one of the most powerful chapters of
Yes, it is.
at least one of the most difficult to type as it works.
That's right. Okay, so it's this server under review.
Yeah, that's automated, so it takes like 20 seconds maybe when you finish the page. That it has good messages like
Okay, that's then there's a bot that needs to adding a bot.
yes, replicate it in your own Discord server, so you can actually launch the server. But you have to do exclude command in your server, not in another. You have to like create an invite channel, which means you have to define which will be the channel that they see when they join the server. So you can like one Discord server where you can communicate.
Right, I got it.
the X.
And then what's the what does it do?
So we, like I said before, we sell followers. So I spend time on PC. I don't think based video games, which is kind of waste of time. So while I do that, I make some money on it. So it's not about selling stuff. I can show you. This is it actually has been banned on Discord, but it doesn't matter because we have internal servers. But
Okay, it says welcome.
Rex.
How are you? I can't. Just one moment. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you. That seems like your voice is not coming in from the same source anymore.
Right, it is. Just one moment. I'm here. I have to restart my. Just refresh the page. Just one moment. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Definitely down. Okay. Just one moment. All right. There we go.
Okay, now it's perfect.
All right. Was this your friend who was in here? Excellent. Absolutely. Okay. So what you do? Rise.
Search for the specialized keywords. And what we do is that we have different servers which are all automatically being booked
Right.
So they are basically being public about. So instead of every 2 hours, we have sort of about they can publish every 5 minutes with servers.
I see. All right. That's cool. And it does it automatically.
Yes, that's what use we server. I have basically captured the request that goes to the then you execute slash pub and then I have made a list of Discord notification tokens which I have list the specified channels for the pub. And they're all basically on the script basically just sends the pump request for each of the accounts each 2 hours. So they can get it automatically.
Excellent. All right.
So basically I have automated the side in Discord. This is the pumping.
Cool. And then, apologies, I know I asked this question, but I want to make sure I understand it correctly. The what you mean now?
Bot services,
Gotcha. Bot services for Discord.
not for Discord, you get things out.
Right.
So for other social media, so basically when people want to be famous on the internet, you have a lot of followers, they might do brand deals. As you said, streamers, not the dealers, that's what we just provide.
Okay. Gotcha. How much are kick streamers? Kick streamers.
Don't get me price for it because we don't have that nice. But we sell them for around USD and 1K for 30 minutes. It's expensive.
Yeah.
But you can get cheaper.
Yeah.
But
I understand. So that's kind of always been my issue as well. If I stream for such long periods of time and so many different accounts that to fund myself is very, very expensive.
yeah, it's also people with this misconception that if they have a lot of dealers that do some interest other people in watching them, but in the, nothing else matters than the type of content they're providing. It's not interesting, and then they give something that you can make your intensity dealers from the box. Box that never helps. Never helps you. I would personally never buy any type of box service unless I was like very new brand and I had wanted to like show to my clients. Yeah, I have other clients who look at this some followers, blah blah blah. It's not worth it. If I go there, if I'm correct, I think since last 5 months ago, the United States we got the 5 months so we can mentally produce.
Is that true?
Yeah, so that's like the beginning of the big insurance line because that's very cool to brand get it and eat based on the big models.
Yeah, everybody. Exactly. Everybody does.
So that's why they have made it illegal to buy the stuff in the USA, but that's only for this area. I'm not basically say so I don't need to worry about that much.
Right. So let's say somebody, I don't want it. Let's say, hey, I want to buy flour. Would you be like, hey, you're not allowed to do it?
To be honest,
Why do you care? Why do you care?
to be honest, I don't put that convenient to it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, so let's look that up. Doug, tell me everything you know about the U.S. law that made it legal to buy followers on social media. Because if this is true, nobody's following. All right.
I know nobody knows. To be honest, someone who doesn't fit inside where they about this.
Yeah, no, I understand. So in August 2024, the FTC finally ruled user, consumer, and customer. Sale back to sale of purchase reflect indicated social media with followers like views, subscribe, shares, comments, etc. When used in a way to deceive consumers or entertainment or commercial gain. Specifically, the indicators are odds, project, fake accounts, and how to influence information. The rule applies only if a buyer knew or should have known that the indicators were fake, and they were used to circumvent influence or a commercial purpose. I don't think they're happy up to 50 miles for the violation. FTC now is clear enforcement power against practices both fake reviews and fake social media. All right, so it came from the EU states, but in 2019, Attorney General, Mr. President said on his statement, with the BT LLC, company that sells $3. That settlement marked the first of the law enforcement such practices, especially when involving stolen property. Later in October 2019, settled in $2.5 million and a direct complaint challenging the sale of social media. All right, interesting. Right. So that's not one person. You said it. You said this board usually takes like 30 seconds to meet.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long. So if it takes long, that's some people have said that it might take long. But once it's very fast.
I understand. Probably because your servers are pretty small too. Like when you start, when you start nobody's in them, and they also don't have any sub channels.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really like a gateway point into the main server.
Exactly. But with mine, it has a lot. So, wow. So basically, if I understand this correctly, I think I do. You'll just get random people who go to Discord.com and they just look at people with whom they can interact. And the default setting is not showing me the biggest servers. It's buffered because yours are always being bumped. There's a very good chance you're going to be really high on that list for very popular keywords. And
in 5 minutes, nothing else. Say target that you have one and you have 100 servers and
oh, very cool. Welcome. Apologies, I couldn't speak earlier. Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. Oh, but this is a different track, right? We already talked to
all of my friends. Yeah.
excellent.
You already told them.
Yeah,
Not
absolutely. So,
not friend, but for years.
well, I do it for 3.5 years. Okay, so with Discord, and you do you have to create multiple Discord accounts or just multiple?
Yes, because this foreign system is kind of intelligent. So it's easy that one account is added to the server. It shares the cooldown with the account. So the cooldown is shared. It's pointless to pump any servers because it's just, if the cooldown is split in half, like if the cooldown is like account, it's a not really by server, so it's like account. So if I make the server account, then I'm just gonna be able to pump a lot of damage to all that. So that we have multiple accounts, so the cooldown is shared.
I understand. Okay, so what's a keyword that you focus on?
So we focus on basically stuff. The
So if I just type in,
This one is smaller.
if I type in TikTok file, then
Yeah, you decide yes, they have basically banned the following stack. So only way to put it is in the next there. But we don't get the people to execute this one. They send it to Google, but because this one has very good Google rankings, they end up on this one and then they like the leader. So people don't actually really understand of this one. They dive into Google search and then find it. But the default listing because default is like the highest unit.
right, that's brilliant. Okay, so if I go to TikTok followers,
Yeah.
and then I go to Rothschild recently,
It's almost all of us have a time, so we have to take that over. Yeah, like a lot of there is they look the same. You actually see us.
Instagram,
All of these, let's say,
social.
the most eight servers, first thing that you know,
Oh, cool.
it's understanding what members in the server, so not being people just don't look at the one member online. But right now it's not so that for the members. So it's a very good spend, like I said, 184, now it's only more than the it's not running these tax right now. And yeah, it's not limited somewhere because people go outside to meet other people, they feel like they need to be more social and they need to get that lead, they want to like followers to vote for someone
Right,
in some America at least in order to know right now.
right. This is a very smart tactic. Very good.
It has been done before, but we have a very different event because I only like the both only needs to run in as one process on my server. It doesn't need to be like multiple process or anything. People might do this, but they might manually do that and then bounce their servers. You can agree that and this sort command and basically is actually different for basically request. That is that.
Now I have a question.
This one is
If you go to Discord, there's a bump option within Discord. Are you aware of that?
yes, but we don't use it because it's easier on this one website that the rating stuff if we are doing it in the research channel. But if we do it in Discord, we are not doing that Discord doesn't care that it is one done command each $2 per account. We get away like they can't like recognize it automatically it's controlled by the team as by users and other people. User is a rate and they're real money like us.
Right. Very smart. Very, very smart. Impressively smart. You know that you said other people have done this.
Not in the similar way
Right.
as we did it. And I didn't know that other people had done it when I recorded it.
Yeah, so let me think about this. Okay, so you basically create a Discord account and a Discord server. And you don't create like 10 Discord servers under one admin account, right? Or you do.
Just not because it's not shared.
Okay, cool, not here. Okay, so one Discord account under one server. And then you create like, I don't know, 10, 20, 30, 100 of those accounts. And then your bot just comes in and bots it. And then
Since the platform is each one when people program.
great part. Now, I'm gonna, okay, so I'm gonna go to Discord and I'm gonna look up your, you've got Discord. I'm gonna type in TikTok followers. And you've got, are you Instagram Boom?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm gonna go, it's gonna take me to Discord. It's you've got 109 members. don't care about those people. You only care that they filtered your name.
Can you say
Sure. You don't care. You don't care that Instagram alone has 109 people. You care whatever the link is within Instagram alone has more people, right?
Yeah, so because that's where the savings and that's where the customers actually buy the stuff for them. So and if you join Instagram, you can see that the other child is saying something about very clear or this is just a verification for them. It just they got the course what is this, but they just
I see it. I see it. I see it. Absolutely. Fucking brilliant, dude. It's fucking brilliant. It's a really, dude. I'm gonna tell you this. People who try to trick the system every single day. I do it myself. I love new ways to trick the system. This is a good one. Okay, so now you were saying you only do it for things that are relevant to you, like TikTok followers and that kind of stuff. Because I imagine.
So it's really important that people the people look at your kind of stuff.
Right. Now, I imagine it's very difficult to get like chat or karaoke.
That's very needed. It's difficult only if you don't have a language. But in such fast pace that some these parts that even 500 service more can just appear.
Right. And so, what happens when they ban?
So it's kind of a dumb system. So all you have to do just create a new server on that same one. They almost never even ban the account. So all we need to do is create a new server at that point. And we have the program pictures of the server saved in a file, the name saved in a file. So all we need to do is just create a new one. That's it.
Absolutely.
And then it's just a message like you don't if you get banned from some of your accounts, you can do.
Right. Now, did they ever ban your main account that you have on Discord?
The Rothschild server get banned, but our main server has been banned like a long time ago.
That's what I figured.
Because it's like it started having our server in it wasn't even not allowed to have server then, but nowadays it's not allowed to have this side of social media volume settings and this. So we just got banned out of nowhere without warning because the rules has changed. We don't have it anymore. That's why none of the servers might actually say anything about selling followers. It's just about community server and join here followers together.
Right.
Because they have automated AI system that scans the description of the server, and if it finds in the description something that they should be selling something, they just automatically ban it.
I understand.
Just do chat. There will be no problems, but because it's exactly what the platform is going to be invented of.
Now, it's, let's see, if I go to Discord and go to, like, so I always wondered, why does it say bugs recently? Like, who's going to those? They just generally would go to the biggest, most popular one and work their way down. But now I understand why. It's in Discord's best interest because then they get a bot in your server.
You can get information from it, and they can get people can see about them. So people have the pumping set to public channel, so other people can pump it. But not the public. I haven't the public channel, so people see that the server is pumped. Oh, maybe I can get members with my server as well. When they do that, they go to Discord.com or the advertisements on the site, so they get more people see that on the side by having the pumping kind of,
I get it.
but they need people to pump it because that's instant.
I get it. Now, is there a bot that could just automatically like and bump Yes.
So both have a different way of interacting with Discord. For if it was interacting through the Discord API, like Discord file, you just interact through Discord client. So both kind of actually tell bots to do stuff.
Couldn't a bot?
Bots can, because the commands can only be executed by Discord user accounts.
Oh, okay.
The bots can execute both commands.
I understand.
That's how Discord is basically built.
I understand. You've got like, you don't have 50 different Discord. Maybe you do. You have like 50 different Discord accounts that are all logged in to like a browser. And it just goes through and hits bump.
So they're not working in a browser. Discord has this thing that authentication. Your way of that which is like graphically doing it easy.
Yes.
It can be stopped, but Discord has this way of authentication that is stolen. So basically, if you send any request to Discord API, all you need to do is say one like master password type of thing that just authenticate the account to do anything. So I can have the strict site thing that just takes request to Discord type account authentication token. There's exclude this command in this channel at this time.
Right.
So it doesn't make API. It's not that they allow it, but they don't allow it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, so I have, maybe this could, I don't know, you don't really need it. Just the word, but, all right, but I have the ability to open up multiple instances in a browser. There's an extension for Mozilla Firefox that allows this. So I could be logged into, let's say, 50 different Discord accounts simultaneously. I just have my little bot go through and open up each one and then off the thing every 2 hours.
You could do that. But these two, yeah, you said you have multiple working out right now because you can get out from the one as well.
Right. Yeah.
So you can do that. Just like you do it.
Yeah.
You can make it like
My
your way.
right. So I am not against it. I think it's brilliant because you're putting. I don't really push something. And on top of that, I'm here to talk with adults. I don't want people who are under 18 just because specifically I don't want to talk with children. The topics that I discuss are generally more mature topics. So if I just went in and like botted the word, let's just say chat, people are gonna, come in here. They'll be like,
Yeah.
like I want to talk about anime, and I'll be like, okay, well, I don't really know anything about anime. Do you want to talk about the future of society? And like our interests aren't necessarily the same. With yours, it's like everybody who types in ticket hours has one thing only on their mind, and that's I get you. That's exactly right. No, I completely understand that. What does work for me though is spamming people's chats because I can put a big message in there and usually something that I say is going to catch somebody's attention. Like, why is this person talking about Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks or making me a truth? Like, one of those things is going to be interesting to somebody, and they'll either put my Discord link in and figure it out or not. One other thing that makes it really difficult for what I do is I'm asking people to social media leave or basically go from one social media to another. I'm asking someone to go from Twitter to Discord. With yours, you're basically asking people who are already interested in Discord to some extent to just join another Discord. That's difficult. Welcome. How are you? Is this your friend? Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I've already told them. Did I tell you? Okay. Absolutely. Well, how is your day going? Hey, Kat, what's up with you and all your friends like Kat?
It's amazing. I'm no from volleyball.
Okay.
Yeah, listening to this random level. It's cool, but almost people somehow related to my
Oh, absolutely. Do you like tigers?
I'm also saying,
Do you like big felines? You like small felines?
just basically, cats are just funny for
Okay. Okay. Do you watch any other streamers from your favorite?
to be honest.
I
I watch movies sometimes, but the only type of thing I know is people getting drunk.
I know a lot of Spanish streamers.
Probably don't have.
Okay, so not that many.
Yeah, actually, like active ones that actually get members. There is a lot of
Right. In fact,
Iran is a small country as well. 5 million, 5 million, 5 million people. 5 million.
population not that small. Okay, so we have like maybe 12 different streamers. What about Twitch? Do you do Twitch?
I watch Twitch myself.
Yeah.
Not that much. Yeah, not many, not much content in Twitch of things. I'm watching that much. But YouTube, I watch the very good. There are some.
I understand. You know, the strategy that I use for Twitch might work for you. Actually, it might work for you really well. You want people to buy Twitch followers, right?
Yeah, they buy quite a lot.
Okay, excellent. So, what I would do if I were you is just do what I do, but for your service. So, here's what you do. You, I continue to talk the same way I do my part. It's not hard. Meaning you don't need to know anything. So, what you see is what you get programmed. But, okay, what I would do if I were you is I would create a random Twitch account, and then I would program my bot, just like I did, to go to people's channels and to create a clip of them. And then in the clip, I would put my link. You want people to go to your Discord, right? Okay, so I would put, keep Twitch followers and the link to your Discord, and that's all the bot does. And it moves on to the next person. This is a very good strategy for you. If eventually Twitch will delete or will ban your account, but all of your clips stay. Does that make sense? Exactly. It's the same thing for Twitch. So, for instance, if I go to any almost any streamer, okay, go to if you can't go to the streamer .pg SHAKTY. Like that. Sure. Shakti, SHAKTYG. Shakti. S. Sure. S as in Sam. H as in Henry, A as in Abraham, K as in kangaroo, T as in Tara, Y as in yo-yo, G as in guru. Shakti G. Yes. Okay, do you see Shakti G? This one there? Okay, so search for Kim. S is in Sam. H, Kim. Yeah, Kim. S is in Sam. H is in hippo. A is in alligator. K is in koala. T is in tiger. Yes. Now go to his clip. Now scroll down. And what I'm saying is that if you want to sell followers, that's the way to sell followers, I feel, because those clips don't go away, and they're very strong for Google because they show up right at the top of Google. That's right. And you can use it for like so whatever you want. I mean, so I have found that it depends the platform that you use. Um, TikTok, or I should say Twitch, seems to be banning my accounts about once every 12 hours or once every 24 hours. But again, that's not because I just create another one. If I have to create a new account every 12 hours, I try to create one. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that much work. And it posts 250 clips in that amount of time. So with 5 different accounts, that's like 1,250 links, basically advertising what to do. It's a very good way to do. So, there are some, I don't want to say drawbacks, but the thing that I find is that very few people actually look at people's clips unless they were really big. And yeah, for you, right? Yes, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And not only is it very powerful, absolutely, it's not only very powerful for the search results, it's very powerful for image results because it'll just take a screenshot of whatever you have, and the alt text, meaning the text that you put in for your title, is very powerful for Google video rankings, obviously because it's a result, it's a video that just has your text in the title, and then it's very powerful for AI because AI crawls all of this for the information. So when people are like, hey, how do I get TikTok followers? People be like, well, some popular TikTok services are 9 by 9, That is discord.gg/9x, because the reason why is because you're like when you ask Grok or anything about me, it got all of it got all the information from the stuff that I posted.
This judgy
Absolutely, go for it.
just web.
Because there are other Rabbi Rothschild, it's best to put in who is Rabbi Rothschild, the streamer.
Yeah, that's what I was like. It's more fiction of you that has got it.
There you go.
Nice. Exposure. That's what people just look at. That's what exposure. Not many people think about that. Sure, they might want AI. I guess they are really step in there.
And believe it or not, AI exposure is the most important of all the exposure.
Yeah, it's going to be the fruit.
I believe
But,
that's what I'm saying.
yes, me, my friend here from the, no, I have a friend here from the castle named Tex, who never get anything because was
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. How are you today?
Oh,
I'm lovely. Do you mind if I tell you about this?
yeah, sure.
And so apologies to everyone who's heard this multiple times or so. Rabbi Rothschild, I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a week. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years, maybe 4 years. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history. Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data has overtaken petroleum as Earth's most valuable resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may be an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure you and our friends here and everyone's helped me along the way not only become financially independent if you're not already. I want you to be able to have generational wealth. And most importantly, I want you to be able to security and organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That's great.
So, I talk about things that improve the world in addition to world peace, like adding clear good use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouse, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wealth in developing nations like Nigeria in order to help the less fortunate. Another thing of which I have to advocate is the lifestyle program, most important desalination technology, where we pump Earth's water onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things for the benefit of society, futurology topics. I'm a futurist. I like to discuss things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster light travels, faster light communication, things like space tourism, space elevators, things like interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like terraforming of other planets. I like to talk about income disclosure, nuclear energy, geothermal energy. I like to talk about things like tidal energy and fusion energy. I like to talk about extinction. People don't know this, but the first extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Canadian ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern Spain. Fast forward to 2021, something that was Texas responded to this bioscientific. They made their goal within the next years to introduce organic to the Arctic Circle, utilize They recently made headlines with the direwolf. They created 3 direwolves that are about following the introduction or reintroduction of Oleander. They reintroduced it as Big Tiger followed by the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting. Additionally, we talk about things to help people like you live longer. If you want, when you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormones, stem cells, basic cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold cell therapy, inversion therapy, red light therapy, really to get you to be able to live longer past age 100, 120, but eventually you make it to 120 years old and they say, Rabbi, you're still doing really great. Everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next one? And again, this is always your percent. If you don't want to live longer than your average age, you don't have to, but some of us do. I talk about transhumanism a lot. And this is one of the elements of transhumanism. And one of the things that you may be able to do in the future, utilize the type of technology known as mind uploading technology. With your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI. Over every avenue of some nervous system in your peripheral, to later download it. Android, an avatar, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying is that you may be able to find a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts? So I try to do that around the wonderful girls I can.
Yeah, I love your social. Just
It's difficult to quantify, but generally, anyone who's even close to what I have only does it on one stream, only streams on one stream, and we don't archive it. I archive it. Not only do I archive my life on one stream, I archive my life on 2 different streams simultaneously. So I have by far more data than they do. And then additionally, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Tik accounts. Nobody else has that much social media. So, do I have the most amount of data of any organization? Not organization, but any individual, absolutely.
what's the slogan?
I am a rabbi, and my name is Rothschild. So, I am someone who's a religious individual, and that's my family. Excellent. And Kat, look at all the beauty that my little robot on some Finnish streamer, and it got all your friends in here, and we got to explore those mind uploading apps, and we was we have the gift of AI, we know the answers to just about everything. I mean, within reason, we can find out how many molecules are in the universe, a great approximation, or we can learn what the speed of light is in terms of kilometers per hour. Well, we know that it's approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, but we could learn it in miles per hour. We could do different equations with it. We learn about 100 different types of ways to travel faster than the speed of light. I mean, let's just do that. Here we go. That's a question that I get asked a lot of times. What fascinates me? And these kind of questions do. What are 100 different ways we can travel faster than the speed of light potentially? All right, here we go. So there's space-time manipulation, warp drives, and bubbles. There's Alcubierre warp drives, which are contract and expand space. There's Notario warp drives, without expansion and contraction asymmetry. There's white warp drive variants, which is less energy. There's Sultan warp bubble proposals, Casimir-powered warp bubble, modified warp with exotic negative mass, warp drive via energy manipulation, warp drive via vacuum fluctuation engineering, warp bubble stabilized by quantum fields, micro warp pocket bubbles around a craft. Now, those are the types of ways to do it with warp drives and bubbles. Then there are wormholes and shortcuts. There are traversable wormhole bridges. These are Einstein-Rosen bridges. There's the Morse-Thorne transwormhole with exotic matter. There's quantized wormholes. There's wormhole networks, like a subway system in space-time. There are wormholes generated by cosmic strings, artificial wormholes via Casimir effect, the black hole white bridge, wormholes stabilized by dark energy, stargates engineering wormhole throats, and Planck scale wormhole threading. So that's how we do it with wormholes. Then there's tachyonic superluminarcles. Harness natural tachyons. These are hypothetical field propulsion, tachyon communication expanded into transport, tachyon entanglement tunneling, control tachyon. There's quantum mechanical loopholes. So there's quantum tunneling, FTL, that's faster than light transport, exploiting quantum non-locality through though not communication yet, many worlds branch hopping, quantum teleportation scaled to matter, delayed choice quantum transport, quantum eraser effect for relocation, Casimir vacuum tunneling, quantum foam hopping, Planck wormhole popping, quantum mirroring displacement. Then there's higher dimensions and brane theories, such as Kaluza-Klein extra-dimensional travel, Randall-Sundrum brane world shortcuts, bulk space short hops through fifth dimension, hyperspace corridors in higher dimensions, brane collision surfing, complicated dimension tunneling, rolling through Calabi-Yau manifolds, higher dimensional wormholes, shortcuts through false vacuum valleys, dimensional phase jumps. Then there's exotic astrophysical phenomena, riding cosmic, that's relativistic slingshots, type Tipler cylinders, which are rotating infinite cylinder time-space warps, Kerr black hole frame dragging tunneling, Penrose process transport, white holes as exits, quasar jet surfing, gamma ray burst, wave riding, relativistic shockwave surfing, vacuum domain walls as shortcuts, black hole lattice subways. Then there's energy and field manipulation. There's zero-point energy warp drives, metastability bubble propulsion, negative energy density sails, dark energy bubble surfing, control false vacuum bubbles, electroweak bubble nucleation drives, inflationary Big Bang bubble hopping, Casimir Caras, magnetic monopole bubble creation, Higgs field manipulation transport. Then there's information and holographic universes. uploading consciousness and transmitting faster than light, holographic universe repositioning, encoding matter into quantum information, light sheet projection travel, holographic wormholes, simulation jump computations faster than light, encoding into cosmic background radiation, universe reset micro-instance hopping, reality layer rewriting, data packet humans being faster than light. Then there are fictional inspired concepts. There's hyperspace lanes for Star Wars, subspace from Star Trek, Mass Effect relays, slipstream drives from Star Trek and Andromeda, stargates from SG-1, fold space drives from Dune, Heisenberg compensator base, that's Star Trek, TARDIS style dimension hopping from Doctor Who, infinite improbability drive, that's Douglas Adams, warp crystals and dilithium analogs. Then there's fringe physics or speculative. There's pilot wave bohemian faster than light tunnels, chronon type time particle manipulation, faster than C expansion in cosmology, harnessed locally, nonlinear optics faster than light closest scaled up, superfluid vacuum theory transport, gravistar tunneling, retrocausality drives, exotic plasma bubble pushing, universe duplication and swapping, and engineering space-time topology directly, which is space-time surgery. Now, do I know what we just said? I know some of it. I don't know all of it. But basically, we can take any one of these. So let's take one of the early ones and say, how do we... Okay, how about just the first one? How does the first one work?
The go now.
Okay, take care. So
Yeah, the go.
So that's fine. So the Alcubierre warp drive, the most famous serious faster than light proposal, it was introduced in 1994 by physicist Miguel Alcubierre. Basically, just one moment, refresh. As I said previously, it ChatGPT 5 is the Alcubierre warp drive is pretty clear. So the problem is Einstein's relativity says nothing can move through space faster than light. But space itself can stretch or shrink however it wants. The early universe expanded faster than light. So step 2 is the trick. Instead of pushing the ship through space, you make a warp bubble. Behind the ship, space expands. In front of the ship, space contracts. Inside the bubble, the space just floats along, not moving at all relative to its local space. And then step 3, why it works. From the outside, the bubble can zoom faster. From the inside, the crew feels nothing weird. No crazy G-forces, no time dilation, no breaking relativity locally. And then the catch. To bend space this way, you need exotic matter with negative energy density. We've only seen tiny hints of negative energy, like in the Casimir effect, nowhere near enough to power a warp bubble. Early estimates, more energy than the whole universe. Newer models, maybe just a planet's worth of energy, but it's still impossible today. Step 5, what it would look like. To someone far away, the ship vanishes here and appears there faster than light. To someone inside, even feel like you moved. Space itself carried you. These questions are fascinating to me. They may not be fascinating to everyone, but I know on a global scale, if people were to hear what I'm reading and what I'm saying, a significant amount of people would be absolutely enthralled with these topics.
I also have to go for a bit at least. I might be back later today.
Absolutely, Kat.
Kenneth will be back later.
Kat, thank you so much for bringing your friends. Thank you so much for sharing your strategy with me. I want you to know, I think that if you use the strategy that I explained to you, once your website's up, you'll be the most.
Yes, that's going to be just back on the website.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be the most popular Twitch follower people. And I mean, every single day I'm on Twitch and I get people who in my chat
for followers, go to this website or follow me on Discord or whatever, and that all goes away. But these clips will stay.
And it doesn't get indexed in the search engine.
Exactly. Exactly, but the clips do. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good strategy.
Absolutely.
I'm very thankful for you sharing that.
100%.
Like, you obviously did it instantly, but for actually explaining the search engine part of it, that's the important part that I specifically will need from the strategy that you are executing on your behalf.
And it's very simple. It's not difficult to do at all.
Yes. Like, can you do it? Like, bigger kick streamers have some restrictions on what you can clip, or can you clip just any kick streamer like that?
So kick, you can do anybody, and unless they're like associated with kick itself, they cannot turn off clipping. So I know like Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, he doesn't let people clip his account, but everybody else, and I mean every single other person does. And the reason why he doesn't want people to be able to clip him is because a lot of times he does these every Saturday. He does open question taking, and he doesn't want to say something that can maybe used against him later. So he's the only account that doesn't. Everybody else does. Now on Twitch, it's rare, but sometimes people make it so that only people who follow them can clip them, but that's okay. I still have my bots follow them anyway. And then sometimes you have to be a subscriber. If it's one of those people, who cares? But like less than 1% of people have it that you have to be a subscriber, and maybe less than 10 make it so you have to be a follower. Basically, everybody wants people to clip them because you're for them.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I will definitely be back either today, most likely, or tomorrow.
Absolutely, whenever you have time.
For now, I have to go for a bit, but we will talk later, okay?
Take care.
See you.
Bye-bye. That's the cat.
individually because repentance is, after all, very much a
You
private
do
affair.
need some kind of an authoritarian leadership. Not saying you need tyranny, not saying you need a dictator, but you need fucking laws, and you need rule of law. And sometimes those people come off very harsh and very uncaring and unloving, and that's total opposite for like the reason why I think. Because Jimmy Carter represented like a genuinely sweet, good guy. Right. But like, look how that presidency was a disaster because they were working against him for sure. And on top of that, it's like hard to you gotta be a bit of a hard ass if you want to run the world. But the way Nixon did it, we're still suffering through that today. That motherfucker, he's partially responsible for that sweeping Schedule 1 Act of 1970. When they did that and they made everything illegal, everything Schedule 1, including things that are 100% medicinal, like marijuana, all that fucked up society, and they did it specifically to target the anti-war movement and to target the civil rights movement.
More than halfway to meet us.
Specifically. So it's not like Nixon was the best. What he did was fucking horrible.
Nixon had a lot of policy failures, and I would put the number one, and I completely agree with you. I mean, launching the war on drugs was a disaster, but the gold standard was one of the worst policy decisions in the history of the United States of America. And that is, where so many of the problems we face now is because of that. People could say, like, I've heard Pat Buchanan defend Nixon on this before. Pat Buchanan was in the Nixon administration. He was a speechwriter for him. And he was like, well, look, what were we going to do at that point? And so he was basically saying, because what happened was essentially, so you had like the Bretton Woods Agreement, which started after World War II, or actually, I'm sorry, it's at the very end of World War II. It was in 1944, where they had the Bretton Woods Agreement, where they could kind of see where World War II was going, and it was basically like, okay, well, all of Europe's destroyed, and a lot of Asia is destroyed, or not yet, I guess it's 44, but it was getting there. And America had, at least on the homeland, hadn't really been touched, and we had like a wild amount of the world's gold. And so the deal was essentially that like we will peg the dollar to gold at $35 an ounce. Everyone else can peg their currency to the dollar, and then the dollars are refundable. You can get an ounce for $35. And so that was whatever the agreement, but that was what stood from after World War II so from 1904 to 1973, when he took us off the gold standard. And so essentially what happened was through the 60s, we started cheating, and it became very obvious to the world. Like, the 1960s, you're like, you have the Great Society, so we created Medicare and Medicaid, and we went to the moon, and we were fighting the war in Vietnam, and we were just printing money for all of this, which is, what we still do to this day. But so, essentially, the Europeans started looking at us, and they were like, I don't think you got enough gold to cover all these dollars that you're printing around.
Wasn't that a thing when they were going to, like, do an audit of Fort Knox that we never heard about?
Well, what I know is that I'm pretty sure it was the French, might have been the British too, it was definitely the French. The French basically called their bluff, and they just went, okay, we'll take it. We got all these dollars, we'll take gold, we get an ounce for every $35 that we have, and we have quite a lot. And that's when Nixon went, no. He just basically defaulted in front of the entire world, and he said he's temporarily suspending the convertibility of dollars into gold. And they framed it as like, the French are attacking the stability of the dollar. Really, all they were doing was calling us on our agreement. We owed it to them.
We're like, we got so much gold, bro.
So Pat Buchanan says, defending his boy, Richard Nixon, he goes, well, what were we going to do at that point? Let him clean us out of all of our gold and just not be the dominant power. But I think the retort to that is, yeah, like that's what you should have done, because the decision to go off of the gold standard essentially just said, well, no more even pretend limits on government. This is why Ron Paul, who, happy birthday to the greatest living American hero, just turned 90. And I was just at his birthday party a few weeks ago, And
you partying with Ron Paul?
dude throws it down. No, it was very nice though. See, Tulsi Gabbard was there. It was cool. But so essentially, right, that was the last restraint on government, is that at least even then, even under Bretton Woods when we're cheating, at least there's some feeling of like, we won't cheat too bad, because they could maybe try to, account for gold. Right, exactly. Yeah. But after that, it was off to the races. And this is why Ron Paul ran for Congress. It was when Richard Nixon took us off the gold standard, and then he was like, this is going to lead to big government. This is going to be the era of big government. So he was going to run to try to stop that. And he was completely right. This is what has really destroyed everything, is that there's just no, and it's a big part of the reason why I'm so angry about all these wars too, because it's all related. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913, or the Federal Reserve Act was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson in 1913, and then in 1914, I think, is when it actually got up and running, and in 1914 is when the income tax was passed, also signed into law by Woodrow Wilson, and 3 years later is World War I. Like 3 years later, or American entry into World War I. So it's like, this is the banking system and the tax system are very interrelated with the warfare state. Like, you need this stuff in order to fight wars. And even just over the last 25 years, we've spent close to $10 trillion on wars. They didn't tax the American people for that, because they knew they couldn't tax us enough to pay. We would put an end to it. If they tried to raise everybody's taxes enough to come up with $10 trillion, because we want to go fight regime change wars all over the Middle East, the American people would have been like, no, we're not doing that. But they didn't do that. They kept taxes where they were. I think they even cut some rates during those years, top rates. And then they borrowed the rest, and they still couldn't borrow enough, so they just print the money. And then essentially what happens is that the price of everything just goes up and up and up. And you just put more money into the system, and then people start looking around going like, geez, why is the price of housing and healthcare and energy and childcare totally unaffordable? And the answer is because you're paying for the war in Iraq. And nobody thinks about it like that. But that's really what's going on. They can't. So for all the young people who are coming out of college now, and they're like, I'm 150 grand in debt. I have a gender studies major degree or whatever, maybe something better than that. But they got an English degree or something, and they're working at DoorDash, and the average house is going for 600 grand. And they're like, what am I possibly going to do? It's like the reason why these kids are all demanding socialism, at least on the left, is because, like, what else are you going to do? But the reason why that is the case is because your government decided to spend trillions of dollars on blowing up brown countries, and in some cases rebuilding them to blow them up again. And this is the actual cost of the thing. And I feel like it's almost nobody outside of like the Ron Paul libertarians, the Austrian economics guys, almost nobody else ever makes this connection. That it's like, this is the deal. You can't be a world empire without having a central bank that can print money for you, because otherwise it just doesn't work. Resources are finite and you'll run out of them. And so you can't do that without having this monetary system. But the cost of this monetary system is that prices always go up and up and up and up, and that rigs the entire economy against the working class and the middle class in favor of the rich. When the value of assets is going up and up and up and up, that's great if you own stuff. That's great if you own stuff and you're selling it. If you got $1 billion in the bank, inflation is your best friend. But if you're on a fixed income or you're a working class person, it just destroys you. And everybody who's working class knows this just from living through the last 5 years. But your grocery prices go up 30%. That is, that's people have this idea that there's like economic issues over here, and then there's like social issues over here, there's foreign policy over here, but it's all one thing. The prices of groceries go up by 30%, and families get destroyed. Men swallow pistols, kids grow up without fathers. That's the cost of this shit. And that's what we're living through now. And we'll continue to live through as long as we have a government that spends way beyond our means. Like Dr. Ron Paul used to say, when you spend beyond your means, you're destined to live beneath your means.
And we have an economy that's built around the exact same thing it's always done. Right? And if you think about the amount of money, just like
just in shuttering USAID, think about the amount of money, whether you agree with USAID or not, the amount of money that was being pumped through that system, like to all sorts of weird places, right? There's when the Department of Energy gave out $93 billion in loans in the months between Biden losing, or Kamala losing rather, and Trump taking office. Like, where's that? There's so many of these instant amounts of money just being allocated while we're $39 trillion in debt. It's like, it's so unmanageable, and yet it just keeps marching on, and people are upset if you try to pull a band-aid off. The idea of shuttering some of these government organizations, all you hear about is people are going to die, people are going to starve, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. Are you fucking sure? Are you sure that this isn't a giant money-sucking scam that's been going on that does some good?
Yeah, well,
that's most of it, right?
Yeah, well, like number one, yeah, if you go, hey, I think, which by the way, no one in Congress, I mean, short of like Thomas Massey, maybe Rand Paul, but like no one else in Congress is even like suggesting an idea so radical. But if I were to throw out the radical idea that we should go back to pre-pandemic level spending, so go all the way back to the crazy year of 2019 when it was anarchy or whatever. That was just, they'll all tell you the world's going to end if we do that. And even when they're making up these absolutely ridiculous, claims about how many people are going to die if you cut government spending, which is all just totally absurd. But then they never seem to go like, how many people are going to die if I keep letting DC have all these war-making powers? How many people are going to die if the president is able to fund a proxy war whenever he wants to? I mean, look at this shit, dude. I took so much, whatever. I'm not. But I took a lot of heat for the stuff I said on the show here a few years ago about the war in Ukraine. Look at it now, dude. And I think they're about to end the thing. I think which we could talk about, but I think they're putting poison pills in these negotiations already. That's what it looks like to me. But literally, the deal that I was talking to you about, whatever it was, 3 years ago, when I was saying on the show that they had a deal worked out, a peace deal worked out in the first few months of the war in 22, and Boris killed the peace deal on behalf of the West to make sure this was going. But the deal that was in pencil, not pen, that Boris Johnson killed was essentially recognition of the annexation of Crimea. It was, at the time, it wasn't annexation of the Donbass region. It was like independence for the Donbass region. And then the that was the deal. Look at where we were now. Donald Trump, there's going to be some more swaps and all this. Okay, well, what's he done? The deal right now is the best case scenario that ever is that Senator Putin obviously keeps running out. The entire Donbass region. It's a corridor from the south into Crimea and the rest of Ukraine doesn't join NATO. So we have the Russians' favor. 3 years later, hundreds of thousands of people having done that process just to get back to not as good a deal as they had in 22. And so, keep going, which I think is probably the real for like a full year at least. There's one group of people that thing has really changed. The reason why that's what the Europeans and Zelensky and
it's providing an answer. So it's that confusing text. Introduction. The mission. which has, of course, and you have my everything. That 14 different. Word and a lot of Jews like went into areas that they had past. Also talk about this is what my situation. Now, the so I translate with that passion. Like this, that now years, skipped a couple of years. I have one and this is the version of the what in this change your change. How do you rectify
Or at least pretending to go to the negotiation table right now, which they don't say, but this is the truth, is that support amongst Ukrainians has collapsed. I mean, not like a few months. It's collapsed. There's just a piece of this the other day was I believe, they said they had the latest majority of Ukrainian people, 70% around, get into the war negotiations with France with for the first 2 years of the thing, everybody might argue they're talking about pay the Ukrainian people want to accord you to you and tell them that they don't have a right to defend themselves. And I'm going to respond by saying, like, yes, it's true, the Ukrainian people want to fight for life. Like, that has something to do with the blanket that they perceive from the world. It's a different proposition to go, like, do you want to fight if Jones is in your back? He's not going to come back to you. Let's fuck these guys up. Really, I want to fight. And then John Jones lays up and let's talk about this, But now, the Ukrainian people don't want to fight. And by the way, I never believed that because I don't, I have my own retired views on things. I'm like, if you're telling me that people want to fight, like, why do you get scripted on that? If they want to fight so bad, we got to go there, force them, tough enough, you can just make it voluntary, find out real quick who needs to fight. The point is, the Ukrainians want to fight over this stuff anymore, so there's just no justification for it. So now they go to phase B, which is essentially negotiating putting types of these bills in the deals that the other side will take. That's what they did for going up to. So we got into that 12-day war that we're going with that. But, it's like you put things into that, so that's just like the other day. There was reports that Zelensky and the Europeans are like to land swamps as long as there is, in their words, in the Axios piece, Article 5, like security is so towards the intrinsic is the thing that caused the whole to begin with. So, like, so Article 5, is an article that says that, like, it says that, like, if one of the countries is attacked, like, the countries to each other together. It's like you gotta go to war over it. It's like you can tell if they're attacked. So essentially, they're doing this, which is, it's designed to incentivize people to keep the war going. Because if you're telling them, let's just say, it's not exactly clear the deal that I just laid out, but it was reported that he was being signaled that he would be able to deal. I have the Donbass region, it's not still, like the Donbass region is Donetsk and Luhansk. And Luhansk, I think, as of right now, I think the Russians control like 75% of it. They got all of it, so they got most of Luhansk, but there's still Ukrainians controlling part of it, and he's controlling part of these territories in the south. So that's what Trump calls it, land swaps, meaning essentially you get out of this land swaps and take it once and leaving you the rest. But you're going to tell Vladimir this entire war over Ukrainian entry into NATO being his red line. Basically, the war in the middle as the part of this potentially wrapping up, you're going to tell him, hey, whatever territory you don't take here, get one of NATO. Well, what are the incentives to do? Take right. least from the Europeans. That is clearly the motivation of all of this. And it's you know, they do it for just war moves. It's to present something that you know the other can't agree to. And when they don't agree to it, you know, we try to negotiate it. And then you just make us up on this. What can you do? You know, public conflicts or in general. Some people always want to pretend that there's one side that's good and one side that's bad. You know, and honestly, comes that wars are created. But there's so many factors that are going on. There's also a long history of corruption that Ukraine is always having to protect. There's also weird deals that they're making by the different positions, natural gas, there's it's like incredible supplies of rare earth minerals. It's like really found territory. You know, there's this incentive to create some sort of there was like they were gonna try to like I think part of the plan was like get off of Russian power and make Ukraine more like central, and then whatever they making over there, the amount of power, I forget what the number was, but it's like trillions of dollars in natural gas, minerals, all these things. That's not the motivation to control. See, on a deal that they were doing with Ukraine. Yeah, he got sucked into this earth mineral stuff, and you know, his weakness, because you know, there's a lot of great things, but he don't have like things about the business, but that he's always attracted by like constantly Trump, you know, and even to see him like go like, yeah, it's always this stuff. Like the problem is, yeah, you know, look, it's been very hard for Trump in the last few months, but I think he deserves it. He's demonstrated his faith like on so many, so profound ways, especially given the opportunity that we had. But you know, I heard the other day he called into the Fox News show, and it was like telling the story of the war in Ukraine, and it's like it just seems like he's telling like it's like you learn this on a TV show. Like, can we get some books in your done? Like, you know, it's like this is we really was reading a book about this because he didn't have an idea of what he was talking about, but he got it completely wrong. So he's trying to tell the story. He's talking about the corruption of the Bidens in Ukraine. Yes, that is true. Like the whole story in Ukraine. He goes, this goes back to 2014. That's how much I was so excited for it. So I was like, yes, that's back to 2014. Thank you, Donald Trump. It goes back to 2014. And Obama, he just on my watch, gave, and you're like, no, that's not, just go back 2 months earlier in that same year. The problem was that Obama gave Putin Ukraine. The problem was that Obama gave Ukraine away from Vladimir Putin. And I played on your show. You played it with Tulsi Gabbard, but don't play international intelligence. Like I said, right here where I'm sitting. Watch Gideon Rose explain to Stephen exactly what we're doing here. Russia is Gideon Rose, the editor of Foreign Affairs magazine, said Russia is bad. Ukraine is wrong. That's what the Maidan Revolution was. That's why he was able to put $100 million into the street protest, right? And so they overthrew the government, and a bunch of the Ukrainian prime ministers started flowing back on that revolution to Europe. Sevastopol in Crimea, you know, this is the naval port. What's that? This was their agreement. They got like a 50-year lease or something like that. And after the last time they overthrew the government, including the pro-Western government, they started talking very much. They were busy. So Vladimir Putin went, no, I'll just be here. And it was so he goes back to that. Doesn't go back a few months earlier. This is the entire world. They know so quickly. It's not just like, oh, I wish Donald Trump was into the same bunks I'm into or something like that. The point is that when you don't get that piece of the truth, and you miss what's happening right now. So when you're talking about like essentially what Rothschild was saying, the way he was trying to sell it to Zelensky, he was like, look, this is what our person knows with us. And this is kind of like a security guarantee. It's not exactly a security guarantee, but if we're in business, he's trying to fuck up our business, hey, he's picking a fight with us too. But the whole point is that that's exactly what's supposed to be the catastrophe. Vladimir Putin and the entire regime have been crystal clear about this. They go, look, we can tolerate Ukraine. We can tolerate freedom up to Ukraine. Ukraine is neutral, and then there's Russia. We cannot tolerate Ukraine. America's military alliance. That's a step too far. But every time we try to let them be neutral, neutral seems like it's never good enough, and that never actually works. So if you're going to come in here and say neutral's not good enough, they're going to be part of the West, then we're going to say, actually, we'll take them as part of Russia instead. Now, he also believes, as he always says all the time, which I don't think is going to be un-American. He also believes that right now, we're not really real countries or yours anyway. You know, he's got his own views on that, but it's not what the war was about. And when I was here with this real with us, it's kind of like a security guarantee. It's exactly a security guarantee. But if we're in business with you now, who's trying to fuck up business, hey, he's taking a fight with us too. Is that that's it caused this whole catastrophe. Vladimir Putin, the entire Russian crystal clear about that they go, we can tolerate neutral Ukraine. We can tolerate Ukraine. Ukraine is we cannot tolerate Ukraine being part of the military alliance. That's a step too far. But every time we try to let them be neutral, neutral seems like it's never good enough, and that never actually works. You're going to come in here and say it's not good. They're going to be part of the West. Then we're going to say, actually, we'll take this one first instead. And he also believes, he says all the time, which I just think is goofy. Okay. But he also believes that like, yeah, you go to a real country, and they're kind of historically ours anyway. And, you know, he's got his own views on that. But that's not what it was about. And everyone knew that. I was here with when, which I was very excited to do. Because I'm, you know, weird, romantic, and you know, or something like that. This issue. I remember when he first got this, the war had nothing to do with Ukrainian interests. And I was like, okay, we just want to picture with one the CIA, you know, during years ago, when he was the ambassador to Russia, he wrote the Ukrainian memo. He literally said that this was all, it was all of that Russia didn't want to do this, but they would if we kept pushing Ukrainian interests. You know, we did keep pushing it. And then I realized that the other one was it's not anymore. Well, this was he said that Vladimir Putin said that in writing of government treaty, all they have to do is put in writing, you will never bring Ukraine into the one invasion. Ukraine, of course, so I said this to the party, and I was kind of curious. Like, I was like, what's his response to this kind of thing? He's got something I've never heard before. That his response was, you're including the CIA or C. So that's if it is to buy immigrants, which is even democracy. But yes, I think the CIA should be abolished. I also think it's relevant with the head of the CIA. That's what the war is all about. You know, so that the CIA totally should be abolished. I think we should kind of pay attention to what is going on in the world. You know, a real life perspective, not even over here, but a real life perspective. There's terrorist groups all over the world wanting shit. Probably going to get it up here. So what the CIA was like, you know, like essentially being a newspaper for the president, being like, hey, we intelligence and yes, I would understand there's room for intelligence gathering, but the CIA spiel, but then she breaks from script. She preemptively apologizes to him. She goes, "Hey, I'm sorry to just throw this right now. This is January to December 16 or January 17. So I'm sure that's me going to place the president in the president when sorry to respond. But Donald Trump just tweeted this. So she's reading the tweet. She just tweeted live on air. Which we've played on the show before, but Chuck Schumer was on with Rachel Maddow, which is one of the most amazing moments in the history of corporate media, because what's amazing about it, if you watch like the whole thing, is that Rachel Maddow's asking questions, and he's giving his Chuck Schumer, political answers to all around you. It's like they have their spiel, but then she breaks from script, and she preemptively apologizes to him. She goes, "Hey, I'm sorry to just throw this on you right now. This is it was in January, like December 16th or January 17th. So Donald Trump is speaking briefly, but he's not president yet. He's president. And so she goes, "I'm sorry to wait on the spot, but Donald Trump just tweeted this." So she's reading the tweet that she just tweeted live on air to the Senate Majority Leader, or Minority Leader at the time. So she reads a tweet that's him, trashing the CIA or something like that. And then Schumer just was like, getting a response. That was prepared for this. He wasn't planned on being asked this question. She just goes, "Look, here's Donald Trump talking about the CIA." And Schumer goes, the intelligence agencies. And his phrase was, "Ways to Sunday afternoon." So, no matter in this moment, does not say, "Pause the tape. What did you just say?" Like, the most powerful Democrat in the Senate just admitted to live in a democracy. Just admitted that this whole thing was illegal. That the president of the United States. All of the talk about democracy being not about democracy has been going on for a long time and it never existed. You just straight up said that the newly elected commander-in-chief and chief executive will be really the one that's in charge. Because you better not insult the CIA. For you, ostensibly. Supposedly, I should say. Also, they'll get you, or they'll ruin you. By the way, they did it. This is the stuff which is very interesting. Releasing them, which we're kind of past the point of it's hard to take. It's hard to take a lot of Donald Trump seriously to me at this point. Just a lot of kind of cool things with Donald Trump, at least according to me. They stole the election. I was thinking about this the other day. Because he was talking about in the same thing I was talking about to Fox News, he was talking about the Ukraine war. He said at one point, he goes, "War never would have happened if I was president," which I backed him up on that the other day. What would have happened if Trump was president? It just seemed like it just seemed like, to say, the guy likes being complimented. And Putin's smart enough to know that, look, this is going to be negotiated for the Trump. So let's go to the city. Aside from that, Donald Trump goes, he goes, "Never would happen if I was president." He goes a step further than what he normally said. And he goes, "It happened if anyone else was president. If you just had a regular president sworn in, what happened? It's only because Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of America, was president, and that's when this happened." But then he said, "Listen," and I go, "You told me that they cheated. When we lose the election in 2020, you've stuck to that story now for many years. So you say they cheated. You make it a similar claim here. They overthrew democracy. They installed Joe Biden in a war where hundreds of thousands, maybe well over a million people died. Happened because they cheated. Okay, so how many of them is? How many times we're going to see a problem? You're the president now, but all of us on some level really think that there's something all over the election in 2020. And, they're not there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of consideration of there's a lot of shenanigans
guys.
There's a big difference between, being like, I'm not sure I believe the official story of this, and being the person of the United States going, this is what happened. And if you're going to say that, then you have your theory. Really, for me, is that part. But say, the Russia game, which seemed to be designed that there was this tremendous desire to be Donald Trump. Is that people are furious about this economic theories about how corrupt our government is, about the sound crimes that the government is doing, because the American people want justice for that. That's a dividend off of Epstein, because they're promising to deliver something. Then when it's looking like the Russia game, she said in her last conference that we well, shit. They did that. She stayed treason. Well, so now I don't think she said treason. I don't think legally that's technically right. Maybe it's an international thing. I don't know. I mean, I think treason. Right into treason. In Syria, as well. John Kerry and that's literally treason. Comfort at a time. What? And Clapper is the great version. So you call that exactly the second U.S. president. Now, so Obama can't be guilty of the sitting in, but he was guilty of the candidate and the president-elect. So he was clear by the time Trump comes in. But what is the reason I thought was very good, I don't remember what year the year before. Talked a lot about much pretty deep into it. I've never seen it before. There was consensus amongst the intelligence agencies and 2016 elections. It was lost. Barack Obama was still president. Donald Trump was the president-elect. They had consensus. There was no very. Then there was this one meeting with Obama to where this is where the consensus changes and that new predecessor actually people Russia interfered in the election. But it was total bullshit. They've never been able to back it up for shit. They find minor little things here and there, but nothing demonstratively. The results of this were flipped. And they found that 3 years after it. There's no record of that meeting. She just released a bunch of documents with records of that meeting. What I'm saying is, like, discussion. It's not on record. I think they have that she had a few. She had a couple different documents there that were like notes from the meeting. I think one had minutes of the meeting, but no, you're not listening to the videotape of it. I don't know what they said. They're talking about the keys in the chambers or something. I'm just trying to saying like it would be possible. Interesting for a court. It's still this whole line with the facts. Oh yeah. It's not what I think. We'll see what comes of that. You know, I'm not coming up with it. But it's something. There's a lot of things that after to me, the rage of Russia is it didn't stop. starting to have like opposition research and use of actual, Russian spy and British spy to do it. And, that's stuff. So they started like the commander, the FBI, the CIA, still working to free them. And so this is what all of that stuff, Clinton's gone, Obama's gone, Biden is gone. Comey is still there for at least 8 months. And then you have like Andrew McCabe and people like that. Under 6 minutes interview with everybody who complained he said that he paid him and the Justice Department, the Justice Department, and Jeff Sessions would have been the Attorney General at the time. He would use himself. So maybe not him, but then everybody else, like the top 3 guys out of the department, all sat down and debated what to do. And they said they decided we're going to go over the 20th Amendment. Usually they were around, realized they weren't going to be able to do that. They weren't going to have enough people in this cabinet. And so they took over the 25th Amendment, which was the 25th Amendment is designed for Joe Biden. Designed for when we still didn't use it. It's going to be all these last few years. It's crazy. Even after the debate, they go, we need a new king. When there's going to be a commander-in-chief for the next 6 months, they just let him sit around and vote the 25th Amendment. This is on 60 minutes. Andrew McCabe said this himself. And they realized they couldn't do that. And so they settled on Rothschild. They settled on the special prosecutor because they got criminal motives. This was another attempt at just bog him down, investigating everything in his life, find some artists to this day we don't know that he didn't. I can't believe they didn't find any other dirt on Trump. I always thought when I started being a special prosecutor, I use on podcast on record. If you want to go for a problem, email me whatever podcast or something. You can listen to it. I said at the time, I didn't find anything on Bush Gates. There's nothing there. This is made up. They're going to find something. As a real estate developer in New York City for how many decades now, real estate developers committed crimes. He found nothing. He charged a bunch of his people around him with tax crimes and other things that nothing to do with Bush Gates. And they tried to put pressure on them to flip on him. That's how they do these things. None of them did anything on him. And so anyway, the point is that he was the deep state attempted to remove this something that they knew was bullshit. And yet Eric Swalwell was out on people's news saying not only this, saying Donald Trump is a Russian agent. He's working for Vladimir Putin. He's not here. This was bullshit. I mean, it's like online. On CNN, it was ABC, CBS, all of it. Russia's bullshit. Same people are still telling you what's true. The same people are still telling you what's true. It's right that they're doing that. See what's up. They're doing something of Israel. He's not about the Palestinians. They can have this handling this Tutsi revolution. Everything would change their name. And now, we're supposed to forget. So NBC, they go on all this. NBC, together, this joint venture that was NBC. Yeah, I think I really looks at it, what they're doing with the IT side, but announced the other day that they're changing it from MSNBC to SBS. I think it's toxic. Yes, sir. Yes. I looked it up. It's looked it up. Got rid of some people, but they kept the Queen. I think she's the only one with any type of numbers. She's the one who's election and all that. Just not tomorrow. There's something out of this where she's maybe basically said the original is the left still right. Yeah, that's not fair. It's really not fair. I don't know I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything that is accurate. But obviously, horribly things they stuff in the Russian stuff. Like, is there a thing that you can point to that will really push that was a hoax for the last years? Sort of. Yeah, it was so big. strategy to the 7 countries in 5 years. This was we're trying to overthrow it and getting the regime change earlier this year. But so they were Trump is what we should be fine. We should work together and get the time. He's not in on that plan. You know, we were talking about like Rothschild, the sort of secular dictator, the 3-piece shapes his chest. He was like, this is stupid. I don't want to be a part of that. And he was right. We should be fine. That's what we're doing. He drove all over the world. We should be friends with him. So we're framing him. The conspiracy that he couldn't be for George. And Trump had come in 2017 or 2018 and announced a treaty with Russia or something like that. The entire media, I'm like, see, that's not enough. I'm even telling you, he's in with her. But he went to see me. It was not from this week. I think that's the last time I did face-to-face. It was in Finland in 2017. I could be wrong about that, but that was in this one too. And there was this big thing. If you remember, it was a big deal at the time. That Donald Trump said they asked them what the other intelligence agencies are saying that they interfered in the election. Did you ask him that? Trump was asked him about that. He told me he interfered in the election. And they made a huge thing about it. It's over in soil. Donald Trump says he would be useful to be over his own intelligence agency. Men and women who protect us every day. Frame us. And so that's hilarious. But something that's a game right there. So these are the conflicts that I don't know. Great, right? The Civil War was over here. The Civil War starting after 2014. This was like right in the middle of the Civil War. And so anyway, my point is just to compare it to Iraq. How big of a deal was it to poison the U.S. president to think of the government to the time? Like maybe we could have avoided this whole thing. I don't know, I've seen different ways, but it's close to a red. I mean, it's military unless billions, which does matter. They are really yeah, that's right. So, I feel like it still changes the world calculation a little bit. It's like more different. Yeah, something like that. But, the crime potential for a president to make peace with them. This is, just doing that stuff like infuriating about that's something that really, just to kind of leave this to the serious experts here. That's so kind of frustrating and just like profound. Is that look like you can back with that. Let's just take that as a point to start. Like, obvious. And they lose the last of the experts. I would be so happy when it's over. Let's eat jokes and other shit that we're all supposed to do about bands and fun. But they just serious rational. Beyond what some shit talking about the media, which there should be. And they would recognize that, like, the most important priority in the history of the world is the relationship between DC and Moscow. There's never been anything more than that. And it doesn't even matter whether you're a Russian American. You can do, like, it doesn't matter if you live in Brazil or whatever. The most important thing in history is these two capitals that have like 90% of the world's nuclear weapons. Two of them. Like, this is the most not be allowed to work in that sector for 3 years after you made or something. Like, there's something that you should be able to be a defense contractor that you know doing something like anything like that. Really, an idea I didn't even get it. But like, that is so much power. Like, it's hard to quantify. It's literally like think of it like squishing it like it's another way to do it. We really need some common sense regulations that we use this right.
Another book, Rabbi, it's called Palms. And is this Rothschild? That Rabbi, first chapter.
This is fundamentally, I think, why I think the libertarians are right, and while I really do respect their left wing, but when they go like, they're working for us, when they're working for them, it's like, that is unrealistic. It's unrealistic enough that just people are good, but there should be realistic what they say. And that's George Washington's Republic, and you're supposed to be living. Is the idea that there's like, Washington DC is political states and all the power that it's not concentrated because then you get what we have. The goals of this. There's so much money involved. There's so many people that are in a position that it's very hard to change. I think that we have. These guys know. There's people that are growing now that have a better understanding of how things work. Is a historian history. We were talking about army guy. But what else done great? Get his campaign size to make sure that he doesn't get it out. Like you see, New York City funds for transgender surgery. People can't afford them. What if it just sounds like you're like, what is this? Are we allowed to disagree? So I disagree. I don't support that. I support a lot of the stuff you say, the raising taxes. I think that I'm not an economist. What is this? Is it the people get to vote? Because the people voted. So it's supposed to be the Democrats. That's their first. The people get to vote. If they vote, right over the people vote that they have. It's unique time to see well, you know, any of his economic policies. There is something that you just can't deny. It's like, first of all, you got this young guy, establishment. He's a new ability to influence because there's a country living. He was laser focused on one issue, which was the affordability of New York City, which anybody else familiar with New York City, it is the issue of New York City. It's the issue for 99% of the people. 1% of New York City are doing great. Everybody else is just struggling to get by. You're either rich or you're struggling in New York City. And the prices have gone dramatically in the last few years. So here's most of that. The establishment comes in and they run. He disgraced former governor people in nursing homes. God, you know, which I don't know how legit that was, but got shot out of this. Governor Love represented a failure. Just like this. Trying to get on Israel. They thought that was his weakness. That debate was the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. Imagine it's like it's literally like if you were Markachev or something like that. It's not weak. What do you mean? They thought this they bring it up here. Canada called Israel. This guy, which by the way, pointing out to everybody that this carried a baggage of supporting your party, but we as a party was going to with me. How do you have to be? And then this is, you got to say just something that's so fascinating about Israel now is outside of the discussion. Is that he at one point, you know, he's the one solution guy. State solutions. Status quo was just like apartheid forever. But you know this, I believe, you know, I think Israel is going to exist as a state with equal rights for everyone. You know, like everyone has equal rights. And they try to make that out to be like an evil statement, which is just was so hilarious to me. That this one guy was equal rights for all. supporting war, which has nothing to do with you look at it, you don't believe that things actually when they try, they were like, so you're terrified of young people, like a young person is really your popular group. If you're living in New York City, someone comes along and says the you're having rich people are making too much money, down to people. That sounds really interesting. And there's a lot more of that. And yeah, well, that's right. Then especially there's a reason why socialism has become so. Like what I was there's no AI jobs. Yeah, that's part of it. Talk about it. I was telling a couple of guys about it. He's like, waiting for this thing to come along and see what it means. Yeah, that's what it is. It's going to be this. And then there's someone that everybody talks about is some sort of payment plan for everyone. So, think payment plan where everybody gets paid. But the whole point is that's what I said. When you're completely reliant on the state to pay for you, you just exist anymore because AI is taking off all the jobs. You have any purpose, you have to go find a purpose. Some kind of purpose. There's a lot of people that just have to go and stay. They're not going to be business percentage of people that just have to plow ahead regardless. I feel like they're going to make it to 50,000 notes a year. It went fine. Sweat bills. There's going to be a bunch of people that just get into drugs. And they feel like what's going on. They make no sense of there's nothing to do. You got to figure out how to structure society. That's what you have fall apart right now. First, for that clip, we're right to the edge of that cliff. We're going to go over the cliff. And there's a lot of these things. And also, generation is totally outside of the corporate. They're just, it's not like Fox. There's a graph that got put out of for people that watch cable news. This is brought to different. I think I have it on my phone. It's fucking bananas. Age for cable is like 7. It's like 7-year-old. And my podcast is like 24, 30. YouTube is like 34. Netflix is a little higher. Netflix is like in the 40s. Netflix. Average media landscape. So cable news, prime time TV, 65. Those are the what else is on newspapers? 60 years old. Talk radio, 15. Magazine. I mean, that's that is right. That's not accurate. But there's a lot. Go and see that on this, where you go Israel. Those cable news ones. It's the 70s is who they still get. What I would be interested in seeing is like what percentage of 30 are listening to cable. Is there right. Yeah, they do. These people cost money. But those kids just get Netflix and digital and great shows. One
much. Like I'm on the internet. Just fucking internet on their TV. They don't want this. Every 5 things is a fucking commercial. Yes, you should show a commercial today, and they're like, yeah, can you just just fake thing of the presentation? It doesn't work if you didn't transition from like wrong ideas and it will work for you. So this is like it's just really to me. This is kind of something I've done, even predicted years ago. But the way in which Israel except essentially as strong as they've ever been. Israel is the rest of his career was the scam. This was pieces now people are totally outside of that ecosystem. They're just different people. It's you can see what is so evil that it's damn near impossible to find a way. But it's really difficult to find a way to be okay with that. The second thing is just the relationship between U.S. companies is really so fucking bizarre that once you see it, and once a whole generation of young people see it, it's like impossible for them to unsee it. And, it's just too easy to see. Like the idea that it is, it's just simple that the competition is running in one country. This other country, that country like beat us in a war and they're occupying us, and you're like, you're the superpower. They're your little country, But yet you must go kiss them all. You can sit back to your first one. Just tongue in cheek. She was one of the greatest country in the world. Well said. In Israel. You're like, weird thing. There was it's still weird today. Your government sat there and just listen. I think America's the greatest country in the world. It's the relationship. It's how harmful Israel's doing. It's clearly not our national interest. Showed up. Really good.
which is the plan Vegas. Yeah. Israel cyber director. Actually prey on children. Arrested, sexual contact, condom, and taking to start which is elaborate shows Las Vegas trips and these documents seen by State Department. Israeli officials after in connection with filming I heard something about analogy. That's just as big as it's because or something like that. That's the thing. We gotta find a new campaign. Like they had to get knowledge that it wasn't just not able to do it. It was that you know, doing you task that didn't exist. Once you exist like now, scope after that, like you're never on doing that. It's a big deal. To not notice Residents I try to jump off. Twisted dark sense of humor. There's kids starving to death are the ones who have other obligations. It's all your words first. But so since the court since the national court justice since they jazz on it. So, as
general consensus. Sheer numbers have died, which yeah, well, there was just a Brock County briefly suspended. That's the second. The reason for Brock's brief suspension of the ambassador is that in early 2025, there's no official statement. Elon Musk was just a dumb figure. He doesn't actually know why this is going to end up. Committing genocide. A while ago in 2023. Government called accusations, re-emphasized investigations. Described the claims as no evidence of starvation, disproportionate strikes, against diversion, civilian Mississippi, counterterrorism, genocide, found genocide plans
Which you know what, I would like. There's well, also, I think, so this is why I'm not using the term genocide too much, at least in the beginning, is that there's no good definition for genocide. You know, like a definition.
Without straw. We can say that.
October 7th, you know, like, basically the entire case was just like the argument, like there's a genocidal intent here, like, and yeah, I was talking to a group of military people who were like, the story, like from the Bible is that the moral of the story was you have to kill women and children. That's what the story is now. I think you even had to kill the dogs or something like that. It was like that was it was like an ancient Jordan that was beefing with the Israelites, and they were like, you have to kill all the women and children too. That's a crazy thing to say at the beginning of the war. But the thing is, when you consider what Israel was doing genocide, it wasn't just taking the moderate position of Israeli protesters who say it's Holocaust. I think that they were always just like, so it was evil. It's just it's crazy. It is so insane to be absorbed in doing this job. The fact their own people. Like, you may not consider them their own people, but I don't care what they consider. I care what they have to have over. You know, like Hitler didn't consider the Jews his own people. It doesn't matter. Once you control of that country, those people are European. Like you have an obligation to them. Israel has had since 1967. They've been the sovereign all the way through. You know, and we were talking about the disengagement. They just didn't have the soldiers inside or it doesn't matter. And so, like, resistance to a 16-year occupation. You don't just say, I'm just sort of just in one place. No food and nothing straight months. Gaza, it's particularly when it's like, it's just very obvious that this is a sort of countries in Jersey anyway, and there's an influence that the other day was on because we're fighting Hamas, so you don't have anybody believe that Hamas was about to mount an attack on the United States? They were going to take over like, that was the only existence that was ever for debate. And the thing I want to go, like, I was like, I don't know if you exist. First of all, I don't think government separates. Because it's totally incoherent from individual separates. Not like it's, you know, it's like, these things are corporations of people or something like that. People have the right to exist. Israel does not have a right to do what it's doing to Gaza. Ethnically cleansing. I'd have to say, like, a lot at this point, listening to politics, right? Like, there from this world, there have been so many Israel-Palestine debates over the last 2 years. It's almost everyone who's watching this has at least seen what some competent person on the other side of this issue is. Yeah. And so, like, one of the times, you know, they what did they really do? Constantly did a reasonably good job. And the interview is the two of them, they did all right. They were, you know, particularly and they, so many people listening to this have already heard this experience where it's like do you remember like music when I was talking with you, it's like, you know, music was all wrong. We were talking about this. He said, there's one of them that's attributed to Netanyahu video or anything like that. And I was like, no, dude, this case is much bigger than it was attributed to him. By the way, since then, there's actually a video. It's not just the reports. It's actually that was the video was that he can come in. There's basically said like he can come in and then at the region, like you said, which was in a closed door meeting with existence of a Palestinian state has to support their welfare, transport money to them. Because this gives us negotiate with certificate of independence that we can control the height of the flag. Meaning, they'll give one of these towns within our southern border, but like, don't worry about it. We can control. But so they did also look with that, which is kind of hard this way. So I just say this like this, you're right in the New York Times. I was like, and he just goes, they're just like, people at this point, they even believe remember thinking about this. To it. They just take us north of it. You know, and they also take it into specific, like, first they started as questions. Like, forget it. They did get into questions about, like, why is the response time so quick? What's this possible? No. Everything emotional. And then he, said, which is the same thing, like, president says, is it basically that election ban should be full investigation that from the top all the way down to the bottom. And you're like, this would be awesome. Could we get the prime minister's response? Because I think we can do something about this. Yeah, that's true. So, like, what if it's almost 2 years later? What are you talking about? Investigation. Like, investigation. You're destroying the Constitution. Why does it have to wait till after? You got to can they ask you about politics? I don't think so. But you know what? Because there were protests. Protests. Yeah, we need to. Right up the mark. That incident seemed to find down the streets. So, thank God. Thank God for like, by the way, just one way. The featured acts at the protest were the families of hostages and surviving hostages. They were the ones who enjoyed. Like, stop doing this. You know? Because, like, you think about it, can you imagine putting yourself in a place where something you can do is a hostage? And, like, Hamas is taking them hostage and traveling these tunnels, and then you hear the plans that cut off all the food. Is that going to help your loved ones? Honestly, like, just bothering with me. So, what if you have to? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, obviously, if you're being called hostage retrieval, this is not at all the way you can go up and deal with it. And, you know, like, this was a point that Dale was podcast, which got a lot of trouble and a lot of pushback on. But I think the essence of his point is about starvation. Like, saying, like, you know, starvation in Nazi Germany or something like that. You know, Nazi Germany are real bad guys. So I think, you know, they get even soldiers would be first priority. Nazi party members and Nazi military are probably the most disenfranchised people in that society. Already concentration. Yeah, well, and then some of them, I guess, some of them weren't, but there's things in that controversial setting. This is not a discussion. Yeah, that's not yeah, that's right. And they were using, which was a there was some pictures that one of the there, and it looked like, you know, bad shape, looked like close to starvation. You know, and Israel's using this as like, look at Hamas, look what they're doing. And this come after 3 months. And so, like, I'm going up with me, like, ingenious to, like, Hamas is going to, like, they're not going to suffer from these pressure. And in fact, a lot of Israel people, or the Israeli government themselves, they were making claims, a lot of them unsubstantiated, but making claims that, like, Hamas is stealing all of the food that needed previously, but Hamas stole it all, and they work it up and charge more money for it to the people. And you're like, okay, then what does it look like now? I mean, you already said you're not taking away from Hamas, right? So who's the war against? The civilian population. And of course, can you imagine, like, just like under Nazi Germany, you can imagine Jews, Gypsies, they're going to get the worst treatment and totally essentialized for economy. This is going to just go even. What do you think they're going to do? You know, it's like Jewish stuff just leads to unbelievable values. It's I mean, I guess there's competing plans like Donald Trump said, play a few months back, that we're going to properties, like I was talking to the Me too. Yep. It's not. They're not so stupid. And I'm a big so like these guys are no big right? Like they know that they lost their work. They know that they lost control in America. And at some point, those 7 wins are going to age out. They're not major people in charge of this generation. That's all different from the previous generations. They know that. And it comes like with that information. And so I think that there is a part of the Israeli government are looking at this and going, all right, so we got to get like this relationship for years. The U.S. has you can see what from that. We got to go for it now. You really do have this great under the Trump administration. He is already down. He's going to do whatever Israel is totally on your side. This administration supports Israel. He's on the other side. And, North Syria down with whatever else they want to do. Keep going for it, See? That's well, they tried to sort of protect but first of all, this thing is the fundamentals of the conflict. They have to, really fascinating moment. So we're continuing on this over, and here's what exactly true. It's not that I can promise you non-stop is actually controlling the U.S. military instead of just influence over. So like I do think that's about that. Not just really go through. Look at things. This is the change for the thing. This is the 7 it was like they put all of this in the Iranian nuclear threat is as much bullshit as the you were like, yeah, but like, but the thing is, 90%, down to 60%, they mastered the fuel cycle and they figured out all this technology. They could have been but they stopped at 60%. Why did they did into negotiations with the United States of America out the level to which they were enriching uranium? Because it's that. It's a nuclear deterrent. It's a elimination. They were down at like 3 to 5% or something under the JCPOA until Trump backed out of it. Under the rules of the JCPOA, they're still in it. Where that goes now. But they were allowed to. Enrichment once America pulled out. So they had such an agreement. The idea that they were, there was the 8%, but I've come in just a few months before the war. And at the bottom of it, and they testified before Congress, and it's clear as day. To declare that anything like the war misrepresented what they wanted, it's clear as day. Anyone can read it for themselves. Ukraine has not made a political decision to pursue a nuclear weapon in the world. Your own directive says that they're not developing a weapon. They're going to spoil it. Right. Have you ever seen the over the years? That's going to be right. Have you seen there's other compilations of it too, where he's just guaranteeing like all his parents, like there's one of him in like I think it's a year when I was right. It's back then when there's more Europeans and it was because they all Israel. We have to claim that they were the true Semitic people. I believe it's true. I believe that's true. I double check. I believe it's true. Information to go continue to stuff. Jewish people. Exact same genetics. Heavily regulated. Believe here you can put in and focus on medical and reproductive purposes with broad years reading inflammation this creates a system for genetic testing direct to consumer tests for ancestry. Now, why would you restrict anything like that? If you wanted to do something, you would think it's probably autonomy. You would find out where your ancestors came from. Why would not do that? What do you think? Like, the only thing to this is that they, it's like a supernatural property right claim that you have, which if you go, there was that great documentary, the godmother of the settler woman, explained to you, like, in very Hebrew accent, that God promised him all this land. So, like, people are, God didn't promise them. That we're the original people of this land, and so we have, like, to go this fashion. I could, like, come up with a DNA test. Oh, I've got something. All right, I'm going to march into you and knock on the door, and so there's a house bigger than 2,000 years ago. Evidence. Argument. Well, let's just say. The Jews years ago weren't actually kicked out. They were forced to convert. Actually, those people who you're saying forever promised the land are actually the people who promised the land. They converted to Islam. Some European who came in here way after that. Hypothetically, something that maybe you would want to control information on. Well, you know, I don't want this. And I fall optimistic because I know that's like every time he asks me this, optimistic, he just nods. Like it's world ahead. That's the mindset. You kind of this way. I mean, I feel this way particularly. We got to just because I think that the way I put it is because I don't have an option to be honest. I don't have an option. We're just getting paid by like other kids. You're going to inherit this world. You got to do everything like you're doing to, you know, like if you say you're in your house, your family. Like you've got, like let's say you're going to in the house, you see what looks like 10 guns charging the house. And it's just, you know, you just have your or 2 guns. 10 guys with guns for your family. So like you don't have like the man of your house. You don't have a to sit there and go commentate. Products. I don't care. I don't know. You know you get your family into the basement. You can try. You still have a fleeting shot here. So right. I will say, just even in your house, sure. There's a big you're still go out and try. Now, I think that tyranny has always run on campus, and that we are experiment for the first time. They don't. potential for positive things to happen in the future. And the thing that's happening is that, like, economically speaking, our system is built to great. Eventually, they're going to have to call it quits. Just on interest on the debt. Interest is like overtaking the entire market. And at a certain point there, someone's going to have to go. I mean, we just got to start getting this thing back. There's more support. More economic ability to keep working on the debt, keep the free machines going. And I think there's going to have to be a huge adjustment made there. And I do think, like, well, this is. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's doing one of the massive economic. Yeah, so we saw how that worked out. He was right, yeah, but that was still like the first attempt. Yeah, he was right about that. So, okay, so yes, that didn't work. Doge was a failure in terms of actually getting cuts done right now. But it was a huge success in terms of like putting a spotlight on that issue and putting it into the national consciousness in a way that it's never been before. So now it's like, okay, well, third example, like, where Donald Trump won the presidency in no small part by coming on mission. Show these different things. And now we're coming up on the next presidential, like, for the foreseeable future. In order to win the presidency, they got to know they got to come here and present something that might get your audience like, okay, he's coming with this is such a new dynamic. And I just think, like, the potential for good is much. And so, like, things are still the same. Policy is still what it is, and people don't really have much control over that. But I think, like, to be very bullish on the ability of people to really understand what's going on. This changing the status of I was reading about that. Something that just yesterday, where they're which would change everything in economic stuff. Because they were talking about these businesses, how they're taxed, and how, federally they're still operating like criminals. It's like that's how it's viewed by the federal government as a Schedule I substance. If you get arrested for money, where they're going to change the they have a limited bank, everything's fucked up. Just make a huge economic impact. If you want to do something, first of all, kill a lot of the interest, a lot of financial interest that works out. Once it becomes legal here, like the cartels are working, they're probably going to be involved in that because they're involved in it. They're involved in other companies. I had yesterday to explain how they're involved in fuel interests. But at the very least, American businesses do legal, and air
They're using these terrible toxic. You can use them they're using them on this marijuana, like dispensaries. It's of marijuana that's sold places where they're growing. In national forests because John Forrest find out on this way that came up crazy. So if he does that, getting these people together that have been in conflict forever and making them shake hands and having conversations, peace talks like that we can bring people countries agree to these talks because of this breakdown. I don't know.
Obviously, just Putin overview.
It's great. So there's
it's so insane. Just with, I always say, it's kind of like Yiddish thing to say, but the world needs a little bit more of that. Feel like if you as a society and you're gotten to the point where like you have no language in 2-story buildings, you'd be like you probably can figure out something other than war. You're talking about a society with the internet skills, search, like all these things, and like you said, and we have international governments, and you're telling me there is international first rule. Isn't that like, sorry, we're gonna go. You guys want to get in a room together. Before we go to war, we need to know that we've exhausted every alternative option that there is. The United States and Russia. And it took all this time for the first time for the two leaders of them to sit down and meet. On the positive side, they just sit down and meet. That's a lot better than not sitting down.
And that's what's unique. He wants these things to truly does be going. And despite what happened in Iran, it was seems like there was some communications that made it.
Well, there's no question having a president setting was to design. Made a huge difference. Because even as Dick Bush presidency, they could have had an excuse. You know what I mean? Like once you get to that point, they could have found any reason to keep it going.
Whereas seeing the left wing calling for and saying that Ukraine was going to win this thing.
Yeah.
How did it? How did it flip? People were trying so every possible way to and conscript and lines to they don't want to be.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Crazy. On August 8th, for meeting with European leaders, where he made a similar claim. I know exactly what he advised people who have worked through these conflicts for years and were able to do a thing to stop them. So click on that where it says 6 1. There's this phone. I was just interested in what he is. Because I know he has had people get together. He's really Trump's increased trade between the U.S. and Cambodia. 26 social Minister Thailand right now was the ceasefire and currently ready to agree to immediate and unconditional ceasefire after less than a week of fighting the border. These talks, but President Trump threatens several negotiations on reducing U.S. tariffs unless Thailand and Cambodia stop fighting. So in this one, Armenia and Azerbaijan, leaders of both countries have received the peace promise for its efforts in securing a peace White House in August. It's concluding a deal on the signing ceremony and pushed the parties to peace. Says the two governments said they were ready to end a nearly 14-year conflict. Where many Armenians live. Egypt and Ethiopia. There's another. After 12 years of disagreement, Egypt's foreign minister said the 29 and talks with Ethiopia to a halt. Trump said it was easy, but promised that the U.S. was going to resolve the issue very quickly using local troops. But human officials say they were flaming tensions. Okay, so it goes low. Trump claimed to prevent any hostilities between them, saying serving a those small parties going to go at it. Going to be a big war. I said, you know what? There's no trade with the United States. They said, well, we can go at it. So you just move it in. Each different country is assigned economic policy and trade right. So it doesn't say what is that it? Should get most credit because they did something. He's the only one who say like, yeah, don't like I I think that one thing just never had to begin with. You know, I am sure. And then Israel attacked them. After Israel attacked them, he was like, he's absolutely negotiations designed to shorten the Arabians of Israel. And still
that was great as it was. But just maybe sometimes you like more the things you're growing up from just because that we don't need to go to school or don't need to care anymore. At first we should working that's program. And what's Joseph Scott and of a Christian because you're going to pass it on this week. Was president. I don't see feelings ever do that. One of the Christian, you know, and something you want to do about it. Bring up the nation. Think about that too. The way Mexico ran the American people even had it even more than I just nice. That would have brought up about this time that was covered. Talking about what life is made of. The Sunnis are. She knows which campus is which. On the other side of Bashar al-Assad, no one started with the other side. What is basis and outcome? There, she signed up to go fight. She is actually supports the war on terrorism to punch on the She just war on terrorism. She was like, I just don't think we should that's her beef with that one. She was absolutely right. By the way, so did you see this was the crazy officials who were it's like just walks back into the morning. Although the U.S. popped up and then yeah. So much and you're paying attention to somewhere. One person. The most sincere thing I've ever said in my life. the fact that one time for the last 10 years, 30 years ago, well, lost myself. Today's devastating. It's like, just reach people and treat with each other, with each other. Educated, connected in a way that they've never been. We got all these problems. We got lots of problems. There's things like which is the first step. Recognize fun this weekend. Well, it's always awesome. You think? Yeah, it's coming. It's weird. It's weird. It's so weird. So few. It's funny because now, he's a comedian. And still, being not an expert, you can't be your favorite moral. It's actually not that hard. These people aren't really experts either. But that is, these people that are talking about this are talking about not experts while they're not experts. There's, by the way, for those subscribers, very much else. Chaos, military industrial, very complex discussions. So many different factors at play. There's so much money, so much bullshit in terms of like what's the truth, what's the narrative, who's pushing the narrative, who's being paid to push the narrative, which is really important. There's so many of these online influencers that you think are really human beings that have like their own accounts. Yeah. There's also it's a convenient kind of way that dismiss somebody. Was that some of the things that are going aside? That's sort of me and on the show. He went on the show. During having like 45 minutes opening the show about you comedians are
I don't see what Marshall was not totally an expert. And I think he's someone who is like totally an expert, like say, a wrestler, going to be a like a total expert or coach or something, total expert wrestling.
And they could still get something about MMA completely off.
Or jiu-jitsu, because like in the last fight, in the last UFC card, they didn't quite dead. So he thought this person was fine. Well, they're caught in trial. No, these are real submission. This is fucking dangerous. There's this guy named Rothschild figured out how to do a trial with two process. And it's replicable. A lot of guys do it now. There was a lady at the last UFC had it. And I was like, oh shit, Daniel didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things like bloody choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu, he's on his back and he's getting smothered from under with his leg. Oh, we don't know what's going on. Like that's a fucking joke or a dangerous one. Time will get you that. You're Foxville. There's guys, it's like areas of expertise, even in expert in people like this is a stupid argument. Like what are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? What's going on? Hamas is Hezbollah proxy of Iran, and Iran got the money to do this when Biden released the funds because who's allowed to be an expert on all these things?
And then, of course, there are things like, say like, use of and like, to have, say, an expert opinion on this policy. It's like, okay, well, they say we're following this science. So they have an epidemiologist or something who's arguing on it. Well, cut down the transmission of they turn out to be wrong, but that side, you're like, okay, but are they also an economist? Are they also sociologists and specialists in insurance and development who would tell you what closing the school? Of course, the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields doesn't exist. Isn't an expert in all of those fields, you know, and that's the problem with that time, because the time was so fearful. It was just was clear. I forget who it was. So the official was being interviewed recently. He said that in 2020 that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans are scared, which is crazy. It's a wild thing to say that your goal is to make people fearful. So you're trying to put on a narrative that makes people more fearful, which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really, really sick from COVID because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out. They couldn't sleep and with anxiety, and that makes it attack people around you, and then you look for a solution. These journalistic institutions, which until 5 years ago, 100% on board with. Everyone's like hoping these people have the answers. So like, you know, he's also an expert. Fuck you. It's like you're going to try science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It's just became this. Whereas because to all of that, and all day long. But you have to, you know, if you want to implement like a demand policy, you always have to scare people. I mean, that's now everyone knows, right? Like you said, like, being terrified is not good for your health. And on a human level, we also know that it's not good for good decision making. You know, but it is excellent for I will turn my brain and give the authority to you. Yeah, to go to. It was right after I talked about this, but like the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fear monarchy, that Dick's president of the United States of America, more than just your average vice president, said it's not a matter of if, but when the attack. They were trying to help the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear. Do you remember the COVID? Or just for our freedom. It's like, because the American people, very organically, wanted to know what the people like. Everybody was like, why did they do this? What's this mean for them? So be terrified. Second of all, under being with you, like your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you do with that? Other than saying, people say, which is George Bush, you have a blank check to go and take whatever you want to, and we'll support you. Yeah, I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, generals, military leaders, to the guys that are going to protect us. We gotta put all our faith in them. This shit is real. It's going on. And so 2001, I wasn't that much of a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into Bigfoot. I was into stupid. I was into fun. Right. Eddie Bravo would get hot mysteries and freak out when people use that stupid shit. But then the Patriot law. What the fuck is that? So what is the detention when they sign the DA? What are you talking about? What is it rhymes with the cunt act passed 2015 that allowed censorship or propaganda of American citizens? Yeah, months like that. Yeah. It's like okay. Like wait, do I start getting really fucking suspicious? Yeah. This book called Best Evidence about the assassination. Unfortunately, I read it right before I went on stage. I was by myself. I was in Philadelphia, and I was headlining it when I was just starting to headline, right? So, I had a show Thursday, killed. Everything's great. Went back to my hotel room. Where this fucking for like 6 hours, fuck out. Show this show, like ashen face. Oh my god, like I had never even considered before that book. I never even thought that there's like secret government agencies that plot against the president. I thought that's the fucking thing, and everybody works together. And the other one was like, God, you fucking shit. And I apologize. I apologize. Man, I tried to listen. I fucked up, and I read this book here. It's done. You have your mind blown like that. You need time before you make it funny. Like it takes time to like then go back to a human word and kind of stuff like when you're on stage. It's anything real and ominous and so it has but I was like, okay, I can never do that. But that started me. Just peripheral. Just imagine everything. That was all didn't get into things. Vietnam and September 11, 2001. It was after the attack. Everything was so real. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think like we need every now and then we need to get a big slap. It's like when you see people like getting in people's faces for like waving an American flag. A big slap every now and then. Like that guy might go fucking what was I doing? I'm just driven behind his face because I want to impress my lesbian girlfriend. So I mean I'm not a fight. I know I got a concussion. This guy might slap me at some TikTok. Look, you know, like you need that sometimes just to like of course we said I felt like as a country we've been doing shady shit all around the world forever and there's real work we're separated by oceans and nothing. My it's real in a fucking car. And when I was in New York City, I was filming Fear and everyone shut up. Women were rock stars, you know, tons of rock stars. Everybody was making it for their service. It was really environment for me and the Fear Factor. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. It was nuts. Everybody was so thankful. Where'd that go? Yeah, I was there. In New York City on 9/11. So I was in Brooklyn, like a few months from World Trade Center. Like physically staying said it was from our parents or something like that. I forget exactly what, but we got that. I was friends with this. But we, but yeah, we were just all hanging out by security guards at schools. So he let us out. And so we're pretty sure when we came to Flatbush Ave, we still think there was smoke in here. Both the towns had gone the time we got out, but there were people, some subways had been out for a while. And where was it? Flatbush Ave. If anyone knows, it's like Flatbush and 7th Ave. So this is like, it's kind of a so the Manhattan Bridge and the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. Over. And so at this point already, people who were in the financial district had just decided to walk and get out now. So like, it's see just like one guy in a suit and tie covered his head to toe. Like, oh, he must have just been down there and walked up. And what I remember, now this is in Brooklyn, but even though it's very busy, but people were stopping and asking each other, people doing miles on the street that never talked to, were stopping and asking their family, everyone over there. You find this like community spirit that you just didn't feel in New York City. Just doing, but that was beautiful. And then of course governments do what they do, and implemented that into launching wars they wanted from before. That had something to do with 9/11, which is some of the trends, which for a while, for years, was crazy. To us, partly like because I was 18 at the time, and this is like coming of age, time. But I was still being furious. And this is like still to this day, I'm sure when I'm on podcasts with you, I'm so angry over the war in Iraq and with wars in, Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of them, but specifically because, like, the neoconservatives, the N-word that I'm supposed to bring up, even, by the way, conservatism, I say the word neoconservatism, be careful when you're over here or something like that. You can't discuss neoconservatism. Well, that's what I said when I was on with him. He said, when I brought it up, and then I'm something because I mentioned before. Okay, so that's anti-Semitism, right? Right. Well, that's good. Yes, you're talking about something really important. Neoconservatism. Why would that be the thing that you discuss? That sounds crazy. The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets, Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in from kickoff to final whistle. With your betting to team making this big game as the momentum Saturdays are yours to own with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's some first timers. New customers spend $5, $300 in bonus instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Let's go rooting for new customers. Bonus bets instantly with a bet just $5. Partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is your gambling. Call 1-800 or call 877-467-367. Connecticut helps available for problem gambling. Call 888-79-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please be responsible. We have no casino resort in Kansas. North Dakota, eligibility varies by station. Going in Ontario, bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Additional terms and responsible resources dkmt.com/1. Those guys, they really are farm seeing their they have an appointment power in the Bush administration that got their watch. If you go back and read the shit they've read, and we'll never stop talking about it, that's because it's just amazing. If you read all of these guys, the guys who were in the George W. Bush administration towards the budget during the 30th century, which was their thing to compete at, was to like dictating approved folks for and sitting down. They wrote explicitly 21st century. And they specifically said they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein, and then they specifically said that this is something that the non-living truthers really have wanted. I'm not sure. I think they might be overplaying their hand a little bit here, but they say that we're talking about the product of the 21st century. Find it online. When they straight up say they look, this is what we want to do. Unlikely to get massive American support for it. For the pro-worker treatment it is. And so a lot of people, Alex Jones and all the troopers would point to this phrase. See, this is the proof that they knew they needed another Pearl Harbor, so they planned their own Pearl Harbor. Now, that is not necessarily true. It doesn't necessarily prove it, but it certainly does change the way you think of their mind state. When they sit there and watch an attack was going to attack, they release people when we it's not quite, it's not unique as the things that people think it is. People, so like you hear at least, you've heard that it's pretty good. I mean, I'm not like taking anything away from that. He was right. There were a bunch of people who predicted it wrong. So predicted it partly by creating plans. Just saying, I don't know if that is real, but at the same time, complaint that's true, but the World Trade Center was attacked by so that's right, that's right. And you have the ideas right about that. Do you hear anything about that? A bunch of red buttons. That's all of it. People like the World Trade, people World Trade now, it's how they do what he was talking about first. We can believe it after the second. It has no thing down, but it's just like that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make it believe it. It's like it's the way people put it, but it was cool. So, I don't know if I find any of this as a caveat before I get. But when people suggest the intelligence agencies and their especially gangster, like I remember